Good, bad. I'm the guy with the mic.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
I didn't know I was in the credits for this, the show intro.
Yeah, you always have been.
I had no idea.
And you always will be.
That is fantastic. I
Yeah,
look
man.
a mess tonight now.
Everybody, how you doing?
Just because Jeremy's here. You'll play his favorite song. You know? His favorite 3 seconds.
That's all I'm good for. 3 seconds. I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Exactly. Technically,
Hey,
you were
man.
in last night's show too, because we did the prize wheel and I was doing giveaways of my book, and it's your voice because you know.
Oh yeah.
Well, he was watching last night too.
Yeah.
You
He
were-
was watching too.
I did start off. Yeah. I'm on the East Coast, so I have to go to bed at some point.
I'm on
Me
well, you're Eastern time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
I just
okay.
don't
Yeah,
sleep.
you're Ohio, right?
Yes, I'm Ohio.
Okay.
I am Ohio.
Ohio.
Oh, hi-oh.
Calm down, Drew Carey.
So yeah.
You okay over there, Del?
Hey, I am having an utter shit day.
Yeah.
My refrigerator is dead, and I
Oh.
just went. Hi everybody. Hi Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Hi Paul.
Hey, Pyle.
Hi Jessica.
Hey, Jess.
Wow.
But,
Tom, why the
Paul.
fuck aren't you in here, Tom? Come on, man.
Yeah,
Jesus,
Tom.
Tom. You got the link. Anybody else who wants to join us? PM us.
Yeah.
Hop in.
I'm
hang
not
out.
wearing any pants.
Ooh. Neither am
You were
I, but I'm
supposed
in
to
a
wear
long.
pants?
I've
No.
been wearing pants all day.
No
Well, I
pants
mean, when I
day.
was in urgent care, I was wearing
The
pants
only
because they wouldn't
person
let me in
wearing
until I put them on.
pants, no.
But you know,
It's No Pants Monday here on the Padded Cell.
Yeah, it's like last Monday I didn't show up with or last Tuesday I didn't show up with a costume. This weekend or this week, everybody showed up without pants.
yeah.
What the hell?
Our
Yeah,
office
you-
memos keep getting mixed up.
Costume, pants, whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, that was the costume was just kind of luck that I have shit just laying around. And well, I'm a Halloween baby, so of course I have something that I can change into in like 5 seconds notice.
I think I just
I should have more costumes here because I have kids in the house, but sadly they were out trick or treating.
I think I just am a costume. Like next year at Spirit Halloween, it'll just be like me. It'll just say the Raz costume.
I would love to get a fake, or not a fake, but a mask of myself. I would
Yeah.
totally wear a mask of myself. I think that would be like one of those poly masks that like not form fitting, but you know.
They
Looks-
have digital masks now, and they're really cool because they actually go over your head like a mask, but it's a digital readout. So you can put any pictures of anything you want on it. So you can literally have your face on the digital like screen of this mask. And I've seen they're getting really popular right now. You can get like the like kind of the cheapy versions for like 30, 40 bucks that still do exactly what you need. But then they have something that like a couple $100 that like actually have the nose shape and that are
Oh, no
pretty
kidding.
serious. Man, like they're really cool. They're really cool.
Are you like
That's
gonna
crazy.
do a
I wonder if like that dead mouse or what did they call that?
Dead
That guy
mouse.
that used to wear that big mouse head on.
Yeah.
Deflator mouse?
Yeah, I wonder if he started that stuff. Like they all had those digital.
That's from the
signs
Tick.
on.
Oh.
I just discovered that Cthulhu, Secret Agent Cthulhu's shoes come off because I grabbed him by his foot. And
I miss
No,
my
he is
Cthulhu collection,
shoeless.
man. I had the superhero version and the Elvis version, and they
The-
got
the
damaged in
shoes.
tornadoes.
they even have shoelaces.
They're adorable.
I'm sorry, Raz.
Yeah.
It's
I'm trying to-
sad.
Stuff.
No, man. It's more than just stuff. It's memories.
I mean, I've been through I went through a
Memories.
house fire with my parents, tornadoes. I've lost everything I own. I don't know how many fucking times, man. I just
Well, I've lost everything I've owned, but all because of natural human
Oh, some of that
Thanks.
too. I've
Yeah.
had that happen too. It's tough, man. Like I just grew up. I grew up so poor that we didn't even have much stuff. So then when I started accumulating stuff, and every time I lose it, it sucks. And like I'll mourn the things that have no actual like intrinsic value, just like personal memories and value. But
Yeah.
all the rest of it, it's like, oh, I lost that TV. Pff, when I want one, I'll get another one eventually. Like, or I lost that couch, and it's a fucking couch. I sit on it, or whatever it is. It's just stuff.
One of my kids hit me with some deep stuff one day. They're just like, I know why you're a collector. I'm like, because I like stuff. And they're like, no, because you lost all the stuff you had or you couldn't get stuff when you were a kid and stuff like that. And now as an adult, you're reacting to that in being able to have it. I'm just like, all right, leave me alone.
Yeah. I think if I ever get into like a more stable place where I have room, I will probably honestly go back and recollect a lot of things that I do actually miss. It's
I've
just
definitely refined my taste over the years.
Yeah.
I'm like, hold on, I don't need all the stuff.
I had collections of so many. I had like it was a big thing in my family to get gargoyle statues. Everybody just knew I loved gargoyles. So I like the stone ones you see anywhere from like this big to like porch size. I had probably 50 or 60 of them before the tornadoes and stuff. That's one of my like millions of collections. I had movie collections, comic collections, card collections, like band shirts, just all kinds of different collections. So I don't even know where I would begin when I get back to that point where I can collect things again. I think it's just gonna be all cryptid stuff. I think is where I'm gonna go this time.
Yeah, it does get a bit ADD around here with my collection because it's comics, toys, any. I have a hard time throwing away almost anything, like because I'm always like, there's got to be a use for this somewhere down the line. And the wife's actually having me get a dumpster this coming spring, and we're gonna empty the house.
See, that's the haunter in me and the filmmaker in me, because anything I find, it's something cool I found on this side of the road, I'd put it in the garage, I'd bring it to the haunt because I'm going to use it. I don't know what for. And it's almost the hoarder mentality, except for I'm actually legitimately going to, and I do. It just, I never know what it's going to be when I get it. And sometimes I'll have something for 5 or 6 years, natural disasters notwithstanding, or I'll store something in a friend's garage and I don't know what it's going to be, but at some point it will be something.
What about you, James? Okay. Do you collect?
Well, I used to collect a lot of CDs and records, but
same here.
Those are kind of space consuming. So I've whittled it all down to, I'm fine with MP3s. So I keep them digitally.
Yeah.
I'm very
FLAC files. So they'll actually go and do like the longer extended recordings, and they'll actually record directly from like the original sounds of records and everything. Do you collect those too?
No, because you might not think this, but I have a couple of terabyte external hard drives, and they're almost one for music and one for movies. I also collect movies.
I do the same thing digitally now with all that stuff.
So yeah,
and books. I digitally collect all the books I don't have anymore.
Yeah, so I'm kind of getting that way with the books. I used to have a massive book collection. Yeah, like before I was talked into Kindle and.
How long did it take you to switch over to digital, like reading?
For the books, reading, it took a while.
Same here.
I think it was like 2016 when I finally,
I fought tooth and nail.
Yeah.
It took me 1 week. 1 week I owned all the books. I went to the library and I would buy them all. Then that week I lost everything I owned. And then the very next day, digital, I have everything again.
Well,
I never thought I'd go digital. I swore I would never do it. I like the smell of books and the
smell of books, the feel of books. Tom Dog.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
What's up?
Well, we were just talking about how long it took us to switch over, finally get into the Kindle or digital books.
I didn't even like digital movies either. I was the same way with music. I got used to really early on and was fine with it, but it took me a long time with movies. And I knew I would eventually go digital in movies, but the books, I swore I would never be one of the digital book reading people until that happened. And now I'm like,
I was always like, support your local library, and if You know what? You'll never hear me say, my book just ran out of batteries. Or
Right.
if I drop like a paperback, I can just pick it up and start reading again and not fear that it's cracked or something.
Yeah, I can drop it in the tub and just put it on the heat register so it dries
yeah.
out. You know.
But then I looked at Amazon and saw like everything that I could get for like 99 cents.
Yeah. And the Audible
Or-
sales and the.
Yeah.
The cool
I
thing
haven't
about-
made it to Audible yet.
The cool thing about libraries is that every library in our country and many other countries are on this system.
Oh yeah.
There's an
Libby.
app for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not just Libby. There's like 3 or 4 different ones now. Like,
Oh, are there?
it's like, yeah, it's really interesting. Where you can still rent movies, books,
Yep.
audiobooks, CDs, all digital from your local libraries. And a lot of them also now have language learning programs that you can borrow for free and learn other languages. Like, the libraries are still there, and they're really changed. I'm impressed.
Oh,
with how
I
well
still
they've
take my
changed.
kids to the library.
Oh yeah, I still love the library.
Like,
I mean, oh yeah.
it's great. Like
I mean-
because every now and again the old books still have like trade paperbacks of comics and stuff, and I'll
Yeah.
grab those. I don't care.
Our big Dayton library
Yeah.
downtown has a whole branch on like it's like multi-level. So you have to take an elevator. It's really creepy, like all these different floors. One whole floor is Dayton history dedicated to the Great Flood that happened here in the 20s. And that's the only place in the city you can go to really learn everything about the flood and see the artifacts from back then and the pictures. And so they're finding more and more ways to keep people there and like showing up. And author events, they do a lot of author events.
I think this is the first time I've ever been on a show with Tom Dog.
No, this was when we did the
do another?
unboxings. Yeah.
Okay.
The big comic unboxing.
I was like, wow, finally. Oh, you broke my carry
Yes.
before.
Tom
My
seriously,
mom likes to black out those times too. So
So
Yeah.
we're
have-
trying tonight. I'm going to show off this real quick. If I can
I
figure out where
have
my camera
really
is.
bad can't remember shit. So
The
That's okay.
19 Crimes Monsters.
oh yeah,
I-
yeah.
Yeah, I went to my mom got me some for collectibles because if you have a I can't do it with my camera because the lens will just reflect really poorly, but you can put up an app on the phone, and if you hold it over the labels for all the different 19 Crimes owned by Snoop Dogg now
Yeah.
bottles, they all do a different augmented reality, and Dracula
That
here
motherfucker
does
owns a lot.
some cool shit. Like Dracula tells you about his wine. He has bats flying that fly like off the bottle space itself and into the air around it when you're looking on it. And
do
it's
they
pretty
come in
cool.
gin and juice?
I am not sure. He does have some with Martha though.
I caught the joke.
But
So
yeah,
19 Crimes and Snoop, if you're looking to, for some sponsoring, we are a whole network about storytelling, and that's kind of seems to be the purpose of that there wine is to tell
You,
stories about your
Yeah.
life.
You
I
realize if it was owned by Jay-Z, it would be 99 Crimes and the wine
Cork
ain't
ain't
one.
one. 99 wines and the cork ain't one.
so yeah, this is a red wine that is rich and round with a soft fruity finish, sweet aromatic with notes of
Snoop Dogg.
chocolate.
Snoop Dogg really knows how to diversify his money. Like
Yeah,
he's
his portfolio.
everywhere
Well,
and everything.
he's besties with Martha Stewart.
I know.
so-
I mean, like,
There's Martha and Snoop on the labels of wine too. I'm gonna have to. I can't figure out how to get my phone to record when I show them because I will get a recording. When I went back to where Mom had picked them up for me for my birthday, weirdly enough, since these are kind of a collectible thing, since they're only out for this portion of the year, they were on
Oh, really?
sale. Yeah.
Interesting.
So I was like, well, I will buy 2 more of each. That way I can have the 2 to save, 4 to drink, and
So
so
kind of
that's
on
the thing I
that tip,
collected.
kind of on that tip, the fact that she's been in prison. Can you imagine Martha Stewart knowing how to craft a shiv out of something and just to
Wow,
shank
kids.
a bitch?
Oh yeah.
It's a good thing.
That would-
I wonder if her prison sale had some nice curtains that she did and everything like that, or put up a nice doily on her thing there.
I thought I heard that she was like making
whatever you put a
blankets and
doily
things.
on, that is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she was making blankets and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
We call them pasties, when they're on. Because that's really what they are. What pasties are? They're just doilies for your boobs. That's what.
That's wonderful. You don't want anybody to spill a drink on them.
Yep.
Exactly.
My doily came with tassels.
Damn it, I can't
Clockwise.
put anything on it. Ah.
That's why they were invented for
Counterclockwise.
strip clubs. You see, pasties were invented for strip clubs back in the year 1959. I'm making shit up, obviously, just because they didn't want people to spill drinks on their tits. They're just like, my grandma makes doilies. Let's just glue some on here. Yep, that pasties were invented.
Here you go, sweetie.
Well, that's not.
I knitted you a
Like
sweater
it.
so you don't get cold.
Raz's moment in absolutely bullshit history.
Hey, that's all right. At least I'm not like preaching about the Habsburgs right now. Fuckers.
So, Raz, you're on a lot of drugs and you're about to die.
A lot. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, so I did not take care of myself during hunt season as usual. The
Apparently
downside
so.
is between my foot and my back and my neck and being sick before we even started hunt season, I thought, oh, I'll go to urgent care through the week. I'll do this or that. But every time I tried to do that, something would come up, and it was not the haunt's fault. Let me be clear about this. It is not the haunt's fault. I am just a fucking moron. Okay, I'm not good at self-care. And today, I went into urgent care, and they were trying pretty hard to get me to maybe like go to the hospital to stay a day or two or something. I've got walking pneumonia. I've got bronchitis. I've got malnourished, and I'm dehydrated. And they think I may have pleurisy as well, but they need a lot of the inflammation and everything to go down from the pneumonia to find out if I've got pleurisy. So it was
you
very
should just
confusing.
be like, I'm still walking around. I'm a scientific marvel.
Well, they were like, do you not feel
I'm
like
immortal.
They're asking me questions like, do you not feel like you're drowning? Do your lungs not hurt? Like you just feel like you're drowning? I'm like, I didn't really think about it, but yeah, that's a great way to explain how I've been feeling for the last whole, month or two. Like I legit feel like I'm drowning all the time, like to the point where like I go to catch my breath and there's just like liquid and like masses, like chunks of things. So then I can't breathe, and then eventually I breathe again. Then I grab my cane and I just go right back into the hunt and I do my thing.
And you're in the Midwest, though, so it's like, is it just humidity, or is there something wrong with me?
Oh, I knew I was sick the whole time. I'm not gonna lie, I knew it.
It's
I
not
have
humid
taken
right now. It's
Yeah,
cold.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
taken every over-the-counter thing you can imagine.
It's humid
If
here.
all the medications, like the whole
See-
packets of everything, it just didn't do anything.
For everybody watching, those of us who dwell in the Midwest, we're a different breed. A lot of the times we grow up and we're told just to walk it off. That's why there's at least been a couple of times where my own doctor has come in after taking blood tests and everything going, you should be dead now.
Yep.
And
I get a
Yeah.
congratulations, you're a miracle every year on my birthday, pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was really bad today. I do not feel good. I'm on a Z-Pack, steroids, a couple of things they gave me, and just all kinds of shit, man.
Oh my
Nothing
God.
that's like fucking with my head or like making me feel like I'm, loopy
Mm.
or anything. But I'm medication resistant, so I usually don't get that aspect of medications that are supposed to do that.
Yeah. I'm not a drug user. I don't like medications.
Either. I don't like them, and I'm resistant, so I would just have to keep taking more and more. And they have to, even the ones I do take, they have to switch up ever so often because they'll just stop being effective. So they'll put me on a different one, then I get used to that. Then they'll switch me back to the first one because then it'll work again. So I just smoke a lot of weed, and I pay attention to my terps. I pay attention to what I need to pay attention to know what strains I need for different illnesses that I've got, and that handles a lot of it. I mean, I'm always going to be in pain. That will never be a day in my life that I don't have it, but I can manage it. And I'd rather manage it than be a zombie and be addicted again to pain pills and fucked up shit that don't do me any favors in life.
Kanata almost made me need a doily.
A pasty.
She was grabbing onto my pajamas here. Yeah, I'm wearing my pajamas, guys, because fuck today.
I'm in my pajamas, my Rick
Seriously.
and Morty pajama pants and my Hellfire Club t-shirt. I went to the
I'm in
urgent
my
care like
pajamas
this too. I didn't give
too,
a fuck.
but that's because I don't wear anything to bed, so I'm always in my pajamas.
I'm in my lounge pants and everything. I sleep in them, and so yeah, this is a pajama party, I guess.
Woo!
It's the pants party. You're invited.
I sleep in my boxers.
There you go.
You're lucky I'm wearing a shirt.
Yeah, I think it was the adrenaline of just haunt season and knowing that so many people counted on me and needed things. It just kind of helped me ignore it. Like, honestly, that's what it's been. It's just been me ignoring that I'm sick and in crazy pain. It's been me not wanting to be in the wheelchair. So, and then I lose my cane a lot in the haunt. Like, I'll lose my cane for hours. And I might have left it in the scene. I might have left it outside. I might have left it in the concessions booth or makeup. I don't know. So sometimes people have to, like, go find it for me when I can't walk anymore. But it's that adrenaline in the haunt season. It just keeps you going, man. And now that it's over officially, like for the year, it's just now I feel it all. I feel all the pain. I feel all the sickness.
It's just
like,
all the sadness.
and that
That's what
too.
it is.
It's
the
that too, man.
sadness.
It's just I'm already depressed as fuck because it's over. Like, and it's not over.
Yeah.
I do a lot with the haunt still. We got a homecoming for the kids that we do every year. Coming up this Saturday, our big awards banquet ceremony where we all feed each other this Saturday after that. Then Christmas in
Nice.
December. It's just we do things and events, but it's not the same as getting out there, 2 nights every weekend and like directing and partaking in a live show with like
Yeah.
70 to 80 other people. It's like that is what we desire. That's what we need to live.
No, I know what you're talking about, man. A con just happened this past weekend that I used to always go to, and now I don't. And like, man, I'm feeling the FOMO. I'm like, man, I wish I was there. Wish I was doing all the stuff, running around, talking to everybody.
Yep.
And
I used to substitute a lot of my depression from not being in haunt season with cons. Honestly, it's very much very similar. Like the vibe is very much the same, man. Because you have the con folks that the other vendors, the guests you get to know. So it's like it's the
Absolutely.
same family, and you see them over multiple cons.
it's like a carnival. You carny folks.
Yep. It's exactly what it
Yeah.
is.
So yeah, I at least try to hit 1 or 2 haunted attractions every year. But now, the past couple of years, I haven't been able to. And I probably won't be able to in the near future.
And also
unless
some have
things
closed over by you
change.
too.
Yeah.
Some have closed over there.
that's
Yeah, we
just
watched a big one over there too. this year.
sad.
Yeah.
I mean, that was my favorite one. I went there several times.
Which
I never
one
got
did
to
you
go to
lose?
it, but like I know a lot about that haunt, man. I heard a lot of us
It
in
was
the
the
industry. Even in Ohio, we had a moment of silence for that haunt.
Dell, it was the haunted manor.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've
that just
never been to that one. Well, I've never been to any
Well,
haunt
you-
because
you never will be back to that one.
yeah.
I actually
Right.
used you to help someone go
Work
through a
one.
haunt, Dell.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah, because I explained to them, with your seizure disorders, how hard it is for you. And I told them that I had gone through and made a list of all the places that had, all the light differences that I thought could possibly, trigger, a seizure for you. And then
Nice.
after you had gone through and looked at my list and kind of watched the video, you told me the one part that you couldn't do was the elevator. And we talked about that. And so I explained this to her and I told her what to look out for, like what spots that she would need to look out for, like certain props and certain things. And she is every bit as bad, if not actually worse, with her seizures than you. Like they're daily, and they have been her whole life almost. Also from a head injury, and she was able to go through the entire haunt. She's like, even if I have a seizure, I'm going to do it anyway because it's been years. But she said because I was able to tell her and identify every one of those moments, she didn't even have any issues whatsoever.
awesome.
It's like you
That is
helped
very
someone
cool.
this year.
That makes me happy. Being a Halloween girl, I gotta be happy that I got somebody through something.
Yeah. So I talked to her a lot about you and, like how it's hard for you. And like, she's like, that kind of gave her the courage to want to do it. And you definitely positively affected someone's life for real this year.
I discovered something else new that I had never really thought of before when I was watching that horrible movie the other night.
What one?
It hasn't been released in theaters yet, but you
Ah.
can watch it on Prime. It's a Ukrainian movie called While We Sleep. And unfortunately,
I've
I
heard of
guess they haven't gotten it finished with all the editing and stuff yet, which is probably a good thing because it needs a lot of help, including translations from Ukraine to English. Because there is English, but they don't if you're watching, I always sub everything just in case. And it's like speaking in Ukrainian, or sometimes not even that, speaking in foreign language.
Got a little bird.
Do not taunt the owl.
I can put it right on my
Killing me.
shoulder. Got a blue bird on my shoulder.
It's the truth. It's actual.
Everything
sorry,
is
I interrupted.
satisfaction.
It's a face
That's going to
stabbing
be in
owl.
my head now. That's going to
Yep.
be in my head now.
But but what I didn't think of before is they had, there's like a mansion basically is where most of the movie is filmed, and they have a huge swimming pool outside with lights over it, and at night the water reflecting off the lights onto people's walls, like into their bedrooms and stuff on the walls. That reflection of water is just wow.
I actually had assumed that that would be something that bothered you.
Yeah, I've just never seen it before. I don't
Oh.
hang out in places with pools.
Oh, okay.
So because like I've mentioned before that cottonwood trees have, or other trees with very glossy leaves, if the wind is blowing and the leaves are flickering, will
Yeah.
trip me out. So but I'd never actually been around water before that was reflecting off of something, and now I know not to. So
Oh, yeah.
yay.
I do want to do a quick shout out to the Ohio Hunters Association. They just did a check-in video, hunter check-in for the whole organization and a lot of hunts in Ohio. And they welcomed me and had me sitting there for about 2 hours with them and talk about hunts and just get to know other hunters that I don't ever really get to talk to. That meant a lot to me today to do that. So I'm really excited about that. I'm definitely gonna kidnap many of you to bring you to do some stuff over here. But that was so fucking cool to get to do that today.
Yes.
It's
We'll
gotta
grab
be
you.
cool to be a part of something so huge like that too. With all
It-
these,
It's super cool, man, because like I know that no matter where I could go to any state and I bet you I know at least one hunter and hunt. And if I wanted to guest act, I could just go do it. And it's outside of LARPing, like Vampire the Masquerade, and I play that sometimes too. Like those are the only two things that I know of where I can go anywhere in the world and find a group and just go do it. Like it's really cool to just know that. Like it's definitely special, man. Like it means a lot. It's a family thing, and there's plenty of hunts out there that don't do the whole, we're all a family, and those hunts are just wrong. They're just wrong. They're just doing it all wrong. But like there's a lot of cool groups like Scurryface. Like there's a giant chunk of hunters that aren't in Ohio because there's not a lot of Ohio in Scurryface, but they represent a lot of other states. And and I know a lot of them, and I could go to potentially talk to them and go guest hunt over there. So I just never get to because I'm stuck in my own hunt, but not stuck.
You could go
I
to
enjoy being
Scotland.
in my own hunt. Yeah,
you're just-
actually no, they don't really. I guess Vice today they don't do that there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's shitty.
Yeah.
Well, you can still go walking around with ice.
Yeah. Well, no, because she's not legally allowed to. You're not allowed to dress up a clown and be in public. You have to apply for a permit. And even then, they're really, really hard to get, and you can be arrested for dressing like that in public. She's
Was it
told
all because
stories
of
about
that?
this.
Was it all because of that stretch earlier in the decade where people would just dress up as clowns and
Yep.
wander? Okay.
That's what she said. They had made a lot of rules and stuff around then. It was really interesting to hear that from her, honestly. Like I heard her talk about it a couple of times, and it makes sense, but it totally blew my mind about it. Like totally. She told this
Right.
one story where she had to do a photo shoot in character. So they had gotten this like actual porcelain tea set and these props, and they had to hike like into the woods because they had nowhere else to do it in public for fear of getting arrested. And they did it thinking no one would show up, and they got some pictures and stuff. But then some hikers were suddenly there in the woods and throwing shit at them. They had to abandon like the tea set and all the props and just run and get to their car as quickly as they could and take off because it was illegal and they were being like attacked pretty much for it.
I've heard a lot, and it seemed weird to me when I first heard it. I thought it was just like maybe some local one town thing, but in Britain as a whole, apparently if you're a goth, you're in danger if you go out because they will literally like just beat the shit out of anybody who's
I've heard
dressed
that
up
too.
in goth makeup or so like I'd be assaulted just because I wear dark lipstick and
Right.
black clothes a lot.
The
So
world is a crazy place, man.
It is.
yeah.
It makes you like forget. Like I get pissed off at our country sometimes, for sure. I mean, I support our troops obviously, and I support a lot of things. But like, there are things about our country that just irritate me. And I think sometimes in my irritation, I take for granted the normal things that I love. That's a part of my whole life. That if I was in a lot of other places, I couldn't do.
well,
And then I
greatest
get those
one-
moments, and I'm like, I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole for being upset about this or this when like basic tenements to my existence, people can't partake in other places. So I just feel really like I said, like an asshole for bitching about these things when people can't do these things.
No, I freaking watching the news lately. I'm always grateful these days that I've never had to wake up to bombs or gunplay or anything like that. I
Yeah,
mean, don't
man.
get me wrong. I know here in America there are areas where guns run rampant and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
it's
lived in a
not
few of
on that
those.
level.
Yeah, not on the level of literally a giant fucking bomb just exploding your whole neighborhood. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
never, nothing
yeah.
like that. I look at the Ukraine and stuff like a lot. Like, I'm still like every day I'm looking at the live updates from that
Oh,
like
yeah, I
since
do.
it started. Just
Yeah.
if nothing else, just to like mark the history of this is what's happening in our world. Like, so many people don't even know or aren't even paying attention to it. But like, these are lives that are, for any reason on any side, just being lost in such large amounts that
Large numbers, like
yeah,
it's ridiculous
Yeah.
what's
We
going
take-
on in Israel, what's going on in
Yes.
Ukraine, like
yeah,
everywhere.
yeah.
It's
Got
just
the
like
Israel
the
stuff too. Yeah.
freak, man.
It's mass loss of life, and that just scars the planet, man.
Yeah.
We bring in a lot of refugees in Nebraska from places, and I remember some of the first people that I met when I was in Lincoln. I never got very close with them, but it was two sisters who were from Bosnia, and they were probably 16, 17 when I met them, and they were some hardcore tough chicks, man. Like, you did not fuck with them because I was like, I didn't live here then. I was back home, but I spent a lot of time hanging out here because I had friends here. And they were just like, one became a super skater girl and stuff, and the other one just was more of an academic and hung out and stuff. But people like get in their face and they're like, dude, I've had the fucking street next door to me explode. I've run from people shooting at me. You don't fucking scare me. You know,
Right.
like,
Yeah.
I remember being on games and like being in Discord or something like that, just or a Ventrilo or TeamSpeak or whatever, and having a friend who lived in Egypt, and for a while they were like, people were coming door to door and they'd knock on their doors and people were disappearing. If you had to go shop for groceries, there was a chance you'd get shot in the streets. And she was on with us once and she's like, somebody's at the door, I'll be right back. And she didn't come back for like over an hour. And we were all freaking out thinking like, okay, we didn't hear anything, but she might have muted herself. What the fuck, is she okay? And then she finally got back and it was like, oh, okay, thank God.
Right.
Please don't do that to us again. Like,
Yeah.
let us know if you're okay.
Yeah. It's scary.
Then go
man.
talk to your
Like,
friend. But
the shit human beings do to each other is the most terrifying thing of all. Like, I don't care
Yes.
what I write, what I read, what bothers me personally, but what humans do is more terrifying than any monster or virus or fucking anything in this world.
Absolutely. Yeah. Real life violence freaks me out. the
It does.
like it even like when people are like that I know will be like, oh, you know, we should go kick some ass, and it's just like, dude, I'm 45, kicking ass. I don't kick ass anymore.
I can't even get into a mosh pit anymore, man.
Yeah, like, you guys want to go kick ass for real? Like, maybe after
Listen,
a movie or something.
Listen, I'll go
I don't
kick
know.
some ass if I've got to, but there better be a damn good reason. Like,
Well, yeah,
a child or an animal has to have been hurt, or it's got to be the R word, which I just don't want to say the word and do triggers right now, but it's got to be really bad stuff. But if one of those things happen, I don't care if someone has the ability
there's a
to kill
level.
me. I'm just going to go fight and I'm going to go do it. But like, I'm blessed enough to, a lot of the people that know me remember the person I used to be when I was angry and I fought a lot. So 9 times out of 10, when a situation gets intense, I just get vocally intense and I get this look on my face. And honestly, 9 times out of 10, you can solve a fight or calm it down from happening or save a situation by just going in there and acting crazy as shit.
Oh,
Because people will stop, and you're still gonna get punched in the face sometimes. No matter what you do, it's gonna happen. But like with your words and your movement, so you can solve a lot of shit really quick.
The crow is coming to get you.
Well,
Remember one time I took off my pants and I tied them around like like a Ninja Turtle.
Stop right
like,
there.
Thing. And this was at school. This was in high school because these kids were getting bullied by like 4 or 5 guys that were like twice my size. So I just took my pants off, tied them around my forehead, and just started screaming at them in several different foreign languages that I was taking and just going back and forth out of languages and just getting closer to them and waving my arms around and just being fucking nuts. And every one of them stopped what they were doing and they didn't know what to do. And then I got up on them and I just started going like this and like moving around and just, it was I'm telling you, it was hilarious. Like people were all around just dying laughing, but they were just so shocked to see me do it because I'm a fat kid, you know. It was my equivalent of the truffle shuffle basically at that point. But like no one had ever seen anything like that, and no one had to fight that day. Those kids didn't get bullied that day. No one fought that day. Don't get me wrong, I got my ass kicked by all of those guys like within the next, the following few weeks. But those kids that were getting picked on, they didn't get their ass kicked.
So
and that was
I am curious. Were they tighty whities, boxers, or
Boxers.
were you just okay?
They were
Because
boxers. I was
I'm
in the
guessing
boxing phase already by high
that could,
school.
if they were tighty whities, that would work into the psychological warfare portion.
No, see, because the movements kind of let me helicopter with the boxers. There's freedom there. And that was, I think, part of the terror for people.
Well, back as a kid, I had to fight a lot, but like lost a lot. Don't get me wrong, and won a few. But like these days, man, if there's a way that we can just talk this out somehow,
Yeah, man. Burn one down. Just talk about your
Yeah.
differences and like be a goddamn human being for a change. Like,
we've got to have some kind of common ground.
yeah,
Yeah.
Fortunately, I've been blessed with the look that most people just leave me alone anyway.
Yeah.
I can-
Yeah, being 6'4" is a blessing all of its own.
Also, with the leg now, I can, just if they
You
want to
can really
fight.
go crazy.
Oh yeah, if they want to fight, I'm not saying it's ever happened, but I'm guessing if I could just, how I lost this leg? You sure you want to fight me? And it's
Break my
usually the ones
boot
that are
off
drunk and
in
are
the ass.
like I know this, I know kung fu, I can kick your ass. They probably don't know how to kick my ass.
no. The more they talk about it, the more you can be sure they've
Oh,
got
yeah.
no idea what the fuck they're doing. It's bluster.
Right.
2
You
words.
think? You
Couch
think
machete.
Yeah, there you go. Couch machete. No,
Oh, there you go.
I think fighting is ignorant, honestly. Like, I just think it's fucking stupid, man. If you don't like someone or you don't like what they're doing, talk to them about it. And also, it doesn't have to affect your life. If you are not
That's
fucking
true.
that person or related or work for them in some way, why do you care?
What if you're just making out with that person? You haven't reached that stage yet.
What? Oh,
Where you're
that's
fucking
yeah. I mean, the pre-fucking situations also, that's okay. You have to kind of put up with some of their shit, but you shouldn't be fighting like physically. I mean, at any of those stages,
Yeah. That's true.
regardless,
Unless you're in a special club.
because that's a whole different hotline. Hey, we don't talk about that club.
Yeah.
And again, here in America, a lot of the answers to life's problem end in fighting, apparently.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I mean, listen, like America gets shit on that. There's a lot of countries that are like that, though, man. There really are, but America's just the most known for it because we make more movies than everyone else that features all.
Oh
of it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And we have more school shootings and mass shootings and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Yep,
Well,
So,
we
yeah.
are
Which-
number one in a few things.
and guns.
America, fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Number one in guns and STDs since 1943.
Yes.
But yeah,
and
that
when
was
they
a weird
both are
experience.
related.
Again, more fake facts from rats.
What if you get an STD from your gun?
Well, I think you love guns.
Where
way
have
too
you been
much,
putting
buddy.
that gun?
This is
You
my
shouldn't be
rifle.
doing that.
This is my gun.
You will sleep with your gun.
There are many like it, but this one's mine.
Yes.
Full Metal Jacket.
That's a good movie.
I knew
with
exactly
hints
where
of
you were
Devil's
going with that,
Rejects,
that part
you
of a
know?
phrase.
You're gonna give that rifle a girl's name because that's the only pussy that you ladies are about to receive.
Yep. Growing up in a military town, everybody watches that movie. Like it doesn't matter whether you yourself are in the military. Like everyone grows up watching Full Metal Jacket a million fucking times every year.
I just like the
Well-
first half of that movie.
I haven't had to watch it in a long time because I just got to a point where I'm like, guys, I can quote every scene. I know this movie, and it's a good movie. Don't get me wrong, but like,
Yeah.
y'all don't understand the context of this movie. And when you live in a military town, you see these things happening. You have friends that are military, family that are military. You know all the stories. It's not a fun movie to watch after a certain point anymore. So
Yeah.
Well, that isn't it based off of like a different take on Heart of Darkness, or am I thinking of a different movie?
I think you're thinking of a different movie. Wait, which
It's
Heart
the,
of
that
I
would
love
be
the smell of
Apocalypse.
napalm in the morning. Yes, thank
That's
you.
Apocalypse Now.
Apocalypse
Yeah,
Now.
Apocalypse
Yeah,
Now, yeah.
I love
Okay,
the smell of
wrong
napalm in
movie.
the morning.
Yeah, I watched enough Full Metal Jacket. It only took me like 3 or 4 watch throughs as far as like,
Yeah, Full Metal.
You know, it's a good movie, but-
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
that's where I was like, dude, that was so well acted, and I don't need to see it again because
It's a brilliant movie. It is.
It hurts
just-
to watch.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
It's the
Right,
military. It's just-
Joker.
Mhm.
But usually I watch it, and usually after that rather extended monologue by Arlie Ermy, I'm good. I just
Brilliant
I'm
actor
out.
himself.
This is great.
Yeah.
yeah, I give him props, but
He
I don't need to
revitalized the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise, if I'm being completely honest with you. Like, them casting
Yeah.
him in that role for a couple films, like, really brought the whole Sawyer family mythology, like, around, like, full circle and, like, really built it.
I was going to say he was the best part of the Willard remake.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yes, yes.
Now,
Hey,
I'm not sure
Pete,
why
you're gonna
they
visit
remade that
Walt
one.
very soon.
Now,
Like, I
I don't know.
enjoy Willard, and I know it's based on Ben, you know, but, like, that was a remake. I liked it, but I felt like we could have done without it. Like, it would have been okay to not have that
Maybe
in the
but-
days of, like, remakes. Like, the Psycho remake, we could have definitely done without.
can we agree that only Crispin Glover could have made that?
Okay.
Oh, a million
that is
He
percent.
what I'm
he did a
thinking.
damn good job in that movie.
Now, did
He's
did
the only
anybody-
reason it did exist, and that why it is okay that it exists.
Did anybody else notice? And I don't know if it was a tribute to Arlie Ermy, but at one point, Crispin Glover's character was eating from a tin of numb nuts.
I did see that.
Yeah.
It was great. It was just me and Brian in the theater. We were the only ones there. It was great. We were having a splendid time.
I've never seen.
Did
that
you
one
see
yet.
the music video of Ben with Crispin Glover singing Ben?
The Michael
There's
Jackson song?
there's an actual music video that Crispin Glover did
Yeah.
for Ben.
Yeah.
And it's
So-
creepy as hell.
Mm.
It's pretty
Yeah,
it's pretty
he-
dark.
he's-
well,
Yeah.
it's
I mean,
Crispin
that was
Glover.
the
You're-
title song
you're
for the
telling
original
me-
movie too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're telling me
And-
he covered the Michael Jackson classic.
Yes. But he made it into like a dark like a brooding version of it.
Oh yeah, it was
Ben.
dark as fuck.
The two of us need look no more.
They actually quote that in Pearl Jam and Rats from the Versus albums.
Yep.
Yep.
They certainly do.
Now, has anybody
one of my
actually
favorite
heard
albums.
Crispin Glover's full-length album?
I have not.
That is a journey into
No.
weirdness.
Yes.
I expect nothing less though at that point.
Good
Oh.
morning, Wolf.
Good morning. Oh, where are you from? If you're saying good morning,
I've been trying to clean this
Maybe-
damn bowl out for like 10 minutes
Australia.
now. Finally.
Maybe they're
Good
doing
job,
a good morning
bro.
like I do. Like, oh, I finally crawled out of bed. It is now morning.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I get it.
Where are you from, Wolf? We need to know.
Right over
Must
there.
know. We're
You
nosy
need
as
to
fuck.
know where to send the package.
Daylight savings time just started again, so we're all fucking
And
confused.
while you're at it, what's your
Not
social
me.
security number?
Yeah, Tom Dog's got all smart clocks.
That's right.
I've always loved this time of
And
year.
people hate, and you know what? People actually hate me for that. I'm like,
Easier that way.
dude, think about the people who don't have the technology to do so, and they have to get up every morning to go, oh shit, I gotta do
Ah.
this now. I gotta do this now. I'm like, oh my god. It's
Maybe
like,
Columbus, Ohio,
Columbus
by
here
the
in
way.
Nebraska. Oh,
That'd be Columbus, Ohio.
because
Hey, Wolf.
Nebraska has a Columbus.
Yeah.
We do. It's
I don't
But
know.
Ohio's
there.
Columbus is better.
Whoever
Yeah.
put in the chat earlier, when the moon hits your eye at about
Right.
4:45.
I was about to see the
That
original
was
song
me.
there for a second.
That was me.
right.
That was
I've
fantastic.
adapted.
I've been singing it all day.
Yeah.
It's like I
It's true.
actually love daylight saving time, and it's like
Oh.
you know I
Well,
I always have a
You
good
must
time
be
with
a
it.
demon.
I always
Ohio.
Why,
No,
why do we
you
gotta
see,
save the
right
daylight?
now-
What about nighttime savings time? Like, fuck
Okay,
you guys. I want more nighttime.
guys,
I do
you got to
too.
understand. This is where we go back to where it originally was the time was. The daylight
Yeah.
savings time that we're all used to, it moves forward 1 hour, and that was never really the actual time.
No, that's
So
something
I'm
that
fine
rich
with
white
this.
people made up.
I need to get used to putting EST instead of EDT now on all of our thumbnails.
I had
'cause
never
I
heard
messed up on
EDT in my entire life until you and some other people in the previous thing that we were doing would always play EDT, and I'd never heard of
What's
it.
EDT?
I'm not saying it's wrong. I just had never
Eastern
heard
Daylight Time.
Of it. Yeah,
Oh,
There's
I had never heard
daylight or standard. So
yeah. I always thought it was Eastern. I've never heard of daylight.
Yeah,
time
I
either.
just I know it exists and that it's a thing. I had just never.
hey,
Yeah. We were just talking about it.
yeah,
Hey,
this is
Welcome.
our
You should,
mental health check-in. So yeah,
This
and
is
you're
the one
more
that
than welcome
started
to
You
for
should
join us if you
monsters
want
and for
to.
service people, and just kind of came for everybody.
Yeah.
yeah, you should check out the Tomb of the Terrible.
Oh, it's
Yeah, I gotta
horrible.
check out the
Absolutely
YouTube so they
wonderful.
can see all the different shows that we do.
Yeah.
I just I can't even suggest that we watch the movie that I watched the other night for Tomb of the Terrible because it hasn't been released in theaters. It had an $8.5 million budget according to IMDb
Wow.
or IMDb, and it has made under $8,000 worldwide so far because it hasn't been in
Wow.
theaters. It's only on like streaming services. So
Okay,
they're
well,
apparently still trying to work out before they release it, like how to make it better, which requires a lot of things. Like I would
Make
write
this
them
better.
an essay and be like,
having a
okay,
script.
having plots, having character development, that would help. Letting us know what's being said between people would help. But like there's only one character that has any bit of development at all, and it's not the possessed child. And like there's just a bunch of like some guy sees a picture and as this lady is going to the bar, she drops the pictures that the child has drawn, so they run into each other, and then she goes in, drinks, walks all the way home through like underground tunnels and stuff, and somehow he chases her up to her door, like she didn't see him the entire time she was walking through like blocks long concrete well-lit tunnels, and accidentally knocks her out because he needs to find out where she got that drawing because he'd seen a similar scribbled picture that had kind of darkened points for eyes and a mouth, and it was a demon that
Yes.
he tried to exorcise from his friend. He's a priest, and he happened to notice this. And so when she gains consciousness again, he's like, I need to know, where did you get this? We must go save the child. And so in the middle of the night, they just go driving up
I
to
got it
his
from
house
Etsy.
and end up using like a sledgehammer to break in the door while the girl's floating all of a sudden. And he's just like, hi, I'm a priest, hold her down. And I must go burn this guy's bones. Where did you get this picture? I know this man. He is who had the demon. It's like, what the fuck?
And
Where
then
is this coming
Mike
from? It was
Myers,
so
dressed as a
weird.
child, popped out and said, "Hello, my name is Simon. I like to do drawings."
Well, it's a
Yeah.
good thing our next movie is actually American Poltergeist, which
Which
sounds
is
tons
just as
better.
horrible. Oh, yeah, it's fucking awful.
Oh yeah,
At least
it-
you guys didn't have to watch Dick Tracy. You did though, but you guys.
I
didn't.
like Dick Tracy.
I didn't think it
remember
was a
that
bad
movie.
movie.
No, it
I
wasn't.
suggested this one.
I
It was
enjoyed
not
it when I was a
fun.
kid. and I've
it's my
not seen it
fault.
as an adult. I've only seen it as a child when I was into Dick
That's
Tracy
true.
because my dad had a lot
Leave
of the
it
comics.
there. Leave it
I
there.
saw
Ralph.
it in the
You know-
theater.
As a child.
Same. Had all the McDonald's toys and
I
The
remember
thing
as a
that
kid liking it too. I don't know what happened.
It had this 7-color palette, and it won a lot of
No, I
awards
like
for
the art.
for I can't remember what, but yeah, the artistic kind of stuff is what it
Yeah,
didn't win
art
awards
direction.
for acting or
I-
anything, but
I
art
did
direction
think-
and everything it did win.
I did think that Warren Beatty had the wrong jaw structure for Dick Tracy.
Yeah.
It's not square enough.
No, he's up.
what always disappointed me was that there was no dicks in it.
None.
No, we're
It
plenty
looked
of
like that. You
dicks.
expect a dick flopping around, at least one or two, but no.
Well, okay,
Let's
you
get
had to
fight
wait.
crime.
Dick Tracy
Well, okay,
is a dick.
Raz. You had to wait for the DVD so you can pause it at various points, where they spliced it in,
No, there were no
Kinda like-
helicopters happening.
kind of like with the Rescuers, where you pause on that.
Oh man.
I was looking for it on Pluther, and I typed in Dick, and it pulled up Dick Tracy. And so then I was like, oh,
Okay.
gotta look over here. And then I started looking for something else because, like, okay, now I'm gonna watch it. And then I was looking for a different movie. And I just pulled up the thing and started typing in the next one. And I started getting these really weird results. And I looked, and it was like I had Dick still up there. So it was like Dick, and then this other whatever else I was looking for afterwards. And it was like, Dick Sleepaway Camp or something. And it was like, that's not a good thing to look for. Stop. So I was
Sleepaway
like,
Camp's
I'm
a good
sorry.
movie, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dick's
that's
a
not what I
Poppin'.
was looking for, but I can't remember even what it was.
It's a
that I was looking
musical.
for. I just thought when I pulled it up, it would be clear, but it was like, no, it was still there. So I hadn't paid attention. But
Wow, you forgot to click onto Safe Search, didn't you?
Raz, you're still
no,
on
I just
mute.
forgot to. It's-
Yeah, I
Hope you
realized
cleaned
that
your
right
browser
after.
history.
So speaking of dicks, there's something I feel like I have to say it. Like it's been a while since I've reminded people about this, but it's important. So here we go. You see, there are three kinds of people: dicks, pussies, and assholes. Pussies think everyone can get along, and dicks just want to fuck all the time without thinking it through. But then you got your assholes, and all the assholes want is to shit all over everything. So pussies may get mad at dicks once in a while because pussies get fucked by dicks, but dicks also fuck assholes. And if they didn't fuck the assholes, you know what you'd get? You'd get your dick and your pussy all covered in shit.
A line from
That's
Team
Dennis
America
Leary,
World
right?
Police.
That is correct. That's correct. That's what I
Team
think.
America World Police.
Oh. It sounds like a Dennis Leary thing.
No, it totally does, which is why I love that monologue from that movie. So
No, you're thinking
much.
of the music video "Asshole."
Oh, I know that.
Oh.
That.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get
Good
myself
night,
a,
everybody.
gonna get myself a 1967 Cadillac Eldorado convertible, hot pink with whale skin hubcaps.
But as weirdly worded and offensive as that monologue is, what it all boils down to is the three kinds of people are the people that are, are actually assholes and treat people poorly, and the people that take it, and the people that stand up for people that take it. That's really what that speech is about. And if you break it
Yeah.
down to what it means, it's a really fucking awesome message. It's just delivered in
is.
such a way that's so silly and
I saw
So
that movie in theaters,
Me too.
and I remember a lot of people. I remember a lot of people, including myself, clapping at that scene
yeah,
because
yeah.
that scene is like so true.
And it's a very wildly offensive movie from the creators of South Park, made with puppets.
Oh,
I love.
you
love
gotta-
the movie.
I
I
loved
know
it.
you do.
You
also
gotta
hate South
watch.
Park in
You gotta
general,
watch
though.
the uncut version.
Yes.
No, I don't.
The bigger, longer,
No.
and uncut.
Here, I'm gonna give you my favorite version of that quote. It's by Terry Pratchett.
Yes.
All right. There are, it has been said, two types of people in the world. There are those who, when presented with a glass that is exactly half full, say, this glass is half full. And then there are those who say, this glass is half empty. This world belongs, however, to those who can look at the glass and say, what's up with this glass? Excuse me, this is my glass? I don't think so. My glass was full. And it was a bigger glass. Who's been pinching my beer? And at the other end of the bar, the world is full of the other type of person who has a broken glass, or glass has been carelessly knocked over, usually by one of the people calling for a larger glass, or had no glass at all because he was at the back of the crowd and had failed to catch the barman's eye.
Yep.
I kind of like that one.
Yeah, that
because
was brilliant too.
Terry
Now our
Pratchett.
brains are all a little bit bigger.
deep calming breaths. I have my milk on ice.
Extra wrinkles.
I do know you hate South Park and everything South Park adjacent, though.
I don't
I know
hate
that.
everything South Park. There the first couple of episodes of Wolf, you are my favorite.
There you go. Yep. That's a good one too. I love that.
Can't read it loud because it ruins it. So there we go. New favorite person. Now, is it Wolf or is it like Wolf?
Wolf.
Like,
Or like the
Wolf or
Vivitch.
Wolf or, because, no, like
It's got that Latvian
Norse. Do you have that like
accent on it.
Wolf?
So there's
Right.
there's this piece floating around the internet. Apparently, the goat that was in The Witch was like
Black Phillip?
really hard to work with. So he was banned from all acting.
Goats are assholes.
Well,
Goats, wild goats
little
are
goats
real
are cute,
assholes.
Yeah,
Like,
those big goats they'll
They're
fucking
fucking
attack somebody.
terrifying. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I went to where they shot Big Fish, and the place is infested with wild goats now. That whole area.
Was it the town?
Yeah,
the town.
yeah.
Okay, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like we went up there. It was really cool to investigate, check out, and stuff. But we made the small mistake of towards the end taking on a bag of chips, and one of the goats saw, and then all the goats saw, and then surrounded by goats, and they're attacking you for this bag of chips. It's like, throw the chips, run. Goats are dicks.
They are. Eat your shirt.
They aren't as bad as geese, but
I
because
think
geese
that's where
can
you
fly
are.
and they're smaller, they can. But goats can. Yeah,
They
I love
gather
like
quickly.
The difference is you can punch a goose. If a goose flies up at you, you can fucking
Yeah.
haul up and punch a goose, and it's down.
Yeah,
You can't
you're
punch a
not gonna
goat because
do
they don't
anything
give
to
a
goat.
shit.
Yeah. They're gonna be like, fuck you.
I mean, you can, yeah, they just don't give a shit about it. They'll just
Yeah,
be more
they're-
violent.
they're gonna bump you.
What if you can
Oh, yeah.
bark like a dog,
They're gonna still
like
knock
a
you
like
over.
a like a big dog? Because I can bark like a big dog, but I don't want to wake up my neighbors.
Yeah,
Both of these animals would just insult you with a look, and they would just continue doing what they were doing. I've seen people try and do this. I'm dead serious. They make the dog sounds, and the geese don't give a shit. Especially in numbers, they don't care what you are.
they give you the
That's true.
slow llama.
Yeah. You kidding me right now,
I-
pal?
That was what I initially. You're talking about Kindles earlier and using, reading that way, and like I have my shelves and shelves of books, and now I have my Kindles, so I collect expensive books and then just buy everything to read it on the Kindle. But when I initially got it, I was like, I am not going to read on this electronic device. I am just going to use it to put up reaction GIFs, and then I will walk around in public, and whenever somebody annoys me, I will hold up staring llama. When somebody says something stupid, I will pull up slow clapping guy and all this stuff. And it was like, that was my goal. And unfortunately, it takes a while on a Kindle to get those to load. You can't just like insta, you know? So I'd be like, hold on a second. I have a reaction for that. It's just gonna, wait a minute. No, don't walk away. Stop. Okay. Now you can walk away. Okay. I need to get better at that. I need to have like instant commands somebody needs to make an app for that, like the reaction GIF app, so you can just like
There you go.
these are my ideas. Welcome to Dell's brain.
I
And I have
had a strange
partially-
idea when you guys were talking about the exorcist stuff and stuff. Do priests who do exorcists need credentials of sorts to prove that they're actually able? Okay,
You,
because
you need
Depends.
permission from the Vatican actually to perform.
Oh, I
an
know that.
exorcism.
I know
Yeah, if it's
that
Catholic,
part.
yes.
They
It has
also
to be
need
done.
to have this rigorous testing to make sure it is actually demonic possession, and they're not just running into somebody who maybe was just having a bad day.
or mental health.
Well, that's what
Right.
I was.
Yeah.
People come in, they're just like, Heaven.
Yeah, I mean, if you're, spitting fire with your head turned completely around and like floating 7 feet in the air, that's probably something that they could take an immediate
Yeah.
action to try to like calm it down.
I need
But before
more
they
proof.
actually go in and get into the exorcism, they have to gain permission.
Yeah.
However,
There's a
we
reason for that,
actually-
though. There's a reason why you have to. The Catholic Church, like with the Vatican, made that
Because
rule where
they're
you
all-
had to.
people die.
Yeah, a
and-
lot of people died because a lot of people. It was just mental health things, and the priests went too far and killed people, thinking they were actually demonic and they were saving everyone. And there was a whole lot of cases where it was literally just mental illness. The Vatican passed that a long time ago that you actually had to have the credentials, had to be sponsored by the church. Even if you have proof that it's possession, you still have to give all the evidence to back to the Vatican, and they still have to make the final decision on it.
The thing that I don't understand in every single exorcism movie is that, okay, the passage of exorcism is only like a fucking half of a page long. I
Yeah.
mean, it's in a Bible, so it's tiny script,
Yeah.
but still, it's only like a page or half a page long. And they never have it memorized. They always have to read it straight from the book. And it's like, dude, if you're going into basically a combat situation with a demon and all you have are like a rosary, some holy water, your sash, and a book, put the book down unless you're going to beat somebody on the head with it, because that's not going to help. You know, these will at least, you know, you need your symbols.
It's the body of
and stuff.
Christ.
How hard is it to memorize that? I had to memorize Bible verses for communion and stuff like that. I mean, if
So-
you're an exorcist, you should be able to memorize the rite of exorcism.
So here's the thing.
You know?
It is
That's the
memorized.
thing.
The act of reading from it is considered a focus point,
Oh.
which a lot of religious and a lot of magics talk about needing like a focus point. So
Mhm.
the actual act of holding the book and reading from it, they're just looking at the pages. They all know it. Like part of that training is that you do have to have it memorized. It can be used without it.
Okay.
It's just not as effective because you need the focus point of the book physically in your hand, just like you need the rosary in this hand. It's just part of the whole. Like it's a ritual. It
Yeah,
literally is.
I
a
didn't know
ritual.
that. Thank you
Yeah,
for
yeah.
that is good to know.
They talk a little
I'm
bit
not-
about it in The Exorcism of Emily Rose, which I thought was an interesting found footage horror film. They also talk about it in Supernatural. They talk about how it's a ritual, and I was like really surprised to see this pop up in that movie and that show, like the reality of like this is why this is, and I was like, wow, y'all did your research. Like that was
That's
always
always
seen stuff like
confused
that.
me. I'm just like, you only have two hands, man. You gotta
Mhm.
gotta balance.
but you have to actually have the rosary in your hand on the right side that's holding the book. That's the proper placement for your rosary when you're holding it, because the left hand is the path of evil and the path you channel out the negativity. So the rosary is in your right to take everything in and kind of filter the bad through the rosary, and then you send it out this way.
The
It's
L.
it goes back to the
I
belief
still
of,
do that as an adult, and then I'm just like, oh no, I'm fucked. They're both left.
yeah, but there's a lot of really interesting stuff where the left side was the path of evil, why left-handed people are evil, and it goes back to a lot of that antiquated stuff that's just remained the same because tradition and ritual.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't hold a book in my right hand. I hold everything in my left and gesture with my right. You know what I mean?
I'm sure you've got your renegade and exorcist that switch hands. You know, like I'm sure they exist.
Yeah.
Are you
That's just
like
the
I'm
traditional
right-handed,
way.
but I hold things in my left because I
I
get a lot.
have
believe
better
those
motor
are called
skills than my right.
Pentecostals.
And by the way, we are not making fun of anybody. We had somebody once in a group that we were in who was, I'm totally not picking on this person at all. I'm using
Not
it
at all.
as an example, who was writing horror stories or was trying to write horror stories. And their idea of a horror story was that there was an exorcism going on. We were like, okay, exorcisms, we can get behind this. We understand, you know, we've seen a lot about it. What do you want to have happen? And they were like, okay, here's where it gets scary. The person performing the exorcism is not Catholic.
Yep.
They are a
That was their
reverend of
twist.
yeah. And it was supposed to be terrifying because it wasn't a Catholic that was performing the exorcism. We're like, other people do perform exorcisms. Just because they aren't recognized by the Vatican doesn't necessarily mean
Right.
that they aren't, but you should really make the exorcism itself scary, not just be like,
Right.
because I mean, they were trying to emphasize the point. They were making the exorcism playing it down while
Yeah, they were,
playing
yeah.
up that
No.
like the person who was doing it. I think they weren't Pentecostal. They were Episcopalian, I think.
Yeah.
But and
Yeah.
it was just like, and we were like, okay, don't want to hurt your feelings, but you're not gonna relate with very many more than like about 0.1% of the population by having that be your focus. But we aren't judging him. Okay, James, sorry. Uncle Necro.
If I may,
Yes, you may.
being probably one of the few actual Christians here. Well, every time I'm asked what's my favorite Christian movie, I always tell them The Exorcist, the original 1973 classic. And I explain why. It's not because of the realism or the fact that I'm not Catholic, mind you. I spent most of the 90s in a Pentecostal charismatic church, which is a whole different set of wackiness itself. But the reason why I like The Exorcist is the fact that the main priest was having a crisis of faith. he was doubting his belief in God
Right.
because of everything that was going on, that he was witnessing, all the pain, the suffering, all that fun stuff. How could there be a God when there's so much evil in this world?
Right.
And then he finds himself face to face with actual evil. And this wasn't something he just jumped into, that the Vatican just jumped into. If you recall, Reagan was put through various, medical and scientific tests to make sure this wasn't, something that, that could be cured by medicine or science or whatever. And that then, as the last resort, then they called in the priests. But the way the Exorcist worked is it caused a lot. It started a lot of conversation about the nature of good and evil, whether the existence of God and the devil, that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
that's why I always point to it. And earlier you mentioned the Exorcism of Emily Rose.
Mhm.
I watched that in the theater. I absolutely loved it because it was ambiguous. It opened up. It was mostly a court procedure with a lot of really spooky stuff in there too. So it left it open to, was this supernatural, or was this a problem on, a mental.
I'll be right back.
You're good.
Okay. You want us to pause
No, you're
the
good.
conversation? Okay. But yeah, it left things ambiguous and it didn't go the route of the last exorcism where, it was a great movie until that last 10 minutes or so, when they decided to, it was all supernatural, tra la 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 la.
Yeah. But they
Yeah,
still
watch
show
the,
that other side of it, and it was
Oh yeah.
good. It's one of the ones I always tell people about, like, because I'm a big found footage movie nut. Like, that's one of the ones that I always recommend to people.
That I haven't seen that one yet. Is it anything like one of the ones that fucks with me? And I only watched it the one time because it was like, whoa, was The Taking of Deborah Logan.
Similar in the vibe and the feel and the intensity and the realism, yes, but not similar as in plot.
Okay.
Other
And
than
also,
I guess a little tiny bit, because mental illness versus possession or whatever, kind of like theme wise a little bit, but they're similar in their intensity, but like they get there very different ways.
as far as the loss of faith thing, that's I was going to bring up The Right with Anthony Hopkins in it. Sir Anthony
Oh, it's such a
Hopkins.
good movie.
I haven't seen that
Sir
yet.
Anthony Hopkins, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You should watch it. It's really good. It's a young Jesuit minister comes to train under this guy. Where does it take place?
That's was
Um,
actually supposed to be a part of the extended Exorcist like franchise they were kind of trying to do for a little while, when there were all these other movies that were attached to the Exorcist, but they weren't officially an Exorcist movie.
Like The Exorcist 2, The Heretic.
Yeah. Well, and I finally
Like Dominion or Bless the
to
Child
see-
was another one.
got to see Legion as it should have been filmed without having Jason Miller in it and leaving out the exorcism. And I must say, okay, the thing that I'll give credit for, the ending was very blah. It was too abrupt. I agree
Certainly,
with that
certainly.
because George C. Scott's speech in the final exorcism, when they made William Peter Blatty go ahead and film the exorcism, they gave him an extra $4 million, brought in Father Morning, brought in Jason Miller, did all this extra shit. And the speech that he gives because he's trying to find his faith through the movie too.
Yeah.
And he finally, he gives that huge speech when he's trapped up against the wall towards the end. And it's great, because he's like, I believe in filth, I believe in disease, I believe in, infidelity and this, and I believe in you. And it's all right. He finally gets his hold on his faith in it, which is very different from the other movie. But I do like how it was originally shot,
Yeah.
because you get to see more. There was more fucking with the head things going on. Brad Dourif played a lot more with how things
Oh yeah.
had been in the book, and I was a big fan of the book. So, but either way, still my favorite movie
That was my
much
present
ever.
to you for the year. Like,
Yes.
and you know all
I
the
was-
shit I had to go through to fucking, man, that was like,
I've spent years trying to find it.
that's a
and
journey
not
I'm
being
going
able
to talk
get
about,
it,
like one of
and-
my film journeys for the rest of my life. Just the journey that I went on to find that cut of that movie. It was a fun journey, man. It was.
I believe, wasn't it just once released on VHS?
It
the
wasn't
direct-
even released. They
Okay.
lost some of it. They were capturing some of it. They had to use they used as many clips of the finished film as were used from the stuff,
Yeah.
but a lot of it was on VHS. The original room that Patient X or the Gemini Killer was kept in was made of bricks instead of the padded wall. So all of that is different. All of the a lot of the takes are different. There's the scene in the diner is different because they have pictures of Dorif as Damien Karras hanging on the wall. So they make references to him and a bunch of stuff. So there's a real different theme behind it. It isn't,
Yeah.
in this one, it isn't George C. Scott losing its faith. It's just him dealing with humanity as a whole and how much it sucks.
And the reason why it's hard to find is because no one ever got to really see this outside of like back rooms at conventions and shit like back in the day, or unless you worked for a studio back in the day, until like Scream Factory, Shout Factory, and a lot of other these DVD release companies started like finding like original prints of all these movies and releasing them. And the first couple that was done with The Exorcist that was supposed to have been this version was not actually this version, because you've got
they
a
still
director's
didn't know
cut.
all of it.
Because the director's cut doesn't have everything, but you have to find the director's extended cut. Well, that started getting confused as the director's cut. So people thought they had the director's cut or the director's extended, but it was only just labeled directors. And then one company, I can't remember which one it was now, finally released it and got it right. And by then, so many people had gotten it wrong already. Everybody was just like, oh, this is just another same damn thing that we keep falling for and buying. It's not the same thing. So not a ton of copies of it were sold, and hardly anyone bothered to digitize it or do anything with it because it was never made digital. So
Yeah.
like you have to go and ask people like, hey, do you know anyone that's got a copy of this? And there was a whole thing of like multiple like message boards and like people I had to hunt down and talk to that knew a guy that knew a guy that knew a guy to finally find that. And I could have gotten the physical edition and sent it to her easier than I could have found the version of it that I like of the just director's cut. You can go on Amazon and buy that. Just don't rent it because it's still
Yeah.
not the right one.
If you rent it, it's the wrong one, which I did last year on my birthday. I watched my version and I was like, okay, now I'm going to watch the director's cut on the Blu-ray edition. But I don't have a Blu-ray, so I can't buy it. So I'm just going to rent it because it says I can rent the director's cut. And I rented it, and it was the same fucking movie. Or I bought it, actually. And so then I
What
put,
movie is this?
The Exorcist 3, my favorite movie of all time.
Oh,
And they, even in the version that Raz found, they put together as much from, it wasn't just like they had it all on VHS. It was like they were recovering tapes from this person who had a VHS copy of this one scene from here and somebody over here. And so it was all, it was still missing some of the scenes that they had because some of the footage was forever lost. But when they made them change it, it was such like, it wasn't just William Peter Blatty that was sad. The cast was upset. Everybody who'd been involved in making the film was upset because the only reason they were doing it is because they wanted to make a buck off the brand.
Yeah.
And, you know, and it was like, okay, yeah, but then it became disjointed a little bit. You know, it was like this, you know, they cut out a lot of the, it's two completely different movies, but I will say it could have used a bit more jazzier of an ending.
Yeah.
But
I get to see
Like
a
a
lot of like
jazz
weird-
number?
Hands.
yeah, I get to see a lot like doing the horror cons like as long as I did and as young as I started doing them. Like I got to see a lot of these, you know, these weird cuts of movies or like not completely finished movies, and that was when I got to see. I don't know. I was pretty when I saw that one, and that one always stood out to me for the longest time because I saw that at a con, and before I'd even actually seen the normal version. So for the longest time, I thought that was the normal version of the movie when I was younger, and it was like, what are you guys talking about? That's not the movie I watched. And then I found out at a young age eventually that that was not a normal version that I'd seen. And then Halloween, Part 6, Curse of Michael Myers. There's a producer's cut. Now, I knew the difference between them when I saw it, but I saw the producer's cut, literally, the producer just burnt a bunch of copies of it and took it to cons and was showing it to people at one point. Now you can actually get it as part of the Halloween collection, but it changes the entire movie in the franchise because it involves runestones. And Donald Pleasance is actually possessed by Michael Myers at one point. And there's like, it's really intense and very different because they wanted to do a lot more with the Thorn rune, which is the whole premise originally of even the theatrical release about the Thorn. And he just went really far with it and brought in magic and brought in runes and all this stuff that no one liked originally but him. So the studios were like, yeah, no. But he felt so strongly about it that he made his own cut and took it to cons. And now you can actually, I mean, for years now you can actually buy it. But like, it was like probably at least a decade or longer when I saw it to where you could actually like normally see it or get it at. So it's really cool to like see those little things pop up at cons.
I need to go to a horror con. I really
We all
want to
do.
go to a corner con.
It's not like that as much now as it used to be. Like it used to be like
No.
the back rooms and the weird movie, like the weird stuff. Like now it's a lot more commercial. Even the little ones are more
Very
commercial.
like Comic-Cons now.
Yeah.
The weirdest one though
Sad.
I got to see was and this one was a really weird situation where you had to know someone that knew someone that knew someone and then still get an invite to go and see this on the traveling circuit. It was the original Dead franchise, Romero. After they did the big split off, the whole company split in half. Half the people stayed with him. Everyone else went over to create the oh my god, the other Dead series, the comedy one that I love, Return of the Living Dead. There was like a whole like split, and the whole everybody went different directions. And he did Day, he did Dawn, he did these movies. But the final one that was supposed to end the series was called Island of the Dead, and that movie was shot. It was almost completely done at one point. But it never got released, and it only traveled through cons. I've seen it 4 times, and only ever in weird situations at cons. No, sorry, that one I've only seen twice. And they just did an announcement a couple months ago that the estate has decided to finally make this movie using some of the original footage and a lot of brand new footage with actors. So like that was another like hidden con thing, just like the other Romero movie a couple years ago about the theme park. There's a theme park movie that he put out that they took it out of the vault and made it and finally released it decades later, and it was really good. Like it was also horror and weird, but instead of being like consumerism like Day, the one at the theme park was about getting old and what it was actually like to get old, but told as like a weird horror movie at a theme park kind of a setup. But so we're seeing all this like vaulted Romero stuff that only got seen in cons now. Just hey, we're gonna go ahead and just release this and do it now.
There's a movie that it's really hard for us to find. I need to find it for my mother again because, to my knowledge, I haven't checked recently. But the last time I checked, it was only released on VHS. And my mother loved it. And we all grew up and we just loved it. And it was called A New Leaf. And it starred Walter Matthau as the leading man. And it was written, directed, everything, and starring as the female lead, Elaine May. Uh-huh. And she got into huge fights with the company that was producing it because she wanted the movie to go in a very specific way. And it was a very, very dark path. And the premise of the movie is that Walter Matthau is this super rich guy, trust fund kid. He has a gentleman's gentleman who, like takes off his gloves, puts on his smoking jacket, gives him his drink, and does all of his things and stuff for him. But he's been living beyond his means for many years, and he's never had to have a job. He's never had anything. And suddenly he finds out that he's broke. So he goes, talks to his uncle, who's super rich, and he decides that he's either going to ask him for a loan that he'll pay back in it's just like a couple of weeks' time. And so he's decided that he's either going to find a rich woman to marry or he's going to kill himself. And but he has very specific credentials for the woman he's going to marry. She has to have no family, no friends,
okay,
and be someone who he can kill her and get her money. And so there's all this stuff going on, and she's just this mess of a woman. He meets her at a tea party, and she's just like socially awkward as hell. She's a botanist. She teaches school. She's rich, has no family. she has a staff of like 10 people that are all stealing from her and stuff. And she just like, it's like, oh heavens, oh my, oh dear, oh, I need to go see this. And the whole New Leaf thing is they discover a fern. And so it's a new leaf because she discovers the fern and he's turning over a new leaf and stuff with her. But it has all these really, really dark moments in it. And she wanted to have scenes where like people were killed and stuff while like he was practice murdering people. And they were like, no, because this was way back in the day. And they're like, no, you can't just have him kill that guy, even though he kind of is annoying and would have been okay to be killed as far as any other character in the movie. But she like took all the film from the studio and like stuck it under her bed in her house and locked all her doors and was like hiding all of the physical film from them because she had an extra like 50 minutes worth of material that she wanted in the movie that they cut out.
Right.
But they finally did release it, and it's still kind of, it's a dark romantic comedy kind of thing. Because she's just a social mess. She walks around with her tags hanging off, and he's like dusting her off after they eat out at restaurants because she just doesn't do the social things well. And it actually is a pretty good representation. It's not overdone, so it is actually a good representation of somebody who's supposed to be posh, but they have no social skills whatsoever as they're going through it. And she's trying to talk and be interesting and tell him everything, and he doesn't care at all. He's just trying to get her money, but it's beautiful. And if you can play if you like to play drinking games or something, drink every time she says heavens. Because oh heavens. And she's so
you'll be
cute.
happy to know that they remastered it and re-released it on Blu-ray in 2012.
Oh, really?
You'll also be happy to know that you will
Blu-ray
have
again.
a digital copy available to you in the next 20 minutes.
Nice.
I got you.
Very nice. Look at that. Raz delivers.
I try.
And my sister just told me that they're going to be hosting a horseshoe competition coming up next summer. So my brother-in-law, by the way,
How
you
fast
haven't played
do you
horseshoes?
shoot
How
your
are you from
horseshoe?
Nebraska? No,
I've played
my-
horseshoes, but it would be a lot more
Yeah.
fun if they were just trying to shoe a horse.
As quick
See
as
who's the
possible.
fastest.
I've oddly been thinking about shoeing horses quite a bit recently.
Shoot.
Yeah,
Shoot.
no,
Get away, horse!
there's a fairy fantasy style submission thing that's open right now.
Yes.
And I was thinking of doing something with unicorns, only like not pretty white spiral horned princess fairy unicorns, a real fucking war horse with a big ass horn on its head that's going into battle like a unicorn would be, and they like, have you seen it? You know why
There's
they
the
take horses
rainbow,
in battle?
motherfuckers.
Because they will beat things to death. They used to bard their horses and take them into battle, and horses
making me
would
cry,
take
man.
down stuff. But in Terry Pratchett's world, the Disc world, there's an instance where a unicorn gets stuck in the Disc world. It escapes the other land, and Granny Weatherwax leads it with a single strand of her hair because you find out she is a virgin, and so she can take a single strand. She has her hair her hair is like mine, and she leads it up. And there's a contract with their town between the blacksmith and Death, where he is able to shoe any horse or able to shoe anything, but he has to be willing to shoe anything. Yeah. So, like at one point, they have a thing where like he puts shoes on an ant, and you can hear it clicking around the place every now and then.
Yeah.
But when Death comes in, he always puts on a blindfold, and he will by rote go through and put horseshoes on Death's horse. So she brings it there, and he's like, I'm not going to put iron onto a unicorn. No, I can't do it. And she's like, no, here, we're going to melt it, make it silver. I have this silver tea set, but I want this horse shod just because then it can't go back, but it's not going to hurt it. But it's going to hurt the queen of the fairies to know that I did this. So it's the whole point. But so I'm thinking about like these big unicorns and like, what would you do with like shoeing them and barding them and stuff like that? Because you have to make sure like there's no iron involved in anything, but
Right.
like how else, just like, yeah, so I have this. And there was a point to this before we talked. Oh, horseshoes. No, I was going to brag about my brother-in-law real quick. No, they're doing that. He just got done.
This is how the human brain works.
This is how mine works. So Reno, Nevada, they just held the National Shuffleboard, National American Shuffleboard Championship.
Is it naked shuffleboard?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
But in his division, my brother-in-law came in first in the 4 teams, first in the doubles, and second in singles overall. So
Nice.
Congrats.
go Tom. Yeah.
That's cool, man.
If I ever need a partner on a cruise ship.
No, it's
Oh,
the sliding across the table, not the.
Oh, I thought it was shuffleboard
Yeah.
on the.
No, they have he practices at Arnold's Tavern here in Lincoln, Nebraska, which we're not sponsored by, but we probably could be, actually, because my family spends enough time there. Like, they're sponsored by it.
Make it happen, Del.
You can also pull up Kenny Laggins on TeePublic and see his shirts that he's designed that I've helped him with.
Okay, that is Kenny Laggins, not Loggins.
Oh, yeah, I was wondering.
Yes.
I was like,
No,
hold
it's
on,
it's Kenny Laggins. You lag you have to have it hanging over the edge.
Music.
Every day he's shuffling.
Yeah, but that's one of the things on the t-shirts.
I know.
Yep.
That's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah. So
That's funny though.
I'm still crying about the unicorn. We have a beloved prop at our haunt in the Dark Circus, like towards the back of the haunt, like almost at the end. And it is a zombified, like Dayglow painted unicorn that has a rainbow light actually projecting from its ass against the wall, and its name is Skittles. And there was an incident a couple weekends ago where a couple of our clowns back there, and this is in our 420 area, by the way, guys. So there's it's in the 420 area of the haunt. So there's black lights and inappropriate posters everywhere. But this guy was so scared, a big guy. He jumped so like hard and so far that he like landed in the scene with Skittles onto Skittles and broke. And this is a life-size horse. Or like a life-size, like horse-size, because it started its life as an undead zombie horse prop that someone bought. So it's like full size, and this fucking guy just crushed it. And they tried to cobble poor Skittles back together a couple times, but Skittles is dead, and we're all very sad.
All of Rez's horsemen and all of Rez's men could not put Skittles back together again.
No. I mean, we'll find a way with glue and, whatever weird shit we do to put Skittles back together again, obviously. But for the season, it was... And Sean's like, do you know how awkward it is to shove your hand in the ass of a prop horse? Because let me tell you, it is not easy to get that rainbow to come out that way.
First, you make sure it is a prop horse and not a proper horse.
I think when
There is a difference.
I think when he has to do it, I'm going to get some liquid ass and spray it into the cavity. So when he pulls his hand back out for fixing the light, it's going to smell just a little, just to mess with him.
Liquid ass. That stuff is.
No, I love
that's a thing.
Oh yeah, that's
Since
real.
my childhood,
What?
it's been a thing.
Oh yeah,
It's called liquid ass. It
buy
literally
that on
smells
the
like
Boys are gross.
I know just as many females that bought this to prank someone as men.
I've never heard of
I know
this.
females that used to put it like in water instead of water balloons and throw it at people.
Oh man.
Okay,
So it's
people
definitely
are
not
gross.
just not a boy thing. Yeah, people. Yeah,
Well,
that's true.
people that aren't me are really gross. So
Thank you. I know I'm gross. It's cool.
Ooh,
I'm getting all these
people
like
that aren't me are really gross. I like that.
That's just a fuck the world kind of comment right there.
Right?
That's why we love Del so much.
before I let you say anything else,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're not allowed. We have to ask for permission to talk sometimes. Or me and
Such a
Jenny do.
horrible
Me and Jenny
person.
do. That was such a horrible thing, but such a funny thing at the same time. See, what happened was she got corrupted by all y'all dorkening people to the point where
Oh, I'm sorry.
she had to start fighting to talk all the time.
I'm
So
sure.
I can attest that she's always been that way.
Oh, I know, but it got worse over time. Like, it got worse. And then she'd come back, and me and Jenny would just be talking to her. And then she would just start, like, mid-conversation, me and Jenny were just like, and then one night, there was a specific thing you said that the whole permission thing came up. Oh, give me a minute and you can talk. I just have to say this thing.
No, I said, before I let you say that, or
Oh,
before
that's
I let
right.
you speak again. That's why I just said it, because I
Yeah,
felt
yeah.
like an
Yeah,
ass. I was like, and then I froze though, and I was like, oh my God, that just came out of my mouth, and that so wasn't what I was trying to say or imply.
And me and Jenny
But
were in
the way
tears
that it
laughing
did,
about it. Like, we were just in
I felt
tears
so
laughing.
bad.
So now
Well-
sometimes I ask for Dell's permission for things at random.
Well, now you know there's a difference between feeling like an ass and feeling like liquid ass.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah, that's just a fucking weird thing.
Because feeling like
That'd be
ass
a
goes
thing.
away. Feeling like liquid ass, that shit stays with you for a while. That changes like your body chemistry if you
it's-
get enough of it sprayed on you for a period of time.
It's in like bottles or
Yeah,
something.
it's spray bottles
Yeah.
or droppers.
Originally, that was Alestra.
Yes.
Wow, and I was only joking about that.
No, yep.
By those,
I mean, more or less it was.
you
not like officially.
get those chips from that had the Alestra in it,
Yeah.
and then you wind up having anal leakage.
Yep.
Munchies.
Wow.
Munchos.
Wow.
Oh, wait, that was the boss.
You know,
Damn
I
it.
thought there was other noises coming through. You were fucking with me, Del. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I was hearing voices.
No, earlier
Yeah.
I was making that
Me
sound.
too.
Earlier it
I
was
was
me just making the sound in
See,
my mind. That was the actual.
Back in 2015 for my birthday, my friends took me out to get some Korean barbecue, and then I had the liquid ass for the next 3 days.
Yeah, there's that kind of liquid ass too.
Oh, yeah.
But imagine bottling that up and making it a clear liquid and just pranking people with it. 'Cause that's what
See,
liquid
this-
acid basically is.
Okay, I think like I have kind of examples because
Stink
I
bombs.
have like, well, no,
That's what it is. It's
there-
just a liquid version of a stink bomb.
Yeah.
there's I do oils and essential oils and stuff, and I have like a bunch of like sweet almond oil and grapeseed oil, and like
Onto
then
that
I
oil
buy the
school. Check out her
concentrated
OnlyFans.
myrrhs. Myrrh is one of my favorites. I like cover myself in myrrh. Fuck off, Raz. And but I bought a bunch for different members of my family, and my sister was like, "Oh, you should like be the apothecary," and I was like, "That's good." So I got little labels made that have like little branches over it, and they say apothecary.
They should join my
K-A-R-I.
jokes club.
Yeah, but they're really pretty little labels, and so I make like roll-ons and pillow sprays and stuff just for family. I don't sell them or anything. It's just for fun.
The only
That's
healing
cool.
oils of her
And-
family.
And so everybody has the different ones they like. And then my aunt has like she was like, okay, do you want some extra scents? And I'm because I I go to a very specific supplier to get the scents, and they're kind of expensive, but you like getting this super concentrated stuff. So it's like 20 drops of that equals a whole thing of this,
Right.
It's like, okay. And she takes me into her bathroom, and she has been seeing like apparently every homeopathic healer in the state or something. She literally has on her wall one of the I can't even like fit the dimensions. It's bigger
That
than my
big?
screen. It's like, yeah, it's like it's taking
Real
up
big.
one entire wall, like 4 or 5 shelves deep of scented oils. It's like you walk into the nail salon to figure out what color you're gonna pick, and she's got that hanging up with oils that she's been given by all these different, and she has little stickers on them. She has no idea what they're for anymore. And it's like, this one's for when you have an earache. I don't think I need to make sense out of it. Okay. But she was handing me like all these, she's like, smell this one, try this one, do this one. And it's like, this one you're supposed to eat. This one's supposed to be used topically. This one, why do you even have this? And this one's empty, so we'll throw that one out. But I was smelling, she's like having me smell all these, and some of them were just like rancid because she bought them years ago and just kept them up there because she didn't know what to use it for anymore. But just in case she remembered, she didn't throw them away. Sorry, Joni, but you did. And so she gave me like 20 or 30 bottles of them, but like some of those smelled a lot like ass, because it was just like if some heavy pungent scent has then been allowed to rot in a bottle because it
Ferment.
wasn't set that way. Yes. It's just not right. And I don't want to give my family something for a pillow spray that
Here's what I'm
It smells
gathering
like
from
that.
this. You're all into the oils. You've got an OnlyFans, and you only oil up your family, and sometimes in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Only crows.
It's a murder.
It is.
it is. Or at least attempted. I tried, damn it. At least I tried.
You did. And it was a valiant attempt. We appreciate it. In fact, hold on, where's it at? Here we go.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Whoever the people are.
Tip your
definitely-
wait staff.
Yeah.
Try the flounder. We used to talk.
Oh, shit, man. I'm happy to be back to a normal podcasting schedule again. As much as I love the haunt, I really just missed sitting down and enjoying myself once in a while. No, I missed you guys a lot. Like a ton, man. Seriously.
No.
We miss you too, Raz.
You hear the voices too?
Yes, I do.
All the time.
Yeah.
Wife was laughing at me the other day for talking back to him. Can't help myself.
I do that too. I argue with myself out all the fucking time out, especially when I'm writing. Like, sometimes people come around the basement and just like, who are you talking to? Like, they won't even let me answer. Like, oh, no, never mind. It's yourself. Okay. They just expect it now.
See, sometimes at night, if you come in and you see me screaming and just kind of silent screaming and raving about something, that's just the Tourette's going on. So don't worry about me. It's somehow a thought went back to the distant past, like when I was in high school or in college or whatever. And I was kind of reliving another scene in the life that I have lived for nearly 50 years now. And my brain is starting to think, how could I have handled that differently? And it's always in anger for some odd reason. So I just have to let it work out. But that's usually at night.
I
I
hate
haven't-
that.
Yeah. I have it more under control during the day, but at night sometimes when you get the trifecta of that and the chemical imbalance that causes the depression and the anxiety and the slight bit of OCD that comes with it, it's not pretty.
Right.
Yeah.
I definitely feel that, man.
I hate that. Laying around and you're just like, yep, I remember. That was third fucking grade. Haven't let go of that yet.
Yep.
It's still there. It's still bothering me, which leads to a chain because the way my mind palace is set up, it all chains together and wraps around to where it's just like, oh, we're going to go through the entire fucking what few memories I do have from elementary school that sucked all in one go
Yeah.
before I'm allowed to relax and then jump up to high school. This is going to be fun.
I was wise enough to be friends with you and not enemies. Because I've heard you rant.
Yeah, you have. Gee, I actually, fuck, I'm not going to remember his name. He's in your class. Wrestler, died very young, sadly. He
Oh,
had
that was
ADHD.
Jim. That was Jim Kruger.
Yeah, he pissed me off enough when I was a cheerleader once. We were getting ready to go to some, like, I think we were going to Boys Town tournament. We all had to go together.
I was a
I believe,
cheerleader.
early in the morning.
Right.
I was a cheerleader. Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I know this actually.
I know it too. I just have
Yeah.
to say it out loud again just so people at home
Yeah.
understand.
I was a teenage cheerleader. It's kind of like
That's the title for a B sci-fi or horror movie.
I was a
I was
wrestling
she
cheerleader. I'm not pounder.
she was bitten by a radioactive cheerleader.
Yes.
Yes.
And now on moonlit nights. Anyway,
But our heavyweight pissed me off. And keep in mind, at this point, I was what, like 5'2" and like a $110 soaking wet when I was in high school. I was tiny little thing. And I had him up about half a foot off the ground up against the gymnasium doors by his throat. And he's taller than I am. So I was like, "Ugh!" But I was rather strong in high school. And I can't remember even what he said. He made some dipshit comment at like 6 o'clock in the morning, and I was not ready to deal with it. So there's this like tiny little cheerleader holding the heavyweight wrestler up by his throat against the gymnasium doors until like Coach came up behind, Mowinkle came up behind me. He's like, let him down, hon. We need him for the tournament. Okay, you're gonna ride with me now. Okay, I'm gonna get you some coffee. That might make things better. But rest in peace, Jim. I'm sorry. That was, you were kind of a dick that day.
So I keep looking over our young cat that we saved from the outside world, Ghost. She's very inquisitive, and like she's just discovered that she can crawl into paper bags like just now. And she's been messing with this one bag for days, but now she got it open. She keeps crawling in and crawling out and like scaring herself. It's really hilarious. And I just caught it out of the corner of my eye just a second ago. It's like, and now that I'm watching her, of course, she's out of the bag and she's just sitting there, staring away from me.
This one is like 10 or 11 years old, and she just figured out paper bags a month ago. Yeti would never let her get in them. So, like, he died a year ago, and in the past year, she has discovered that she can sit on boxes without getting her ass kicked. She can crawl into bags without getting her ass kicked.
Right.
And she can be a whiny little thing without getting her. She's very bossy, aren't she?
My feline, very, very vocal these days. Tells me exactly when it's time to go outside, eat, everything.
well, we do have couple of porch kitties that my mom gets up and feeds every morning around 7 o'clock. So yesterday, when it was daylight savings time, since they have no concept of that.
Ah, yes.
What they felt was 7 o'clock was actually our 6 o'clock. So I could hear him meowing, but mom wasn't up yet. So I'm guessing in between 6 and 7, they figured, okay, their human servant they have accepted that she has died. And she is in that period of mourning before they start eating each other. Survival of the fittest. Yeah. But then I'm guessing when she finally went out there at 7 o'clock, when they thought it was just an hour after they were supposed to, they probably looked and went, fuck, it's a ghost.
Fun fact about cat owners and crazy cat ladies that have like 1 million cats. So if you die and you have cats that do not have food, they will eat you.
Oh, yeah.
If your body's in a script, they will totally eat you.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, after I'm dead, I'm pretty much okay with anything.
It's a good body disposal program,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You save money on a funeral.
Like,
I was thinking of trying to do a sky burial out in the desert, just like wander around. If I was diagnosed with something terminal or some shit like that, just like.
So I have a similar plan in Canada. I'm literally gonna just leave and not tell anyone and go to the. I'll leave a note or something that I'm gonna go to the Canadian wilderness and just walk in.
I'm gonna get like an epoxied plaque with a note on it to leave.
Yep.
Yeah.
The first tree I come across, I'm just gonna put it up and just walk into the woods, never to be seen again. That's my retirement plan. I always call it.
nice.
He's gonna go join the rest of his tribe as Sasquatch.
I was
Indeed.
watching a news report the other day where some lady was like really upset. She had donated her husband's body, or they had donated the body to science.
Yeah.
But they were really upset that it was used as like a crash test dummy in a Humvee with some kind of. I'm like, well, that's science in some way. I'm like, you can't.
It is.
You don't get to pick the science.
It's saving lives. It's stuff being done to save lives. Either way you look at it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that kind of stuff does save lives.
Absolutely. But I'm just like, she was really, really upset and like emotionally. And like, I sort of understand, but I'm also just like, the body isn't really like no matter on the religion, I believe, except for like Muslim and some others, that like the body has to be properly buried and all that stuff. Most of the cremation is okay these days in most religions.
My mom wants to be cremated because she's claustrophobic and
Really?
doesn't want to have her body in a coffin,
Now, what about
even though
those?
she's dead.
Does she ever
Well,
watch
she's
those
not dead.
movies where people are like paralyzed and they're getting cremated and like
No, the
Some really good
locked-in
ones out there.
syndrome is
something
one
to
of
put in your
the.
head?
Yeah. Oh no, I've been fucked up by locked-in
We
syndrome
were just talking about that the
forever.
other day, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The autopsy of Jane Doe.
Well, we were
that's
talking
fucking
about that happening
terrifying.
in real life because we were talking about the little intercom things on the inside of some of the
Oh, that's why
The
they used to
bell
have the
ringers.
bells
yeah,
outside.
and then because we started talking
Yeah.
about the bell ringer because I had that like great aunt or whatever that actually went into a diabetic coma and got buried alive, but the bell on her ringer had been
He
stolen.
was.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
I
No,
was.
the cord. It was the cord. The cord on her ringer had been stolen, so she couldn't. There was nothing for her to pull.
Nicholas.
Because there's a lot of money in they call them they call them different things, but the thing I hear them most often called is funeral courts. That's what I hear the most often. And there's a lot of money in funeral courts for some reason. People like love these things. It's more of a thing now, I think, but even back then, a funeral court was someone beloved in your community or just beloved human being or whatever was worth a lot of money. It was worth. You hear about grave robbers,
Yeah, yeah.
and people were buried with sometimes their possessions that were expensive, but in a lot of times it was also the things that made up the grave, like the funeral cord, the headstones of certain people are very, very valuable. They were just different things other than just possessions.
Was it Burke and Howe that were just grave robbing for the bodies
Yep.
in England? Okay,
Yep.
yeah, I'm trying to make sure I get the names right.
Yep. Some were just bodies.
Ask me about your questions with old defamation of graves and bodies. I know.
I know that after I die, I want my remains spread around the Waken Festival in Germany, and I don't want to be cremated, mind you, but I do want my remains spread around.
I want to be torn apart by wild wolves and then thrown on the ground.
I have a 2-part plan. Number one,
Pass around at a war concert.
there you go. The only part of my body being cremated is my penis, and I'm gonna have someone just drop the ashes out of a plane, right? So everybody can suck my dick. And then, no, for real though, I'm gonna have myself preserved in a glass casket, like a standing up post, because you can actually do this. And I'm gonna be put in the queue line of the haunted house, whichever one I currently work for, which should be Hell's Dungeon. But if something ever happens to the dungeon, I want it to be willed to another haunt, like just be passed around to different, like the body exhibit, but just in haunts, like in the queue lines.
I
Or-
wanted to.
Alternately, you leave the penis, but you have it stuffed so it's fully erect, and whoever comes to see you, you can like play ring toss.
Yeah, that's an option.
And-
That part will just be the only part sticking out of the
Little
glass
carnival.
enclosure.
And it would be like a carnival, and you'd win a prize.
Yeah.
I'll get a detachable one. It's cool, man.
If I could be part of Body
Detachable
Worlds,
penis.
I love that song. King Missile.
I would love to be part of Body Worlds and have my brain, because of the amount of damage that was done that causes me to have the seizures.
Yeah.
Like cut in thin slices and like just have, like my body and then like above where my head is a spread out thing of my brain so they can see like the damage and the scarring spots going on in it. I think that would be kind of cool. And because unless I die really soon, I'm assuming that the guy who runs Body Worlds is probably going to pass before Gustav
I'm sure
Van
that'll get
Hagen.
I'm sure that's something that'll
But-
get passed on.
Van Hagen, I think, isn't it?
I forget his name, honestly.
Okay, I think it's
I'm
Gustav Van
medicated and
Hagen.
high.
But I would like to, if it turns out another way, if I have not lost the weight that I want to yet, and I'm getting a little bit older, I would like to have the mortician fix me up a little bit. Like tighten some things here. They can just cut and throw away some bits. There's VATs for that.
Hey,
Medical
tighten it up.
waste. What, Nick? give me a little bit of a lift there and a tuck here, and then put me in a nice outfit, and just put some like thin layers of epoxy until I'm like a statue and I look nice, and you can just like stick me in a mausoleum somewhere or in a haunt if you want, or wherever you want, and just like I'll donate myself to my nephew, and he can just like move me around from place to place. I can be like, I don't know, maybe a hat rack or something. I can be like reaching out, and they can just like have me holding things. I
It's
can
the
hold out.
preservation
It'd be
skills
like,
you have to employ on
yeah,
that.
it'd be
Like that's why I
like,
wanted the glass sealed. Like it's not even just regular glass. There's actually multiple layers of glass inside this in different sections, but it has to be completely airtight. Like
That's why I'm going with the like full body epoxy. Like
Yeah.
first you put on some spray starch and like Aquanet orange
yeah,
to make sure
yeah.
that nothing breaks down, and then you
yeah,
put the epoxy over it.
it will work.
yeah.
There was a case just this year where a body had been found epoxied and it had mummified inside the epoxy because something had happened over the years, and part of the epoxy had thinned out when they were molding the body. And this is a professional molding, by the way. It wasn't just a murdered body found somewhere. Let me specify that. But when they did it to begin with, it was too thin. The way they had the body dipped in at a certain point. So because they did it that way, and this was years ago when they first started doing this for preservation for medical stuff, it had worn away just enough to let just enough air come in somewhere in this tiny little like pinprick hole, and the whole body just mummified inside.
See, I always wondered if that happened, if you would mummify it or if you would turn into goo.
I always wondered that
And-
myself.
So now we know.
It depends on, I guess, on how long the exposure to air happens and how long the body has been sealed and actually dead inside. There's science behind it, I guess, that I don't know all of yet.
I've
But
been dead inside forever.
it's actually been on my list to look up since I saw that article a while back, because I'm curious kind of how that works. But I also,
Science.
fun fact, if you put a little bit of baby powder on the body before the epoxy, it's very difficult to tell the difference between a human body part and a spirit Halloween prop. Like the good, like expensive body part props at Spirit, they look very similar. You could effectively own a haunt and murder people and do a whole House of Wax scenario, but with epoxy and bodies and props. And it would actually probably be effective, and you would not discover it.
So remember, everybody, to save money for props on Halloween, always use genuine corpse.
Yes.
Locally sourced.
And the whole thing with quicklime, it will preserve the body, not help dissolve it. If you bury somebody and cover them in quicklime, you are saving the crime.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
You want to do the hydrochloric acid if you want to get rid of the body.
But don't you? Where were we just talking about where somebody did that and it blew up? Like it was in a club somewhere, and what show was that? You that I was talking to about that? That was like.
I was just watching on Breaking Bad where they put in a bathtub and it
Bathtub,
came to the floor.
ate through it. Yeah. You gotta be careful. There are certain types of tubs you have to use.
Yeah.
They're basically a type of rubber. It's a polymer. You can get them at Home Depot.
Mhm.
They're just bends, basically.
I seriously, this is like kind of conversations that I have with people. I can't even remember who we were talking with, but it was like, yeah, there was this like club where it was like a fetish club that went too far and somebody died, and so they put it in a barrel and thought they were doing okay, and then it kaboom because the pressure built up because they didn't do it right.
Yep, it exploded. You and I didn't have that conversation, but I know about that happening.
Yeah, I don't know who I was talking to, but
it's fucked up, man.
That makes sense. Yeah, the gas.
It's really weird that everybody on different networks that are gathered here right now is not who I was having that conversation with. But you know about it, and I can't remember who I was talking to about it. So
I know for sure it wasn't me, though. I know for sure that it wasn't me. If that helps you any.
You guys are all like plausible deniability. Nope, didn't have anything.
We talked about it on the podcast.
What are you, Shaggy?
It wasn't me.
That was good.
Oh, I got my mother to really enjoy him because and I don't know much of his music, Shaggy, but when Cyndi Lauper did one of her specials, it was on in like A&E or something like that, she had Shaggy come on as one of her special guests to do stuff, and he did some really awesome music with her. Like he did All Through the Night and Girls Just Want to Have Fun and a couple other ones, and then like Scott Whalen was on, and they did some great. It was an awesome show. If you ever get a chance, I'll link it to you guys later if you like sending.
That was like pre his death.
Oh boy.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, usually.
I mean, like not too like far apart from his death. That's what I to specify.
You're talking about Scott Whalen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, which sad.
Oh, that dude had a beautiful voice, but was completely tortured.
And also a dick. He treated a lot of people real fucking bad. Ultimately, it was not his addiction; it was him as a human being that split up Stone Temple Pilots.
Oh,
then also he got with Slash and did Velvet Revolver, and it's also what
that music was fucking phenomenal.
I love.
Man.
But his attitude and his addiction on top of it ruined that, and it's actually what it was really instrumental in Slash actually forgiving Axl, and then Guns N' Roses kind of getting back to the stuff that he went through with Scott was so much like what he was going through with Axl, and he saw how much Axl had changed and he started getting it, I guess. It was this big interview he did, around when Velvet Revolver was breaking up before Scott died.
That's very strange, and it's very sad. I mean, I guess there were a lot of people who were absolute geniuses at what they did that were complete and utter assholes. You know? And you don't recognize it always because they're so fucking genius. If you aren't part of their personal life, and I don't think people need to have cameras in everywhere. So, have
you read the interviews or heard them where they talk about Kurt? Like everybody that actually knew Kurt Cobain, personally, the things he would say. I mean, he was.
Oh yeah.
He would go from tortured soul to raging asshole in the drop of a hat, And he's probably someone that's been almost not the most influential, because that goes to Chris Cornell, but one of the most influential people in my musical career. Me as a person probably is a lot of Kurt, in his writing and stuff. But
he's one of the situations.
Deified. Yeah, where you gotta separate who he was from what he did in a lot of cases.
I had my first seizure ever, my first grand mal, that I know about anyway. The night that we found out that he died, or the night of the day that it was announced he was dead.
We were talking about that on the show, on one of our shows the other day too. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how I keep track of when it started.
Yeah.
Here's how I look at things. Now I've worked with, and I've known people who have said things like Nirvana was the Beatles of the 90s. I disagree.
I disagree with that too.
Yeah.
Because if you listen to it, if you know anything about the music that inspired Nirvana, you can tell there was a lot of Pixies influences, and especially the Melvins, and such.
Yeah.
But my theory is they were at the right place at the right time. Yeah. Simply because before Nirvana, there was Alice in Chains released their facelift album, and Soundgarden had at least a couple of releases by then. Louder Than Love was a banger.
It was 3 albums, and Temple of the Dog was already going on by the time Kurt.
Yes. Oh yeah.
And that's when Eddie hit. That's the same time Eddie hit the scene, because no one knew who the fuck Eddie was, and Chris was like, "Hey, come in here," and then they did "Hungry" together.
But somehow,
it is so hard to sing Eddie better.
Yeah, but somehow, Nevermind became the one that broke that scene. For lack of a better word, the grunge era.
Yeah.
And everybody kept saying that Nirvana saved rock and roll, and they killed hair metal. No, hair metal. And it was 3 a.m. when my brain went. It was around 1988 when the check engine light came on for hair metal.
But if you think about it, a lot of the big grunge stars all had the long hair. It was a different style, sure, but the hair was every bit as present, and a lot of people forget that, or they don't realize how much hair metal honestly was influential. yeah, they just stopped spraying it, so it was all down now.
Oh, Alice in Chains had big hair before they.
Alice in Chains.
Yes.
Oh yeah, they were glam before. Oh yeah. But,
Jerry Cantrell. Okay, guys, he is one of the most amazing people on earth. We need to take him and a couple of others. David Draymond, not grunge, I know, but also one of the most amazing people on earth. grab them, bubble wrap them all up, keep them safe, keep them in a house, keep them happy, and have Dave Grohl be babysitting everyone.
I love Dave, dude. Seriously,
Because
he
he's
went through
great.
like some
He
of the
would keep
most
everybody
shit.
chill and everybody happy, and we just put them all together, and they can come out and do all their music and stuff, and they can work together. Can you imagine what those guys could come up with
Yeah.
if we had them all working together? So
Yeah.
much fun, and they wouldn't die.
It irritates me when
That's-
people talk shit about Dave Grohl. He has been through
Exactly.
every fucking thing in the industry you could throw at him. Every negative, every bad situation, every nightmare that man has met and survived and became the good person he became in spite of all the terrible things that everyone else would have OD'd over, or just, half the people he knew in the music industry are OD'd. He just lost one of his band members early
Yeah.
this year.
Oh, sure, I didn't know about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he is the devil for Tenacious D. He gets out there and makes fun of himself. He just did a Studio 666 where all of Foo Fighters before his bandmate passed away. It's
Yeah.
a cheesy B horror film. They made it together for fun. So he
Yeah.
makes
Yeah.
fun of himself.
Awesome.
He works hard, and
He also-
when his mother retired, he said, "Mom, don't do the cruise ship. Come on tour." So literally, his mother, the year she retired, went on tour with him, and every day he'd come
Aw.
backstage, and she was on a different band's tour bus drinking with them and just talking. I'm like,
Nice.
That's awesome.
Nice.
and I
That's
didn't know
awesome.
this until like this week. I saw an article about it where he was talking about it like in depth, and his mom was talking about it. I was like, holy shit, that is fucking. That's Dave, man.
I
Like
can't-
I've never gotten to meet him, but like he's also an idol of mine.
I
Nirvana.
can't
Foo Fighters.
remember. I can't
So much
remember
else.
what the logistics were, but he also owns a barbecue restaurant,
Yeah.
and something happened, some kind of disaster where he essentially brought his barbecue cooks and everything and started feeding everybody.
It was the whole band got involved. A lot of other musicians
Yeah.
he was friends with. They all just stopped what they were doing, like stopped their tours. Some of them were in the middle of touring, just stopped.
Mhm.
They all got there, and they fed everybody. They got out there with grills, everything, and that's all they did the whole time was just feed the responders, the displaced people. Like
That's awesome.
yeah.
That was
that's some serious shit right there.
you guys. Have
I
heard-
don't even
and
know if he's.
Go on, Tom.
I don't even know if he's getting any royalties from his time with Nevada, because there was this
Yes.
there was this big because there was this whole big mess between him and Courtney Love
Murderous
because they wanted to
fucking
do because the
Who doesn't
wanted-
have an issue with her?
they had to bring because there was an issue about the anniversary album of Nevermind,
Yeah,
and
it
because
did all get sorted. It all actually got
it did?
sorted.
Oh,
it got
okay.
fixed, and it's they're doing a CD, a digital, and an LP release of it now. Like it's a big fucking thing that's happening right now. But it did all
Yeah.
get fixed. But a very similar thing happened to Chris Cornell's wife and the whole rest of the band. She
Yeah.
was trying to actually take the rights away from all of them, and it became a big mess. It thankfully also not actually all that long ago finally also got solved, but it's tough.
Oh,
You still need to send me that paper on Chris Cornell. You never gave it to me.
That was like, I'll have to find it now. I don't even know. I got
Like
it
a
somewhere. I
year
do have
or
it
so.
somewhere.
But yeah.
I was
What I-
listening to. Go ahead, Bill.
Oh, I was just gonna another person who had done that, and I know Jar Jar knows this. I think probably the rest of you know this too. But Kevin Conroy, if you ever
Yeah.
get a chance to watch it, just look up Kevin Conroy First Responders on YouTube, something like
Yeah.
that. And he went in and was working the kitchens, and somebody figured out who he was, and they were like, "Hey man, you're Batman, like say something." And he's like, "No, nobody knows who I am," and he went out and like they got him to say that he was Batman, and it just like it
I
really
am
lifted
the
the spirits.
knight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it really lifted everybody's spirits and was kind of cool for that. But
It is amazing, man. I didn't hear
No.
about that. I heard about it from you
No,
guys,
he was-
actually.
yeah,
That guy is or was
Yeah.
one of the most chillest celebrities I'd ever met. Like just
Oh, yeah.
so personable.
I saw Michael Keaton, like live action. Michael Keaton that's my favorite Batman, but Conroy is
Oh yeah.
my Batman. Like
Oh yeah.
He's the voice.
I'm not even going to say was. He will always be
Oh, yeah.
my Batman.
I read Batman with Kevin Conroy's voice.
yeah.
I have a few.
I think
other
everybody
voices.
has.
And honestly, Joker with
Yes.
Mark Hamill's voice.
Yep, Joker will always be
And-
Mark Hamill.
And Lex Luthor with Chancey Brown's voice.
Yeah.
Always.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't think we've ever had a great live action Joker. And I know this
No.
is unpopular because Heath Ledger did a great job, but he wasn't the Joker to me. He was a character based on the Joker. Is kind of how I felt him. Nicholson,
understand
loved
that.
Nicholson. He was a fucking gangster. He wasn't.
Yeah,
the Joker. Like every live action Joker, Jared Leto, that was just like a guy can buy fucking.
That was funny.
I can buy
What about
meth from
Cesar
that guy on
Romero?
the east side of Dayton. Caesar had the look, but like that was all he had. But that was like a time where Batman was also very comical and
Yeah,
like
it's supposed to be
larger than
very
life and
slapstick.
silly.
Yeah.
So you
I
can't
think-
really
I think
compare that.
Cesar Romero really embodied the spirit of the 1940s and 50s Joker
Yes,
from
yes.
the comic.
Yeah.
So
But like Mark, the voice, the personality, and I would love to get a Joker that makes me feel like we have a live action Joker. And the closest is Joaquin Phoenix because holy fuck did I buy him as Joker and like this different
Yeah.
origin story of Joker. Like I love that movie and its take on
That was a
mental illness.
damn good movie.
And I can't wait to see the new one where he's actually becoming Joker, like a new one that's coming out.
Yeah.
Like I'm dying for
Oh, yeah.
that. And I think
And
that's
Lady
gonna-
Gaga's going to be playing Harley Quinn.
I think it's going to
Some-
scratch a big like itch for me, like to see like that him
Interesting.
actually be Joker. I think that'll do it for me.
I just learned something really
had to
fucking
turn on
bizarre. What?
Oh, go ahead, Del.
Oh no, I just learned. Okay, so I was reading. I was on Reddit the other day, and somebody in the Batman forum, Batman subreddit, asked, "What's the worst piece of lore you know?" And there are obviously a lot of non-consensual things that had happened with stuff. But
Sure,
somebody's comment, and I upvoted it, is once you learn how screwed Bill Finger was, there's no way back. And I had no idea. People are like, oh, everybody knows who that is. I had no idea who it was.
Oh, we've had the granddaughter of
Granddaughter?
Bill Finger. Yeah, it would have been really crazy if we had his grandma on.
Yeah.
Athena Finger.
you got the Ouija
I read that-
board out, didn't you?
Yeah,
Shows
I
and
read
Ouija
about
boards.
like that she was able to come out finally and do everything, but I'd never heard about that. And then I read about it and like
Oh yeah.
he helped create the Joker too.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, yeah,
he was
he-
never
he-
credited with any of this shit until after he died.
Well,
But they were
after
like,
he died.
yeah, we took this, he's like, well, they showed this card and they were thinking drawing it. It looked like a total cartoon. So I went and saw, like The Man Who Laughed and brought that in and we combined that. And that's how we came up with the Joker. And it was like, so that was like brand new to me, which,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I suppose, and if you guys watching don't know, he was one of the creators who just kind of got screwed because back in the day, it was easy to be like, hey, how about you consult with us on this? How about you help do this? But we aren't going to give you the residuals. We aren't going to give you the credit for it. You're just going to be somebody who consulted on projects forever. And he was one of the main creators of Batman and a lot of the Batman villains and stuff. So
I gotta say, like, I'm not a DC guy. I say this all the time, but I really don't like DC. I like Batman though. Batman to me like supersedes DC. It's fucking Batman. And
yeah,
I've been finding like, of course, I really love Constantine quite a bit, and Swamp Thing is like my top 2, like tied for second place favorite hero with Spider-Man. But like Batman was just always something. It was the first superhero live action thing I ever saw was Michael Keaton's Batman. I'd never seen, a superhero, like a true superhero movie until that movie came out when I was a kid. And it just always resonated with me. Even the bad Batman movies, I would still go to the theaters or the drive-in if they were out at the drive-in and just see. I'll still see every one of them that comes out. Like I will go to that theater. Or luckily in the case of the one with Pattinson, which I also actually liked, that was streaming first day on Max also because of the pandemic. So I got to see at least that one when it aired.
Yeah.
But I
haven't
will
seen that
always turn
one.
out for Batman no matter what.
I really honestly enjoyed the Dark Knight series.
I like the first 2.
That was where Cillian McMurphy was the Scarecrow.
And now I can only ever see him as the Scarecrow
Okay.
for the rest of my life.
My
No,
mom
he's
would not
great
watch Peaky Blinders. She was like,
I love that.
I can't
show.
watch it. That guy freaks me out. And then she was like, hey, let's watch this. I finally gotten over it. And because she was like, it looks really good, but why does he freak me out so much? I'm like, because he played the Scarecrow, and she's like, "Oh
first movie
yeah."
saw him
Now
Now
that
that I can take him
Red
out,
Eye.
so now that she can take him out of
Red Eye's
that,
so good.
He's
She can watch
pasty.
him.
That's why.
Yeah.
I mean, if he wanted to, he could play Marilyn Manson in a
Yeah.
biopic.
Oh yeah.
But now,
Those
Raz, I do
eyes.
have a question. I do have a question for you. I've heard it said that perhaps the Riddler would have was Batman's greatest foe.
In the Pattinson movie, that version of the Riddler I could possibly buy because that was like Saul meets Riddler in that
Okay.
movie, and it blew my fucking mind the way they treated the Riddler in that one. It was
I was
amazing.
going to ask if you
Yeah.
had any thoughts on his portrayal of the Riddler in the Pattinson.
I thought it was
Batman.
fucking brilliant. I would never have imagined, other than the Arkham games, that Riddler could be that horrifying as a character until I saw that,
Yeah.
like the live action portrayal.
oh,
I love
Okay.
that. fucking
That was
movie.
awesome.
I like Pattinson, honestly. When I heard he was going to be Batman, everybody's like, "Oh, he's from Twilight." I was like, "No, dude, listen. Yeah, he did Twilight. Yeah, he did Harry Potter, but you've clearly not seen any of his serious shit ever."
He's,
Oh,
I
he's
mean,
a great
the
actor.
Lighthouse. Holy shit!
so is
before
Killian
that-
McMurphy was the Riddler? Is that
No.
what- I didn't watch the movie.
No,
Who was
no,
the
no,
Riddler?
no.
Sorry, we actor jumped.
No,
Oh,
yeah, sorry.
who was it?
I don't even remember his name. I'm about to look it up.
Okay, you type.
I didn't even
much
watch.
quieter than I did.
I feel very bad because I didn't
Yeah,
watch either the Joker or the Batman.
Paul
movie.
Dano.
I don't know who that is.
Paul Dano.
But you need to
Book 'em,
read
Dano.
One Bad Day, The Riddler.
Yeah,
I've heard you guys talk about that actually.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that's-
god!
Like,
that Riddler is.
I
pretty
did
on
read
point.
all the ones I got from John, though. I did finally open and read every single comic I got from John. But other than that, I don't own comics, and I know I can go read them digitally. I know it's the book thing. Having the books in my hand and like having the hard
It
time.
took a while.
digital. I did
Yeah.
break down a while back and like a couple years back and read all of Walking Dead because I liked the show, but there was things I didn't like about it. So when I read the comic, I'm like,
The book.
this is why I don't like the show because this comic is so fucking amazing and did everything how I would have done it.
Yeah,
and then-
politics in that book are great.
Yeah. And then they were talking about putting
No.
out Civil War, and I remember reading pieces of that growing up, but I never read all of Civil War. And so right after I got done with Walking Dead, I read all of Civil War like 2 years before the MCU movie came out. But those are the last like actual like full on like whole runs that I've read online, and I want to, but I got to start with the Hulk series you've been telling me about. Like I'm saving that.
Oh,
And
the
now-
Immortal Hulk. Yeah.
I'm debating on if I want to start this month because of Nano, because I feel like if I start this month, I'm just gonna not
Don't.
write. I'm gonna read
Yeah,
that. So
don't.
December 1st, I'm gonna crack up Immortal Hulk online digitally. and
If
start reading.
you want a one shot that is seriously fucked though, seriously read One Bad Day, The Riddler, because the rest of them aren't nearly the entire rest of the One Bad Day series. They're like it doesn't even feel like they're in the same
right,
book.
Well, I'm
It's
actually
like that
planning
one
on-
is like wow, and everything else is just kind of like, oh, okay, these are comics that go together, and then there's this one wow thing that
Yeah.
really
My plan
doesn't
is to
belong in
do
it at
the
all.
Immortal Hulk, and then go back and like catch up with like the last 20 years of Batman. Because I was gonna ask you guys like where I should like. I want to go like it's been about 20 years since I read Batman, honestly. So
Well, the
and
thi-
some Spider-Man stuff I need to talk to you guys about catching up on.
One thing real quick. If you read Immortal Hulk, they started a new Incredible Hulk. It's up to issue 5, and it relates to Immortal Hulk. So
Yeah.
you
I'm gonna
need
get
to
the
move on
whole
to that.
write up from you actually before I start. So you know me, I'm OCD. I've got to fucking read it in order, no matter where it jumps. I've got to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, James.
Now you're
Well,
allowed to talk.
There was a
about it.
couple of
Now
things.
you're allowed
First, yay!
Del
Well,
says yes. You're my
it's just-
blessing.
Just a couple of things. First, I think the best Riddler story in any Batman comic is with an issue of Batman Black and White, where it's a story that's written as a choose your own adventure
I do
of
remember
this.
that.
And the trick is if you read it and actually follow if you want Batman to and follow, go to here, he always loses. But you have to think like Batman, and he doesn't follow the rules and just read it straight. Then he wins through. But that if you check that out, that's probably the best
Never heard of
use
that.
of the Riddler's intellect and everything going up against Batman.
Yeah.
But going back a few more topics, before. I was
Sorry.
going to bring up that there was an episode of Song versus Song that I was listening to, another podcast, where they were pitting up the song "Hero" by Foo Fighters and "Bullet with Butterfly Wings" by the Smashing Pumpkins.
Yeah.
And they made the now they had 3 people on the podcast, and most of them sided with 2 of them for Bullet with Butterfly Wings because Bullet with Butterfly Wings because it's way catchier. I do agree with the assessment that the lyrics kind of sound like they took it from a 12-year-old's notebook, diary, or
I
something.
mean, it was Billy Corgan, you know.
But they made the point that with the Foo Fighters, that you can always switch on a radio and modern rock radio or what have you, and you can always hear at least a couple of hits from each of the albums that they've released. Whereas
that's true.
with the Smashing Pumpkins, all you need to do is get Siamese Dream and Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, and you're pretty much set, because that's all you hear on the radio anyway.
And the new album. Do you know about the new album?
No, I don't,
It is
because
the
they're,
sequel to Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness.
I see.
Yeah.
Is-
But
Is it?
you talk about an artist that is an asshole in real life, but Billy Corgan.
There's a lot about Billy. And Billy actually owns he bought out and resurrected a very famous old school wrestling organization that also farms out for WWE some. And like he's very successful. And he just did a big interview just past week. Obviously, everybody hates Vince McMahon. No one likes fucking Vince McMahon.
No.
And the company he just sold WWE to did a fast one recently. And basically said, "Oh yeah, you were going to get this big position, but yeah, we like Paul Levesque a little bit more than you, and he actually is not going to ruin the company, so he's getting the power." So yes, Triple H has pretty much most of the power to the WWE side again, which as it should be. And everybody just started doing these like clickbait articles about how much they hate Vince and taking pot shots at WWE and like getting views. Like AEW was even doing it. And then you get the Billy Corgan interview. And he's like, "You know what? I've been an asshole most of my life. No joke. Everybody knows it. I'm not lying about it. But I've learned a lot from that. And I'm watching these people take these pot shots, grab the low-hanging fruit for reviews and for, clicks and for notoriety.
Okay.
And I'm not going to do it." He's like, "For once, I'm not going to do it because we watched this man's life fall apart publicly over the last X amount of decades. There's nothing I'm going to say that's going to add to the whole damn thing. So let me instead celebrate the choice to put, Paul Levesque in charge and to have him doing this because he's what the entire industry needs, not just what WWE needs. He's what the industry needs because he's behind the scenes, doing a lot of stuff. So it's cool to see Billy not be an utter asshole for once and finally admit that he was an asshole because he's always not wanting to admit that about himself.
Because I know he re-recorded Siamese Dream himself.
There was a reason for that. Kim quit, and then everybody fell apart, and then everybody but Kim is back. And then, now they're doing it with everybody but Kim. They're doing Melancholy 2. So
I thought you were talking about Ed McMahon initially, and I was like, "Who hates Ed McMahon?" Ed McMahon was like, "Yes." Dude, I fire people all the time. It's my thing. I'm like, "You're fired." I did it in line at Walgreens while I was waiting to get my meds. There was 10 people deep, and I feel kind of bad now. He took it well though, so it turned out to be a funny thing because we were all standing in line and it was super, everybody's pissed and tense, and he was going through, there was a man in fatigues standing in front of me, and he was going through his phone and something went off. It was like a TikTok video or something that somebody sent him and he wasn't expecting sound. He's like, "Oh shit, sorry," and I'm just like, "You're fired." He's like, "Oh, thank God, I can go home now."
I need to make a get fired comment. I'm going to mention Trump. This is not political. I'm not interested in a political conversation of any kind. In the 80s, Trump was all over the pay-per-views for WWF, it was called still at the time. He was a big part. He's actually in the Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame, yeah.
Yeah. Him and
I was the greatest Hall of Fame person of all time.
Him and Vince were
Tom.
like this, like very close. Even when WWE or WWF went to WWE and they had that thing where they got rid of all hardcore and they went family and friendly because Linda McMahon was running for office.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah.
not getting into the politics
Down
side, like
here
there was
in
so much
Connecticut.
weird support with all this stuff there. And as a kid, I remember like they didn't even paint Donald Trump as a villain. He was just a fucking moron and an asshole all the time, but they rolled with that. So for a very long time in my life, I thought
I was
that,
a well-meaning asshole. That was all fake news.
right. I thought that this was just a gimmick. I really thought that that's who he was as a gimmick because he was involved in wrestling, and it wasn't until he started putting out the
That is
reality
uncanny.
show, the Apprentice show,
Ugh.
that I realized for the first time in my life as an adult that it was not a gimmick. And it blew my fucking mind. And then he said, "You're fired" for the first time. I'm like, "Oh my god, thanks, Vince."
When
I never did that because of him, by the way. I'd been firing people on my own without knowing anything. I never watched The Apprentice.
Oh no,
When-
he got it from Vince McMahon. Is the whole point of this? He
Oh.
actually got it
Oh,
from
okay.
Vince.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Being,
I just fired people from Dell. So.
see, being a huge Howard Stern fan, I had known from he was a douchebag and gross and all that, but like when I first found out that he was running for president, I thought it was like for a book deal or something. I was
Me too.
like,
I thought it was a thing. Yeah.
I was
yeah.
like, why is this guy like?
Papa
This
and
seems crazy.
yeah.
I was taking care of Papa and Grandma at the time, and he showed up on TV, and Papa couldn't hear what was going on very well on the television.
Mhm.
Sometimes Grandma would have it super loud, but she didn't because she was watching the news, so she turned the volume off. Strange, don't even ask, weird thing with they. But Papa looks up and he's just like, "What's Trump doing now?" And I said, "He's running for president." He's like, and once again, we aren't getting political. This
Yes.
is just what my Papa said. He did have dementia, but I'm not blaming him on that. But it's his Papa's small town Nebraska thing. He's just like, he isn't smart enough to be president, but I guess he's rich enough to hire people to be smart for him. So okay.
No, the first time,
And that was all he ever said about the
I
entire.
am a stable genius.
The first time it was ever announced on TV, I looked at Michelle.
You got to
she was
stop
doing it,
that.
and I
That's
said-
just.
I looked at Michelle
We
and
don't
I
wanna
was like, Mondo. And she's like, "What?" I said, "Mondo. It's what plants crave." And she lost her fucking. You guys don't know what I'm talking about the movie Idiocracy, but like,
Oh yeah,
I thought that this was literally just a publicity stunt. like you
electrolytes.
said, just a thing. And all I could think about was Idiocracy. Because Crocs were also becoming an actual big thing. Like, I saw them everywhere right around the same time as him talking about his candidacy and everything. Like, they blew up. So, like, Crocs, Trump is president. Fuck, it is it. He's a prophet.
Yeah,
Mike Judge is a prophet.
We read that story, and it was the Marching Morons in Miss Radine's class in junior high school. It was something
Mhm.
that was required reading for our class, and then it became a movie. And I never did see the movie because I was like, this story took like 10 pages. That's all it
The movie
needed.
is brilliant and hilarious.
Doesn't
and
need a whole movie.
amazing cast. Too.
It was great.
The whole thing, top to bottom.
Luke
Everything
Wilson
about
is the straight man.
And Dax Shepard, Maya Rudolph, like it's so many great fucking people in that movie.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I must go walk the dogs.
That's a euphemism, by the way.
Yes.
That's
Yeah, I was gonna say it's
Wag
like
the
I'm not even
Gonna go
there, so you
walk
can't
the
even
dog.
walk me. So
I'm gonna go walk the dog.
yeah. All right,
Oh,
well,
It's
yeah,
been a
Jeremy.
great night. This is oh, 3 seconds is all I get, man.
Yep.
It's all you.
We're gonna put it
need.
on rotate.
I only give you.
could be,
3
it could be
seconds.
on it could be a copyright song, though. You know.
That's
Oh,
no,
that-
it's not copyright. I promise you.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what gets you in
I'll go.
contact.
I'll go put on my doilies.
Because I know he loves the song so much. I just play him a little bit to keep him coming back to hear it. You know, it's my trick.
We love our Jar
Yeah.
Jar.
Yeah.
Well, Thank
So,
you all. I hope
thanks for
to
showing
see
up,
you all
man.
again soon.
Definitely.
I'll see you
Okay,
tomorrow
bye.
night.
Yes.
Well, the padded cells, I now have more time since I'm not locked in the harvest room either. So
Right, and those are normally
Awesome.
Sundays. I think a lot of us just needed a shit show today.
oh yeah,
Well,
Yeah.
today's
I'm
Monday,
right
so
there
that
with
should
you.
tell you.
it's Monday.
Yes, Monday.
Actually, it's Tuesday after
Tuesday.
midnight here.
Yeah,
yeah, it is.
we're
Yeah,
we're
it's
in the
Tuesday.
future. You
It
guys
is
are still in the
Tuesday.
past.
Yeah,
Oh.
12:30 a.m.
Pass.
Well, I'm in Nebraska,
It's still
so it's
Monday.
still
We started on
11:30.
Monday.
It's still Monday here.
Yeah.
Yes.
We started
Yeah.
on Monday and we
I've been
finished
on this show for
Tuesday.
2 days. Holy All right.
We're
Good
so
night,
thankful to have you.
everybody.
Have a good
So
one, man.
what's on the agenda for Splash Page tomorrow?
Dick Tracy. I hope you like Dick.
Yes.
Great, more dick.
More
I'm
Dick.
I'm a
sorry
dick
about
guy.
that, by the
I'm
way.
the special guest. I'll be
Uh,
tracing my dick on a
See,
drawing pad.
See, I love to go into bookstores and go, "Do you have any dick?" And then I go, "Philip K. Dick, any dick? I would love some dick, even used dick at this point."
Yep. It's okay if the pages stick together.
See, I'm old now, so I use diclofenac on my back.
Me
And so
too.
the joke with me and the woman are, hey, you want me to put some dick on you tonight?
I keep this in
Yes.
my foot and my back, dude. That's what it's got in it. Yeah.
Okay.
The main
Yep,
ingredient.
diclofenac.
I was at Walgreens one time and I was buying my Aspercream and
Okay.
and they actually like the cashier was like, "You bet your sweet Aspercream," and I was like,
If this
Wow.
is your first time on the podcast, Dell likes to refer to Walgreens as
"It's
Walgreens.
Walgreens. It is Walgreens." Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay.
yes, she is a writer and very knowledgeable about words, and she still says Walgreens.
It's Walgreens.
But I
It
actually
is.
refer to crayons as crowns all
Says
the time.
says
too.
the guy from Hooper.
Yeah, we that actually okay. Serious, I'm not going to get into exactly what it was, but
Let
my
poor
mother had to
Jeremy
help
say
put
goodbye,
together.
Del.
Oh, yes,
I'm
sorry.
gone. Yeah, goodbye.
Bye, Jeremy.
All right, take care.
Give him
All right,
permission
so-
to leave.
So my mom had to put together for something she's working on right now at work a list of places in Nebraska that people might mispronounce, and
Oh, yeah.
one of the few things like we have Norfolk, which is spelt Norfolk, because the people who are making the maps initially fucked it up because it was supposed to be the North Fork of the river went by that. And so it was Norfolk, but they spelled it Norfolk because they thought they were talking about northern folk. So we have Norfolk, but we have Hooper, which is spelt like Hooper, but it's pronounced like hooker with a P. So it's Hooper. And yes, I go
Phrasing.
to
Are we not doing
Walgreens.
phrasing anymore? It's spelled like hooker, but with a P.
Yeah. Well, that's how it's the easiest way to. That's how.
Hey,
I've
how
explained it
much
to
is
people
for
since I
one
was,
of them
like,
hoopers?
13. But yes, you used to.
Hookers.
Sandella boom boom long time.
There was like, there's gonna be snow up in Hooper, and it's
You know,
like
and
it's
plenty
not
of hookers
Hooper.
charge more for the P. Honestly, like,
You can always tell the ones who are either new or just faking. Yeah,
Yeah.
I live in Hooper. No, you don't. No, you don't.
So people from Hooper go to Walgreens when we go out.
in your head.
It's in my head. Okay.
Walgreens, 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 greens.
There was a thing in where I
Favorite
became
color is
Dell.
not grin.
My first my first Dell was in a game that I was playing online actually, and I was a Lycan, and it was Forsaken World, and we would have once a week you'd have like this guild quest thing, and you'd all go around inside the guild base, and there'd be things like you'd go and talk to somebody and you get assigned a quest, and some of them were just like fly up to this point and then come back and then go do this, but some of them were like kill this beast, but it would have a spawning time. So we'd all be in guild chat and we'd be like, okay, one of the things was a zombie that you had to kill. And so we wanted to make sure that if we killed it, somebody else didn't have to wait 3 minutes. So we'd always announce like when something popped up and see how many people were like, wait. You know, so we'd have like zombie was one of the things that popped up. So there'd be like zombie, what's in your head? And the whole chat would just get totally distracted and we'd be off doing that, and then people would miss everything else that spawned because we were too busy typing the lyrics to the Cranberry Zombies in guild chat over and over. Every single time, every single week.
That's another deceased musician I miss quite a bit.
She's dead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I knew that, but that's still really sad. Yeah.
That that was a while ago. She's only 46 too. She was found submerged in her in like a bathtub in a room or something like that.
Well, who
Yeah,
is
in a
this?
Hotel or the lead singer of
girl from the
Cranberries, Dolores
Cranberries.
O'Riordan.
Oh.
Yep, happened back in 2018. I got literally 3 days before my birthday.
Oh wow.
Ooh,
Yeah,
she got younger than I am.
that and Sinead O'Connor as well.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
You
she
didn't know
passed
this.
away a few months ago.
Yeah,
That was recent. It was July 26th, according to the
Yep.
interwebs.
yeah.
Oh my
Didn't
god.
you know? Didn't you notice everybody quoting her songs on Facebook?
I just
Yeah, I posted tons of stuff on there
Yeah,
and also talked about it on my show.
sorry. I
Yeah.
totally missed that. Oh wow.
Yeah, I pretty much
It was-
apologized because I used to joke about her a lot when I was on cable access, and at the time I didn't know why there was some sort of reason why she tore the picture of the Pope on Saturday Night
Yeah.
Live.
Yeah.
But then now it's like too late because I was like, so that's why she was, so that's why. And I talked all this shit about her. Like I basically, because
The information
when I was doing-
spread wasn't as
Yeah.
wide back then.
Well,
Right.
she
Yeah,
lost
'cause-
right,
she lost her son to suicide in 2022.
yeah,
right.
and she went
I remember that.
went into a deep depression
Oh yeah,
because of
And
it.
she was, and she had always struggled with her mental health like her whole life. Like that was a big,
Yeah.
she was she was open about it before it was okay to be open about it to the public in magazines and like music tours and stuff. Like she was always like really open about it.
yeah.
Did you guys see the Bob Dylan? It was something anniversary special that went on, and it was right after her thing on Saturday Night Live. And she went on to sing something, and she got booed by the
Oh, yeah.
entire audience for
Yeah.
minutes, like 5 or 10
Yeah.
minutes. She just stood there, and she turned and she started walking off. And Chris Christopherson came up and like grabbed her on stage, gave her a hug, gave her a pep talk, and she walked out and she just shouted "War," the lyrics to "War,"
Yeah.
and walked off.
Yeah.
And that was one of the bravest things I've ever seen
Yeah.
anyone do in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember.
Sorry, I didn't realize this. I'm kind of
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I remember watching the original broadcast of SNL where she was on, and she did that, and I had no idea that history was being made because that
Yeah.
episode is
I was
no longer.
even too young to realize it was being
Yeah.
made. I remember seeing it because that was a big
I
family
remember-
thing for us to watch it. But
Yeah.
I remember watching that, and she did it a cappella, and she tore up the picture of the Pope, and it was just silence, awkward silence
Yeah.
from the studio, and they went to commercial. And I had no idea this was going to be an episode that would never be shown again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it was like clips of, do you remember when she did that? And then the next episode was with Joe Pesci. And he's like, well, we fixed the problem. We taped together the picture of the Pope and everything's okay now. But now we know a little bit better, don't we?
Yeah.
That maybe she knew something that we didn't. And we were just
Yeah.
stupid.
And even had I known that was shit, and it was strange too, because even back when I was doing my cable access show, I was joking about the religion too, about the reputation that they were going on, and I didn't know that Sinead O'Connor was preaching about that even back then,
Yeah.
and about why she tore up that picture, and I was like,
Mhm.
oh shit. And then I made a joke about Britney Spears, which I apologize about that one too, because it was in poor taste. When she went into that meltdown and she shaved her whole head, instead I had a picture of Sinead O'Connor instead, and I was saying, well, this is what Britney Spears looks like now, and it was like a picture of Sinead O'Connor, and I was like, it's like, and I was like, fight the real enemy. Tore it right in half. It was like clean down the center, and and I was like, yeah, I
taste,
felt,
dude.
yeah, I felt bad for like it was at the time. It was a good, it was a good joke, but at the time I didn't know why she, why Sinead was the way she was and everything. But then on the same, on the same show and everything, I was talking about the Catholic religion, and I was saying all this bad stuff, especially that the one about the rec center. That the rec center that the Catholic Church was going to build in the area, and I was like, wow, that's a good way to lure in little kids, right? And I was like, and as soon as I made that joke, there was 2 different phone lines, one to go live and the other to go to the office. The office one rang the most.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I was like, they need to get this asshole out the air and everything. Oh,
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I find a lot of terrible jokes hilarious. I was listening to your show the other day. You said a couple things. I never said about like it was far, and I
Don't
found
do
it
that on
funny.
here.
Yeah,
I
we
know.
can't do them on
Yeah.
here. But like, and I mean, I tell a lot of very
I know my
inappropriate
limits.
jokes to my friends, like behind, not live and in public, because I've got a really fucked up sense of humor like that, and that's how I feel okay with the world around me, or existing every day, is by unloading. My number one, that again, I will not tell these jokes on here because they're beyond inappropriate, are the dead baby jokes.
Yeah.
When I lost my first child, I did not think these jokes were funny at all, like before then. But when I lost my first child, like, I don't know why, but for some reason, they were funny. Not because they were hilarious, but because I could joke about something bad that happened to me, and it helped me not be okay with what happened, but it helped me start to cope with it, to the point where I was coming up with new ones and like hunting down everybody I knew. Have you heard one that I haven't heard yet? So I know like dozens of them. Like, I mean, just terrible ones. And if you guys ever want to hear them in private, I'm happy to tell you about them. Just never in public. But like, that's something that made me okay, or not okay, but survive. A part of me survived because of those terrible jokes.
I make fun of epilepsy a lot, but I quit speaking to an entire contingent of my friends from when I was doing stand-up comedy, because there was a comedian that was one of the locals that would come up on the regular local night. It was practice for everybody who toured, but basically all of the best they were going to have for the people who weren't on tour. They'd come up, they'd try their stuff. It was fun. It was a workshop. They'd always live comedy. A lot of people, you'd hear the same stuff because they were trying to work out their bits.
Yeah.
For the touring comedians anyway. But there was one guy he wasn't bad. He wasn't great. He was a mediocre comedian, but he was a really nice guy. But a lot of the comedians were against letting him come on as often as he did, because they were just like, well, he's not as funny as the rest of us. He doesn't deserve to keep coming up here, blah, blah, blah. And his 2-year-old died. And that night, it was like a month or 2 after it had happened. He was coming back to try to get some sense of normalcy in his life. They decided to put him on last. And a bunch of them did baby jokes in their sets.
Wow.
Just to fucking target him and try to get him upset enough to not go on. And
they should have all never been allowed to do anything there again after that. That's disgusting.
They were the ones running the show, and I quit going. I quit performing. I quit. I wasn't performing at the time. I'd come back because I'd intended to go on and was trying to make a comeback. And when I saw that, I left. I was just like, I'm so sorry, gave him a hug, and just walked. It was like, and he went up, like, God bless him. He fucking went up and did his shit. But the fact that they went that far it was
Yeah.
just like, and I know I understand your experience was completely different.
Well, I mean, on top of
It
that,
was
like,
a coping mechanism on instead of, but this was
Yeah.
just trying to hurt someone.
oh yeah, I had never heard really any of them. I heard like one or two in my life. That was it, like in high school or something. But I was in a movie that never got released. It was a drama actually, and I played this character named Mouse, who was this big muscle guy for a drug dealer. But like he had a very real personality. He was actually a very sensitive human being. And there was a scene that was written where they knew Mouse didn't like certain kind of jokes, and it was a whole sequence of about 10 dead baby jokes being said to me. But again, in this case, none of them knew, because these were people that didn't know me too well, and they didn't know what I had gone through just the year before. So they had no idea. And I told them afterwards, like a couple months afterwards, like, because they're like, we remember that day, and you were really odd during that day. Like, we just thought you were really into character, because you always are into character, but you kind of stayed that way for like a week after that. It was like you were processing something. And I had to explain to them that what had happened the year before, and how like those jokes hit me really bad, but I wouldn't break character. But then I stayed in that headspace for like a week and realized that was how I found out that they were helpful. It was completely by accident, but at least they weren't doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
In that situation,
This was a straight up attack. And
that's disgusting.
Okay, so
Yeah. And there are comedians who are horrible fucking
Oh, yeah.
people.
Yeah.
They're funny,
I'd have-
but they're
I'd have just
fucking
got on
terrible
stage and beat
people.
the fuck out of them.
And-
As a bystander, if I knew the situation, I'd have just, man, that's disgusting.
Yeah, the audience had no idea.
Yeah.
So
there's
they
things
were laughing.
that you can joke
you know?
about, and there's things that you can't. And, and there's a fine line.
Okay.
There's a really fine line, because comedy is subjective, and you should be able to make comedy about anything. But
Yeah.
you got to know your context. You got to know your room and your situation, man. If you use comedy as a weapon against someone intentionally just to hurt someone, that's not comedy. Like, if you're doing it just with the intention of hurting someone, I don't think that's
Well, and that might be part of the reason why, like, I also was really upset when they were doing the South Park episode where it was like, we're going to show Muhammad just because we want to be dicks.
yeah. And we
do it.
talked a lot about that.
And I was like,
yeah.
I was like, fuck you. Why would you even you're doing it just to be an asshole and just to hurt an entire community. That's all you're doing.
I've always looked at comedy as, well, the comedians at least, if done really, really good, and if it was done right, there's basically, I want to say they're like the prophets of this age, in that they can see past a lot of the bullshit that general society can't, and then they point it out.
Yeah.
And
And
basically
some of
saying,
them are
"Oh,
great at that.
basically taking down my philosophy on politics and government is, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right.
To the right.
Here I am, right? But they can, no matter where their stance is, they can at least look through, because like people like Christopher Titus
Oh,
can
God,
see
I was
through the
just thinking-
bullshit.
Yeah.
See through the bullshit on both sides, and really, and also takes his pain, and he
It's one
works
of the most
through that as
depressingly wonderful
Oh, yeah.
comedians I've ever seen.
Oh yeah,
See, Dennis
Oh, yeah.
Leary is a personal hero to me for much that reason with
Yeah.
a lot of his stuff, man. Like, his earlier stuff was
Yeah.
more about like breaking through. And then him as an actor, he didn't like comedic roles. He liked serious, fucked up
yeah,
roles. Like, he did that movie The Ref, that was a comedy about him, taking a family hostage during Christmas. But if you really like look at that character, he was not a funny character. He said things that people laughed about because it was Dennis Leary. But
Mhm.
like, and then the firefighter show that he does or
Yeah.
did, that
Oh, yeah.
is so good. Rescue Me, I think is what it's called. It's
Yeah.
so
Rescue Me, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, he was so good in
unbelievably
that.
depressing.
Oh, my
But it's-
God.
Like Bill
Yeah.
Hicks was wonderful.
yeah. Bill Hicks.
Bill Hicks,
I was
yeah,
going
Bill
to
Hicks.
You know,
bring him up, but
he
yeah,
was fucking
like-
great.
George Carlin.
George
Oh,
Carlin,
man.
You know what?
Mitch
I
Hedberg.
wish George Carlin was still alive, because I wanted to know what he would have to say about, number one, the pandemic, and Donald Trump running for president.
The whole world, actually, after he died,
Yeah.
kind of went nuts. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
woke culture, as it's being called. Is like, everything's got to be woke now. I would love to hear what he has to say about that. But it is fascinating that some of his old bits that he's done on stage
Mhm.
has
Mhm.
been appearing on social media a lot and online
Yeah.
about
He's
some of the
a lot
relative.
more than usual. Yeah.
and I kind of look at him as like a Nostradamus of comedy, because he kind of like brought up some stuff that even back then could happen, and he was like, he was predicting it, in a way. It was kind of
Yeah.
like he predicted some of this stuff to happen. And then, when he talked about when they talked about abortion, I bet there's like tons of clips on it on YouTube about that, and especially about like disaster, like disasters and everything like that. And then when 9/11 hit, he kind of changed his tone,
He did.
because he once joked about it like years before.
Yeah.
About, I like to see like buildings collapsing, and people running
remember
away and
that,
beating
yeah.
their heads out with fire and everything. And then 9/11 hit, and he was like, "Holy shit!"
That hit
You know?
him hard. Yeah. Like, he was very
Yeah.
public about how that affected him and how it changed him as a comedian.
Yeah,
That's
and
something.
and especially with all the stuff that happened on January 6th, I would love to hear what he would have to say about that.
Yeah.
It's just that,
And he was
I mean-
a weird comedian to me, like Bob Saget. Like when I was growing up, I didn't know Bob Saget was a dirty comedian, and I knew George Carlin as Rufus from Bill and Ted. So I didn't know he was a dirty ass comedian until I started to get a little like into my teen years, and then I saw their stand-ups, and like Rufus and Danny Tanner are not who I thought they were.
To millions of kids, George Carlin was the conductor on Thomas the Train.
Yes, and
Engine.
also he worked with
Yeah.
Nickelodeon, and you could enter contests where George Carlin would come to your school and make fun of your teachers and your principal. And I entered every time. I never won, sadly, but I entered that every fucking time.
My grandparents.
not to mention he was also Fillmore on the in the Cars movies,
Oh yeah.
except for number 3.
My grandparents once went to a bar in Omaha or something like that. Papa liked cigars, so they'd go to these cigar bars every now and then. And while they were there, they were playing a George Carlin album. And they played the clean side or whatever of his stuff. And so my grandparents were like asking them who it was because they were really interested in stuff. And then they went back to Takema, and once again, pre-internet, and even if it had been internet, they wouldn't have used it because fuck that.
Yeah.
They weren't about that. But they brought some friends with them the next time they went into town, and they called it going to town when they'd go to the big cities or whatever. But they went to town, and they took them there, and they asked the bartender if they could play the George Carlin album, and they played the other side, which was all the string stuff. Which my grandparents weren't like stuck up or like they didn't. Grandma told me dirty jokes, but they hadn't expected to hear that much George Carlin in it because they had heard the other side of George Carlin before that.
Yeah.
But
Like even back, like even back then, George Carlin was the embodiment of cancel culture because everybody was trying to shut him up.
Yep.
Even back then, I mean, he couldn't say.
Kind of like
there
who
was-
took it seriously. I would say it would be him.
Yeah.
Sam Kinison and Dennis Leary. I would say were the three. 'Cause a lot of people say Dice, Andrew Dice Clay, but Dice was more of a shock comic to me. Like it was just a shock comic thing, and it was situational.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was more like a rebel without a cause.
Literally,
or
without a yeah.
There are rules in comedy, like if you cannot deliver a PG set and get laughs, you're not funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Jim
Yeah,
Gaffigan is a perfect example of this.
Yeah. Like I like what's his name? He's somebody who I thought should have fucking run for president.
Jim
Kind of
Deputy.
partly very angry. I met him.
Lewis Black.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I was introduced to him by the owner of the Omaha Funny Bone as one of her up and coming comics when he came to the Rococo Theater where I was working at, and she had me go outside and meet him. And I was supposed to meet him for drinks afterwards, but I ditched. I feel bad. He signed my stuff and he signed my body, and I was going to meet him for drinks. And then the line was taking too long, and the bar was going to close. So it was like, but he's somebody who he can totally deliver a completely PG set.
Oh yeah,
and be on point the entire time.
Yeah,
And
I love his stand-up specials. I love
just
him.
started touring again this year, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
There's a free on his YouTube channel. There's a free special that he did.
I'll check it out.
And it's pretty. It's very good. It's very good. He's actually going to be coming to Waterbury, Connecticut, later this year.
Nice. We're missing. When is it? It's like in the next week or so. Henry Rollins is coming through again, but he's going to Omaha instead of Lincoln. So
Yeah.
And the place where they were at, like the only way to get tables was to buy a whole table again up like in the back, and there was one that I could have gotten, but I'll wait till he comes to the Rococo again because he likes that venue.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to spend.
If I know ahead of time,
$200.
I'll save some money up and come down too.
All right, cool. Because
Nice.
it was going to be like
I'd love to do that with you guys
$200 to book a table and then get somebody to
It's a
drive me
date.
and all that shit. It was like going to
Oh,
be a
yeah,
whole
it is.
thing. Because mom's like, I don't want to go see him. I'm like, you'd actually probably get a kick out of the show. And she's like, yeah, but you'd be with your friends. And
I love your mom.
oh, I know. Everybody loves Karma. And she's like started sending me stuff. She's like she sent me something like, tell Jenny about this little thing that she could get for her kids and do this for them. But she's still like, oh, but I don't. But I was saying that I saw this person the other day. So yeah. So Karma's part of the show, but she doesn't really watch us, but she's part of the show.
It's probably good for the best for her that she doesn't watch some things that we do.
Yeah.
But no, it's seriously, I'd love to come back down and do that with you guys again. That's I'm not gonna lie, like that experience, like with you guys, that whole night is like easy top 10 of my favorite moments of life. Easily.
Well, everybody remembers the first time they meet me.
There was just so much going on. Like there was just so much cool things. Just like so much love. Like just the four of us like hanging out, eating beforehand, just watching the guy get mugged by the wind, and then the show, and just
Welcome to Nebraska.
It was such like a positive, like uplifting, like time in my life that I'll never. Even when my brain is Swiss cheese the rest of the way through, my half of the brain anyway, Swiss cheese the rest of the way through. That's something that I'm certain that I will always fucking remember, man.
Tom Dog, have you ever seen Rollins? Or do you watch any of his stuff?
I used to. I just haven't had a chance to watch any of his other specials because I don't even know where to find them.
But we'll find you some stuff and send it to you.
Yeah.
His spoken word. Once he starts, it's okay. You have to imagine, like, okay, he's a big guy in a smaller body, but big. You know what I mean? Like, he's not little like Danzig. Danzig is the big little guy.
Yeah.
But he's got the whole thing going for him still. But he is a power machine. Like I have the shirt. It was like half man, half machine or something like that. And he's like, okay, I'm going to get started. And once I get started, I'm not going to stop. And I have to get going because I only have this much time and I have a whole lot of shit to tell you guys. I'm going to tell it to you all in this period of time. And he gets going and it's like,
he did.
And he is just going through every single topic that he wants to talk about, straight in your face, in the stuff, doing the thing, rocking, rolling, hitting the whole thing. And you're like, Jesus Christ, there's like 4 bottles of water next to you, and you haven't even taken the time to crack the seal on one of them because you're too busy talking and about ready to die on stage by running out of breath, by telling us every single thing you have to say. And he wouldn't have been here at all if he hadn't have decided to quit serving ice cream.
Haagen-Dazs.
He was a server at Haagen-Dazs, and then he got a phone call. And it was either give up his whole life and go be the front man for Black Flag, or continue serving at Haagen-Dazs.
It's a good thing he chose
And
Haagen-Dazs.
And so he was doing things like, I haven't been able to do my job for the past 2 years because it requires me to go out in public and nobody can go out in public. And I'm not saying it's because people won't get vaccinated or because they won't do this thing, but it's because I decided to quit serving Haagen-Dazs, which made me have to be forced to go out in public when people weren't allowed to go out in public, and just boom. And then there's the entire world laid flat and open by Henry Rollins. And it is the most beautiful thing you've ever imagined. And he never stops punching you in the face through the entire show.
It's mind-blowing because you can think, and there's a parallel universe where Henry Rollins decides to stick with Haagen-Dazs and doesn't
And
go
we
to
don't
be
have
with...
that.
Right. We are in the correct timeline, people.
We're
it may
in
seem like stupid, but there are perks.
My proof that I am in the correct timeline is that when I went to Terrificon, I was in room 616, which is this world in the universe of Marvel. So,
Oh, yes.
and Henry Rollins exists in world 616. So, life is good.
I will say there's another comedian that's worth mentioning who once was in a lovely movie we watched called The Mystery Men, and he played a character known as the Waffler. And that would be Dane Cook. And I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
He's in my top 5 favorite comedians of all time and always will be. And just got back in the circuit again just this past year.
I'll have to check him out and see what his new stuff's like. For those of you who don't know this, I was in a weirdly kind of abusive relationship with an alcoholic for about 8 years. He was also, and I'm not dissing anyone with his mental illness whatsoever, he was a type 1 bipolar who did not medicate himself. He purposefully drank and did drugs in order to put himself in a different state of mind than he should have been. And he became obsessed with comedians. And because I'd done stand-up comedy, he wanted to do stand-up comedy. So his way of doing it was by watching over and over and over and over and over comedy specials on YouTube or any place that he could find comedy. But he wouldn't wear headphones because he was a sound guy. And so he made it so that I had to listen to it. And after you've heard the same comedy special the 30th time in a row, kind of get tired of listening to that comedian. And he ruined a lot of really good comedians for me. So, and Dane Cook was one of those. So I'm going to have to give him a try outside of what I've heard 50 times in a row. Like there were some that I was still like, and amazingly, yeah, like Bill Hicks was one that, okay, I could listen to Bill Hicks 30 times in a row and not be sad.
Right.
And not be like, I'm out of my fucking board. I'm like, that's Bill Hicks. He's still funny.
I can kind of get those, someone with mental illness, like listening to Dane Cook over and over and over. Because I'm not going to lie, I found Dane Cook during a really tough time in my life. And there was just something about, honestly, all his albums, every one of them, I played them on repeat often and probably annoyed my wife at the time with Dane Cook a little bit and some other people. Something about his comedy and him being like vocal about, his own mental health issues and his anxiety and stuff like that. It was one of those, hey, he can do this. It was a time in my life where I was taking a break from movies. I wasn't really haunting for a year. I was guest stuff and doing things in the haunt industry, but not haunting. And I found him and it was like, oh, he gets it. He's funny. He talks about, there's a lot of party frat style jokes, but a lot of them kind of reminded me of times on the road, when I was doing music, because I was also kind of in a not doing music zone, or I was towards the end of my musical career, actually. So it hit me in all the right buttons. It just pressed all the right buttons. And that's why I love him so much. But I could see how that would, in your situation, would make you very much not.
I
like
also
that
had
kind
to watch Zeitgeist, however you pronounce it,
of
like
zeitgeist. Yeah.
4 or 5 times. Like, was physically forced to sit down in a chair and watch it and not be allowed to get up to go to the bathroom or do anything. I had to watch it. And I was like, I'm going to unalive you.
Yeah.
It drove me crazy. Him though, and he had a TV show recently. He's a redheaded guy. He got in a lot of trouble, I think, recently as well. That he'd call his kids like, my 12-year-old's a bitch. And do you know what I'm talking about?
The TV show,
comedian.
wasn't he the guy that was from oh my god, he played a father in a TV show. That's how he, like, one of his claim to fames. He played a father.
Yeah.
And then he plays himself in What We Do in Shadows. I know who you're talking. If it's the same guy I'm thinking of.
Red-haired comedian. I can't think of it. He really was bad though. Oh wait, there's his picture. Louis C.K.
Okay, that's
Oh,
not who I
yeah.
was thinking of. That's
Okay.
not who I was thinking of at all. I was thinking of someone
Okay.
entirely different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
Louis C.K. had a.
Louis C.K. I can't fucking stand, and I had to listen to him over and over ad nauseum, and it was just like, the thing is, guys, I say this, and you're probably like, why didn't you just walk out of the house? Well, I can't drive. And I'm sitting here, and as you can see, I'm in a corner. And right here, I have a table. Right here, I have a sofa. There is a walkway that goes from bookcases into my door. And my ex would often stand either at the door or would walk and stand right here in front of me and keep me in my chair. So I was stuck a lot of the time. If I would go to the bathroom, he would follow me. If I would go to bed, he would follow me. If I was going to take a bath, he would follow me. I couldn't go anywhere. I probably could have called somebody, but I didn't think I was at that point. And this is something that I recommend to all of you. Even if you think what somebody is saying to me cannot hurt me because I do not respect their opinion, you'll still flinch eventually. So never let yourself get there, because it will fuck you up bad. Like, you keep thinking, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. I cringe because I can identify, I wrote a horror story about this. I can identify the sound of a can being opened through a closed door in another room. I can let you know whether it was a 12 ounce, a 16 ounce, a tall boy, whether it was malt liquor, soda, or alcohol, because there's a different sound that makes based on each one. And I knew that if it was, I could tell, like, okay, it's going to be beer. So tonight he's going to be like this. Oh, he's drinking like a tall boy of, like, you know, the Hurricanes. Oh, this is going to suck. That smells bad. He's going to come in here and talk to me. He's drinking soda. Shit, that means he got liquor, which means that it's going to be even worse. I'm going to end up having to clean up after him and do all this stuff. And I'm going to have to put up with him until he passes out and pukes all over himself so that I can do that. And guys, really, seriously, you feel like you're okay because you're like, I can handle it. I can just go away and I can just ignore what's being said. Don't do what the fuck I did, because it fucked me up so bad, even though I thought I was okay.
Yeah.
I got a lovely cat out of it, and another lovely cat who died last year, and a lot of therapy. I spent 8 years in something like this because it started off good and it ended up bad. And
They all do.
even if you think that this person can't hurt me because I don't care, it wasn't until I noticed that he never hit me. He never did anything like that. He shoved me once. There were some questionable things at other times, but not going to get deep into that. But I discovered I had a flinch reflex after he was gone, and that was bad. And it was weird because I didn't have it while he was there, because he had this thing about, like, I didn't show enough emotion. So there was literally one point in time where, well, a couple points in time, where he would stand and put his hands on the chair right here and lean into my face and say that he was trying to force me to feel emotion because I didn't show enough emotion, and that if he could cause me to have a seizure, then he would at least know that he was getting through to me and causing me to feel something, which was fear. And I wasn't so much scared of him, but the overwhelming anxiety of having somebody screaming in my face that they were trying to have me have a seizure was a bad thing. And I'm sorry if I'm losing people here, and I hope maybe I'm helping people at some point in time. And I'm sorry that most of you guys that are here with me don't know that this happened, and I'm just kind of spraying it on you. But
I knew a lot about this. Yeah.
yeah, but that's what I went through, and I shouldn't have. I tried so hard to like make it be like there were always excuses. He was supposed to be going to jail, and they just never picked him up. They never took him there. He was supposed to be moving out, and it just never happened. So it just kept being this like standby thing. And so I reached the point where like, no, I don't do standbys anymore. I don't let things continue happening. As soon as something bad is happening in my life, you stop it then. You don't wait and see. And it's not like I thought he would get better. I just thought that he would eventually leave. And that was my hope. And you can't wait for it. You just have to make it happen, guys. And I think we lost a viewer because I was saying this, or maybe because it's super fucking late. But
It's late. I doubt it's because you're talking about it. And if so, I mean, that's what this show
Yeah.
is. We talk a lot about mental health and things that we went through and how we survived it, because it helps people, believe it or not, to hear about stories like this, because it could have happened to someone who's going to listen to the show.
yeah, I quit drinking not because, okay, I drank and I partied and I had fun and went out and did my stuff. And there was a point where I hit where I was drinking too much. And I cut way back from that. But he was still drinking heavily. He was stealing my debit card. He wasn't working. Like, he was hiding. Do you guys know what Hurricane is?
I do.
It's like this horrible flavored malt liquor giant can stuff of shit.
Disgusting.
That is just, exactly. It's horrible. But like, I would hide my cards because he wasn't working and I was getting Social Security. And like, I would give him rent money to go take to my landlord, and he would spend it on booze instead. And then he would hide it outside, like underneath the garbage cans and like the big giant trash, huge machines and stuff, or in the bushes. And he'd go outside, chug down like 2 or 3 of those, and then come back in. And I would be like, I'm not stupid. I have a sense of smell. You're slurring your words. You're drunk. And you just went outside, so I know you just drank outside. Because he'd be like, oh, I'm just walking up and down the street practicing my comedy routine. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're drinking. Don't treat me like I'm a fucking idiot. Because I'm not. Just stop. But I eventually quit drinking because he had the problem and I couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
And because I got the phobia of like hearing different cans, like I'm okay with cans now. It's still like, but I used to flinch at the sound of hearing like a tall boy be opened because it was like, fuck. Like I drink a lot of soda, so I have to get used to the sound of popping open a can of soda. But
Right.
But yeah, so that's my trauma for the night. Dell's big reveal here, but
well, we love you, and we're glad that's something you came out the other side of.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah,
here.
I made it. I don't flinch anymore.
I mean,
I got good friends. Spend time with them, and James can attest. I can now go out to a bar and have a drink or two and not be blitzed out of my gourd or anything. I can just hang out.
Oh, the other
except
people
the
around us, right?
The apple
Right.
pie night
Holy
doesn't count.
Yeah, the thing about Carrie, God bless her, but we're both introverts, but she's also a social introvert. So she'll go and start talking to certain people, and I'm more or less if I meet you, I'm going to be very quiet and assess you and see how full of shit you are.
Which has been hysterical at times.
Right.
But
Right. And yeah, it's been interesting. But if you're anything like me, I don't drink, not because I have a problem with drinking. I've just never developed the taste for it. I
I
mean,
just realized I'm saying this as I'm like drinking a bottle of wine.
right. But usually when Dell and I go out to the pub night, the rare times, I usually get what I call a Skinny Roy. It's a Diet Coke with the grenadine in there. And I'm pretty sure our regular waitress thinks we're dead at this
Poor
point.
Danielle.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to go see her again.
Yeah.
We love Danielle. She is the waitress at the old pub.
But you usually have a show that you're on now on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
So
We'll work that out somehow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call down there and see if she's working still, actually, and be
Yeah.
like,
Watch the fuck out
"You
of that
wanna
mic on
go?"
accident.
But yeah, there was the apple pie night where these folks introduced them all to a new shot, and it was like it tasted like hot apple pie, and it was like part of it you had to have like hot water going through the coffee pot, but then you had that was just to warm up the shots, and you did all these things, and we started. Well, I started talking
That's
to. Yeah, I started talking to one gal who was just. It was one of those things where like a drunk, silly gal came over to chat with us. And I was like, all right, let's chat with her. She seems very nice. And then her whole crew of drunk, silly youngins,
Yeah.
well, to us, they were youngins, they were like in their 20s and 30s. And they're like,
They were
oh,
college
we're all going
kids.
to have these. Yeah, we're all going to have these apple pie shots. Will you have an apple pie shot? And it was like, okay, I'll try it. And then they just kept feeding it, me, apple pie shots, and
They gave
James
me
got
one,
to
but I'm like, here you go. More for
fly
you.
across the table. And so James got to see me inadvertently get drunk. And that's something like
Right.
I used to sip whiskey when I was doing these shows. And one night I inadvertently drank too much of my bourbon, and I saw the results the next day in attempts at typing that did not make sense. And I felt really bad on top of it. And it was like, I am too old to, like, I didn't get drunk on purpose. It was one of those, like, it's the end of the bottle, I'll just finish it kind of things real quick. And it was just enough to cross that threshold. And so, yeah, so I will drink wine and stuff to where I'm tipsy, but I will no longer, I do not allow myself to get drunk, because that, you've seen how that makes me behave, and
Right.
Yeah.
it's terrible.
Well, kids, I hate to do this, but I must bid you all adieu.
All
It
right.
Good
is
night.
getting late.
Let's go, brother.
You
Yeah.
made it through
James.
a little over 3 hours, though. So
Yeah, you did.
Jeff,
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
I will talk to everyone later. And remember, Tomb of the Terrible next Monday. And it's American Poltergeist. You can find it on Tubi and YouTube.
Yes.
So-
I'm excited about this.
Check it out. Watch it. Take some screen. My suggestion, and I still have some of these from last time. Take screenshots of everybody as you're watching it as they die, and you will notice themes going on with the way that the faces look when people die, depending on how they die. That's all I'm going to give you. Obviously,
There's
it's a
no
horror to people
claymation
die.
monsters or cardboard cutouts or people dressed as
So-
trees.
See, what I really, really want to do, though, is take shots of everybody at my birthday limit this year, watching whatever it is they're going to be shown. And I really, really, really do kind of want it to fall on Rhinestone. I know you're going to skip out if it comes onto that, though, but
Honestly, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it, and I'm so sorry, but I will send something.
Really?
And yeah,
oh,
I have no way of getting there, but I
Well,
will. You can.
I would
like,
pick you up.
set up some.
I would
I-
pick you up like I did last time.
I know.
I had it planned out.
Okay, we'll work it out then. I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
trying to figure out rides and stuff. So okay,
you
Now
didn't
I'll
talk to
think
me,
about it
obviously. I mean,
Yeah.
I was
No,
actually planning.
Hell.
Okay, I would pick up Carrie at this time, and
Okay, sorry.
He's gonna
I
pick
didn't
up me
think about
too.
that.
It's the whole thing. I'm joking.
So-
I'm joking.
We're going to
I would-
Ohio. Shit.
I would. I'm already planning the playlist we're going to listen to. So
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. I was trying to count on mom, and it was one of those like depending on
Yeah.
work things going. So it was one of those
Yeah,
like maybe,
yeah.
maybe not. So
don't worry
okay.
about it. You're going to be
Okay.
there. This will be my 50th time doing it. This is my
All right.
50th. 50.
All right.
Half a
Okay.
century.
Yeah, I can't miss that. All right.
Besides,
The
you
other
got
I'd
to be
worked
there
out,
to
I'm
work
good.
you got to be there to work the Wheel of the Terrible trademark.
I can do that. Oh, I'm gonna figure out how to fucking rig that so that I don't have to watch Dolly Parton. Okay.
Dolly Parton and Sylvester Stallone together at last.
Oh God. No.
Talk to
Not
you guys
gonna work.
later.
See you
All
later,
right.
man.
Good night, Uncle Necro.
Right.
And then there were 3.
Dun, dun,
Yes.
dun.
Wait a second. I have that. No, I don't have it on this one. God
I
damn
think
it.
sometimes when we post the link in the chat that you forget
Oh, I
you didn't
do.
show up. When we post the chat, that's for you too, Tom.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah, oh, and I just want to do this one because I haven't gotten to hear it yet tonight.
Oh my god,
I do it again.
I kind of pranked
I love
Main
that.
Street in the haunt. They're trying to figure because we didn't have a soundtrack for Main Street. We had a lot of problems with sound this year for different reasons, and they're like, they were listening to some rock. It was a little bit of metal. It was all right. I'm like, man, y'all got to. This is like Main Street USA. Like, you got to come up with something like that people are going to remember. That's like really weird and off-putting, just out there. Well, what would you suggest? I'm like, do me a favor. Type in "Down with the Sickness," Richard Cheese. Yes, they use this song in the end of the remake of Dawn of the Dead. It is literally a lounge singer, Richard Cheese. He's like a comedy lounge singer
Yeah.
singing it, and it is actually the most fucking weird but yet brilliant version of that
Get
song
down,
ever.
Get down with the sickness, you fucker, get up.
Yep.
Down with the sickness.
And they played it and listened to the whole thing. And I walked away while they were listening to it. I came back later. They said, I was like, oh, how'd you like the song? And they're like, dude, that was so fucking weird. And we loved it. I was like, oh, yeah, go back to the Freak Show and listen to the music. There's a Richard Cheese song in there, too.
So, James, I know we both were about to mention it at one point or another, but got disjointed. It was way back when we started talking about my wine. So, Gin and Juice, the song
Laid
by
back.
Snoop Dogg, has been covered by a band called The Gourds,
Yes,
who are bluegrass.
I've heard this.
And yes, so for those of you who have not heard this, way back in the day, my sister was a big fan of that song. And they had it on the jukebox at her regular bar, which was a bar that was co-owned by people who owned a place that I worked at. Like I worked at the Rococo, but they also had a bar in the back that was Barrymore's in the Alley, and that was like a high-class martini bar. And we had the like high-class Rococo theater. And then there was the hangout with a jukebox and girls standing up on top of the bar kind of place at times. That was actually only when the Rococo people got really drunk and went down there. But yeah, high class people like to stand on bars apparently and like get hit in the head with ceiling fans.
Yeah.
But I would
Throw
hang
it
out
up.
with her in the I went to go hang out with her in the afternoons a couple times, and it was really fun because this body's name is Carrie, and my sister is a Cody, and then her friends were Corey and Katie. So we were sitting down, and it was Carrie and Katie and Cody and Corey, and they would sit right by the jukebox. They had their own table, and Gin and Juice was one of the songs that they would play by the Gourds all the time. And I'd listen to it. I'd heard it. I could sing it. I knew the whole goddamn song. Even though they said it's kind of hard being Snoop D-O double G, but I had no idea that it was, I thought they were mocking like rap in general, which they kind of were, but they were, well, they were
Rolling
parodying
down
it in
the
general.
street, smoking
Indo,
Indo, sipping on gin and juice.
Oh no, it's well, I be rolling down the street, smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice. Yeah, come on, my money, yeah.
There's
But
actually a real big
it-
movement,
it-
actually, on the last.
I-
to cover
Oh, is it-
bluegrass covers of like famous songs from all genres. And the Rivertown area of Kings Island, the theme park that I've been going to a lot this year, it's like 30 minutes away from me. The all of Rivertown is nothing but that. It's bluegrass covering like 80s, 90s, all kinds of different stuff. Like to the point where I'm walking in and I hear a Hootie and the Blowfish cover, and I'm like,
Oh,
and then Smash Mouth, and then there was a Madonna one, and then there was a Def Leppard one, and like I'm listening to these things, and like now when I go to Rivertown, I sit down for a while and I listen to the fucking bluegrass covers of all these different things, man. And most of them are really good, like surprisingly, like oh my god, this is fucking amazing.
Who was I'm looking it up right now. Fade to Bluegrass. Iron Horse did the Metallica whole thing.
Yeah.
But the Gourds Gin and Juice, I honestly for years thought that was the original song. And I finally heard Gin and Juice by Snoop, and I was like, the fuck? Oh my god, I've been wrong my whole life.
Yeah.
And
it
then,
used to be country and pop did this to each other back and forth, but now bluegrass just does it to everyone.
Well, bluegrass is amazing. I fucking love bluegrass. Like,
Oh yeah.
okay, if you've never met me before, you wouldn't realize that I love fishing in video games.
Yes.
And I can spend days doing nothing but fishing for like 14 hours straight in video games. And I do that while listening to bluegrass.
Yep.
And it is fun as shit.
You're laid
There
back.
you go.
I as my sister had me listen to the Gourds version of Gin and Juice, my little brother, in the Southern way, bless him, he is a big Fremont gangsta rap listening kind of guy. Love him to death. He's my little bro. He's great. He's 11 years younger than I am though. So like I put together, he was giving me a ride once from Lincoln to Fremont, and it's like a 45-minute drive, something like that. And so I put together a playlist that we could both enjoy because it had things like Gin and Juice, but it was the Gourds cover of it and
Yeah.
different kind of stuff like that. And I had him playing it, and he was just like, "What are you doing to me? Why are you torturing me?" It was
That's
so
not torture, it's
little bit.
culture.
Yeah, I was like, this is the best version of this song out there. Seriously, listen to it. And I don't hate on rap or anything. Like, well, okay, some of it I do. It depends. There is good rap and there is shit rap. You know, like
Rap
there
had its
is
time for
any
me, and
culture.
like many genres, it was the 90s.
And genre. I said culture, but yeah, like it. Yeah, I appreciate Eminem, and
I do like Eminem.
I
His
appreciate-
early albums. I like a lot.
I kind of like him because he went the whole horror thing with 3 a.m.
Yeah,
and it was like
from the 3M thing.
super
Yeah,
fun. Yeah, that was super fun to me.
he's a
And,
hell of an artist, though. He really is. Like I give him a lot of credit, man.
There were a lot of artists that I totally brushed off and was just like I'm not a big fan of hip hop. It's just not my thing. I'm not a big fan of pop. It's just not, you know, like I was like
growing up.
I was like heavy metal, and then and it's weird because I'm like heavy metal and then folk and then like Norwegian folk rock and like all over the place and weird stuff.
My musical taste changed
but-
like a chameleon depending on what I was doing, because I did a lot of roller skating as a kid, and hip hop was kind of like
Oh,
that's big. You're like boogie dancing on your skates, listening to hip hop. That's a big fucking thing in like the roller skating world. Still is today. So like when I was roller skating, that's when I listened to a lot of the hip hop. Like primarily, that's when I listened to a lot of hip. We get some metal and some country and stuff, different things, some grunge and alternative out there too. But like that was my hip hop time. That's when I listened to the hip hop. When I was doing this thing, and this is what I listened to. Like it was metal when I was doing haunts.
mhm.
I grew up with Metallica to a degree. With the early albums because of my cousin uncle. That's a long story. But not a
I have one
dirty
of the-
story.
Don't worry. I have my father's cousin's son and my mother's cousin's cousin. It was two sisters. One of them married into this side of my family.
It was
One into
actually
that.
just
It wasn't a
she went-
hedge. It was just like a roundabout.
It was more just my aunt fell on really hard, bad times in her life, and my grandma adopted him for a while, and my
Oh, okay.
and my mom helped raise him. So he's my uncle cousin.
Gotcha.
But like I got to listen to a lot of great metal with him. But like the first year at Haunted was the first time I'd ever heard the Black Album. I didn't know the Black Album existed because my cousin didn't like the Black Album, so I just didn't know about it until Haunting. And of all the songs on that album, for some reason, Of Wolf and Man was the song that just hit me in the fucking face, like in the best way possible. And like, I liked Metallica, but that one song made me love Metallica. It was so weird. Because it wasn't even one of their
was
big
the song for
songs.
me.
Oh, one I had already
And-
loved it previously.
James actually gave my sister nightmares inadvertently because we went to this tiny school called Logan View. It was out in the middle of the country. People from Hooper, Nickerson, Ewing, Winslow, all
That
these
hung
little
out at
tiny,
Walgreens.
all these itty bitty little towns that didn't have their own Walgreens. Like went there, and the kids from like Rosedale, even, which was like this little community that like there's all the country kids went to this school. Like we had gun
Riverdale.
racks in the back of our cars and stuff. Well, I didn't, but a lot of the guys did because they'd go hunting, and it was just like that's what you had.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I'm bringing a gun to school. It was like I might see a pheasant later, or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like that.
Right.
And it
What was a
totally,
crime of opportunity?
totally innocent. But that was back in the like late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
And he loaned me the video 2 of 1 because he was one of the only other metalheads in the entire high school. I had a graduating class of about 60 people, if this gives you an idea of how big our school was. And this is from, like I said, multiple towns in the area that were all
Yeah.
tiny little towns consolidated. And so if you've seen the video 2 of 1, you get to see video of 1, then the extended version, and then you get to learn a little bit about Johnny Got His Gun, the book, and the movie that was made for the video of 1. And like that is what gave me a serious fear of locked-in syndrome. Even though that wasn't exactly what he had going on, it was just as well as what he had going on because he couldn't communicate with anyone really. And he was alive and just trying to figure out what the hell was going on around him. And my sister watched it with me and she started having nightmares because of it. And then I finally ended up getting the book and I haven't been able to read it. My cousin, well, my like second cousin gave me a copy of it before he died. And I have not been able to make it through like the first 10 pages of that book
Yeah.
because it's so hard to read. But that was like kind of that was about where my introduction to Metallica started.
Yeah.
Because we lived in a small town and we had, we had bigger town radio stations, but the ones they'd play all the time were like the pop stations and shit. So you didn't really get to hear stuff. And we had to actually drive to like the cities, not the towns. The towns had tape. Yeah, we still bought cassette tapes. They had tape stores, but they were partially regulated by the church tape stores. You could not buy that kind of Metallica stuff here. And when I went on my trip my senior year to Washington, D.C., I actually brought, I've been saving up money because I've been working since I was 14 years old. And I saved up a bunch of money and used it to go hit record stores in Washington, D.C. and buy like the metal albums that I could read about in the magazines, but I couldn't actually buy anywhere near me.
Yeah.
So James was like, we were metalheads together.
Oh yeah.
So
Modern day, I found more appreciation for Metallica, not because even the music, because of Chris Cornell. Actually, he was became very close actually to James Hetfield for a while, accidentally. He in 2015 he was doing a solo tour again, which he had done previously from the throat cancer, which is back when I had met him and did that one show I always talk about with him. Well, not with him, just I opened a show that he happened to be the surprise headliner at. Just to
Awesome.
narrow that down a little bit. I was not on stage with the man, but that would have been a dream come true. He was at a show in 2015. I'm trying to remember. I've got it pulled up right here because I don't want to fuck up the details. It was in York, Pennsylvania, and he was doing stuff from Audio Slave, Soundgarden, his first solo album, the Throat Cancer album, and some other stuff. But every night on this tour, he'd change up and do covers. Like, for example, he does the most haunting version of Michael Jackson, Billie Jean you'll ever hear, and I'm not emotional, but it tears me the fuck up and gets to me. Well, one night before his show, he decided he was going to play U2's One, but he couldn't remember the lyrics. So he Googled One lyrics, and what came up was actually Metallica's One. He started reading. He's like, I don't remember it being this dark, and looked it up and found out that the most Googled version of the song One for lyrics was Metallica's. So that night on stage, he played the actual song and the melody to U2's One, but the lyrics on purpose of Metallica's One. And you can listen to this on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
Oh,
And,
you gotta send me that link.
Oh, I totally will. You'll love it. And he did a big, thing about it later.
I love both of them.
He talked about it on stage right before he played, and he explained like the whole story about how this was like a weird accident. And then U2 and Metallica found out about it, and they turned out to love it. And right after his death, they did this big tribute show called Running to Stand Still at a big Rose Bowl concert with U2 and Metallica. And they both talked a lot about him and what he meant to like the music industry and even their careers, even though they didn't know each other all very well. And they distributed him. And then again in 2019, the I Am the Highway tribute to Chris Cornell, which was a benefit thing for him and his wife's foundation, and the Epidermolysis Bullosa Medical Research Foundation. They came out again and they did this big tribute to him, like personally, like a second time in 2 years. So like, again, I like Metallica. I've never loved Metallica, but I've always respected, even though Napster's bad, the whole Napster bad movement thing.
Yeah.
The selling of used cock rings, a lot of the weird shit they did for a time. That's a very long story. It's a Lars thing.
I was gonna say that sounds like Lars.
Yeah. But like them to do that, like right after, his passing was just like, I wasn't surprised that Chris, played a part in their careers without him knowing about it, because Chris was like that. He played a big part in a lot of people's careers without ever even meeting them, because he was who he was in the industry, not just an artist, but as a person. And like seeing all that, like, it's one of my depression songs still. I still go back and listen to that song and his version of Patience by Guns N' Roses. Like
with the pictures.
I know I sent that one to you like when it first came out. Like,
yeah. Quick question for both of you, because I am a huge U2 fan. I have been since I was in high school. I fucking there were some albums like Discotheque. I was kind of like, what did you do? Like over the majority of it and stuff, but pretty much all U2 I've always loved. And then a couple of my friends that I worked with here in Lincoln when I was older were also U2 fans. And so we were like, talk about stuff. And then they would post things. And it was just like, when I discovered that being a fan of U2 was not a popular thing and stuff, or when I discovered that U2 was like considered by most people to be a terrible band. And I was like, when did that happen? I never heard that.
Yeah.
Like, I've always loved U2. I didn't like listen to them to be cool, but I didn't realize it was uncool to like U2. Is that like a thing, or is that like a Nebraska thing, or
no?
Do you guys like U2, or
it's the Nickelback
I
thing.
like U2. I mean, I like their music. They're really good.
I mean,
They're really good band there.
If I could ever get a human being to love me as much as the Edge loves his guitars, my life would be complete.
I have respect for Edge. I have respect for just the musicians in U2, and there's some of their songs that I do like. Numb actually is a song that I very much enjoy by them actually. But I wouldn't call myself ever having been a big fan. U2 kind of turned into what Nickelback later turned into, when a lot of people really liked Nickelback's first album, and even me, I'll tell you, I still listen to some songs on that first album of Nickelback. But they're divisive because they got too pop and too pop culture and too like big, to the point where they were almost like U2. They were a band that was too big to fail, and they got really commercial, and people hated that after a while. And when musicians go that route, they just hate the fuck on them. And that's kind of
Yeah.
Okay.
what happened with U2. Like I said, it's very similar to what happened with Nickelback. And Nickelback, again, they're a good band. I mean, they're not a bad band. Their music's not bad. It was a public opinion thing, and then it became a meme. Like before memes were a thing, to hate Nickelback. You know, it just became popular to hate Nickelback, like it was popular to hate U2 for no reason.
I've never hated Nickelback because I couldn't tell you what Nickelback sings or doesn't because I've never searched them out personally. I know that when somebody, I remember that people have played me like, oh, you know this song, and they played it. I've been like, oh, yeah, it's a pretty decent song. You know, like I don't hate on them.
Their song "How You
But-
Remind Me" also hit me at a time where I was
Oh,
pretty deep in
that's
alcoholism.
them. I really like that.
That hit me at a time when I was
That's a good
pretty
song.
deep into alcoholism, and it was a song that I would listen to at first because it's a song about drinking, until I really listened to the lyrics, and I continued to listen to it as I was getting sober and clean because it just, I don't know, it was just a song that meant a lot to me and
Yeah.
like really hit me, and I really liked their first album. I have a thing with music. I expect you to not sound exactly the same in the next album, and they did. They went from their freshman album to their sophomore album. They kind of had the same sound, which wasn't terrible, but they just got too commercial, and it got to the point where I would hear their song 50,000 times a day. Like the next album got big, and the song "I Want to Be a Rock Star" became like an anthem for like sometimes all the wrong people. And my daughter, that's one of her anthems. She loves that song. Like literally, she will scream, sing it if it's on the radio. It's since childhood. It was
I
one of
like
her
the
favorite
music
songs.
video.
Yeah, but their music is good. They're talented people. But I
Yeah.
respect him as a vocalist because he has gone through some very bad public things in mental health, like very, very bad.
Yeah.
So I support him as a musician. I support all of them. They're great musicians. I just didn't care for the sound after a while for me, except for the first album, which again, I go back and listen to. And I've said the same thing about Limp Bizkit. I will go back and listen to their first album on repeat some days. I loved it.
Yeah. Some of their
Yeah.
songs are even good on karaoke too.
Well, what you were saying about it being a song like taking you through alcoholism, that I had to look up real quick because I forgot. I'm terrible with band names, unless they've been ingrained for me since I was like a child. But Say Something by A Great Big World, where they had Christina Aguilera ended
Yeah.
up joining in for it. I've heard a lot of people say that they've had that song dedicated to them or played to them by their friends when they were going through rehab type of stuff. And I don't like when I watched it, I guess like I watched the videos and such, and I saw a bunch of different situations happening. And it happened to enter my life at the same time where I was taking care of my grandparents, and I lost my grandma, and Papa was still there. We were taking care of him, and then I eventually lost him too. But there's the scene in the video where it's like the older man and the older woman in her hospital bed, and she's passing on, and he's, gives her the hug and kiss goodbye. And so I had a completely different view of what that song, it's like anywhere I will follow you. I'm trying to be with you with whatever I can, but you finally reach somewhere that I can't be there. But it's not like I'm giving up on you as a person, but I'm giving up on what I can do until I reach the next stage of things. And so I don't know. It's weird to me that like some songs are thought of as strictly being like, this is just about, rehab or something. It's like, no, it's really not. Like, if you look at different things and the reasons that they were written by people, I don't know. I'm kind of rambling right now. I'm
No,
sorry.
I get exactly
just-
what you're saying. I have a song like that, even more specific to me. A little known band called K's Choice. They were pretty big for a hot minute in the 90s. They did a song called Addict. It's a very haunting song about what it's like to be an addict on different substances, where you bounce back and forth and you deny yourself the fact that it's an addiction. It's just something, it's a tool you use to be creative or to be more than who you are. And then in the next part, it's talking about the act of using and how people that don't use it, they'll just never understand you. And then the whole ending, it goes back into the, being cold and alone and being all alone when you're sober and how crushing that is. And in the height of my addictions, my multiple substance addictions with alcohol and pain pills and some other things, I I did a cover, like in our set for the band that I toured with, and I obviously they were a female-driven band, female lead vocalist and everything. I did a male obviously vocals of it, and that's a song that I still do to this day at karaoke, just to remember that time in my life where I connected so much of this song, because they're right. People don't understand what it's like to be an addict unless you are one, and we do bounce between using it to be creative. That's what we tell ourselves. We don't really need it to be creative. That's what we tell ourselves, that we have to have it, or we have to have it for this. And then again, what the Come Down felt like. And that was like my personal secret little anthem for years. And like I said, to this day, it's one that I'll still do karaoke and stuff once in a while. Sometimes I just sing it here at home. Like I got recordings on my computer of me singing it.
It's the first song on my personal playlist, Saudades, is Times of Trouble by Temple of the Dog.
That's a really good song, man. I love every Temple song, to be honest with you, for very different reasons.
Yeah. They all have their thing, but...
And that's not one that people talk a lot about, to be honest. That's not one of their songs that people like play on the radio or like go out and seek out really and hunt down and find.
Yeah, but it's it's just a gorgeous song. And Saudades is a Portuguese word for that we don't actually have a word for, but it's a word that means kind of like homesickness or missing something that maybe you never had.
Yeah.
Looking for that one spot in your life. And so that's mine isn't so much. I didn't have a huge problem with addiction or anything like that, but I had all those feelings of being abandoned and left there stuck looking for things and trying to find something to get, like if somebody pushed you out on an edge, somebody left you out on a ledge, if somebody loved you and left you for dead and you're just like, I need something to hold on to right now. Please give me something to just grab. That was... I
think Third Eye Blind's entire discography was very much like that for me.
Sorry if we're going crazy right now, Tom.
That's okay.
This is normal.
It's my turn. How do I... Okay, you guys keep doing this. I end up pulling myself out. How do I make myself go? Do I just stop cam and mute to put the little thing up?
Yeah. If you gotta go to the bathroom or make a run for it or whatever. Yeah. Just hit stop cam and mute.
Okay, I was sort of like leaving. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to head out right now anyways. And because I'm looking at the time and it's almost 2:00 here on the East Coast.
Thank you for joining us for so long.
It's always a pleasure. We
didn't get canceled, Tom. We didn't get canceled. We didn't get canceled.
No, I was on my best behavior.
All right, so I'm going to take off for just... Will you talk to him until I get back from the bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
You're not allowed to leave until she says so, Tom.
Yeah, I know.
Tell us what you're up to, Tom, before you go.
Well, I got I went to a meet and greet over on the weekend.
Oh, I remember talking about that you were going to go on your last show. You were mentioning wanting to go to it.
Yeah, I went. I went there. I got an autograph one of the books there. Jerry Ordway was a guy that was there at the comic book store, and he signed it and everything. And so I gotta show it off. I still have yet to show off the goodies that I picked up at the comic book store, because Splash Pages would love that and everything.
Are you going to show them off on your next show?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, man, I'll definitely come by and see that.
Yeah, definitely. Because Jerry Ordway was there signing autographs for the 30th anniversary of the Return of Superman.
Oh,
so
shit, man.
And so they re-released it, and I picked up a copy and everything. So I think I had the original. I gotta look, because I have like so many comics in a drawer right now, and I gotta go through it and everything like that. But yeah, it's pretty cool, and and I've also picked up Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong.
Oh, that sounds. I didn't know that existed, but I must read it.
Yeah, it just came out. It's issue number 1, and so I thought it was like a one-off, but it's actually a I think they're going to be continuing it. I think there's going to be like a little series on that. But yeah, it looks awesome. The artwork on that is amazing, and so
Oh yeah,
I got to.
I cannot wait to see you show that off, man.
Yes, and so Thursday I'm going to be. I already have a topic already. It's the recent controversy over the Simpsons. They're getting rid of one of the shticks that they used to that they did. Homer Simpson strangling Bart.
Oh yeah,
That's been a shtick for many years. It's been, they're doing away with that, and so there's a lot of mixed reactions about it. Some are happy about it, some are not, and so I'm gonna throw in my 2 cents on what I think about it and and everything. So that's going to be one of the topics on Thursday, and there's some other stuff that I need to talk about too and everything. So, but overall it's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, I can wait. That's gonna be awesome.
But also, just do that one thing. Just hug that subscribe button. So yes,
Love it.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
the face hugger.
Please.
That's
Hug
right.
it. Hug it. Go inside their chest and burst
That's
out
right.
later.
But yeah, it's a pleasure being here and everything. But I got to get going and everything, and so I'll
thank you for
chat with you.
coming.
Yes, it's always an honor and a pleasure and everything. So I'll see you guys. See you guys on Thursday. But I'll chat with you guys later and everything.
Oh, yeah.
And
Bye.
y'all have a good night. All right,
Take care. Thanks.
take
Reese.
care. Yes. Okay. Trying to leave. Not letting me
I
leave.
can't leave. I'm stuck here
I'll help you.
forever.
Here we go. I was about to help him, but I didn't want it to
Honestly.
seem like I was kicking him off either. You know what I mean?
You don't want to be stuck inside the Raz and Dell show.
Their own personal
Which-
Twilight Zone.
We should probably actually call it a night as far as broadcasting goes.
Yeah, I doubt anyone's watching that right now. Anyhow,
There's one person who's been here
I
on
love
Twitch. Actually,
wow,
you're watching us on Twitch.
wow. Yeah.
Say hi, please. We'd love to know who you are, because you've been here like
Yeah.
all night of us, and I don't see anybody who posted from Twitch that was
No,
like
yeah. And
commenting
if
at
you're
all.
new to us, thank you for being here and discovering us. We don't always do really stupidly long shows, just sometimes whenever the fuck we feel like it. And if you've been with us before, thank you for continuing to put up with our bullshit. And we love you.
Yeah,
Well, we love you
I'm
either way.
just-
But
we both just been having really shitty days.
yeah.
And we got friends to hang out with us that were also having troublesome days of some kind.
Yeah,
And
we were originally not even going to do it today. Like there was the whole thing. Like we talked about it for like a second yesterday about doing one today, and then like no one talked about it all day, and then I did a whole other thing, and then it was okay, we're going to do it now, and then there was an issue, and then there was suddenly everybody wants to do it, and then we did it.
yeah, we
It was a
did
roller
it.
coaster.
It was like a Dora the Explorer moment. You know, we
It was
jumped
really
out.
good. It was good, man. Like I said earlier, man. Like I love haunting. It's my thing. When haunt season is open, because it's such a short time of the year, I'm all in. But this haunt season was so much more intense for me for so many ways. I mean, all for good reasons, all for very good, loving, amazing reasons that I'm so fucking proud of and happy about. Which I'm sure I'll talk more. Again, I'm not ready to talk and like really digest all that today, but like last year I did a show somewhere where it was kind of like wrapping up the haunt season and finally talking about it, but I didn't do it till November, like sometime in like late November. So I'm sure I'll do one of those this year, and I'll save all this for then. But it's different than podcasting. It's different.
Mhm.
I'm not talking directly one-on-one to everyone the whole time. I'm either a character or I'm helping other people be characters, and I'm not myself. And that's the therapy behind it. I'm not me. I'm this person that has a job to do. I'm getting it done, and me doing that well, a lot of people rely on that. So it's a very different vibe. It's a I'm needed there vibe. I have value, and here I have value, but it's a different kind of value because I'm myself, and I get to just be who I am with people I love here too. So I very much miss this part of everything that I very much needed during haunt season.
Yeah, there's something that happens between instead of having 5 of us just hang out in a group chat to when we hit live,
Yeah.
and we don't really change that much who we are.
No, I mean we
It,
we
I
watch
mean,
our
we hit-
language, believe it or not, a little bit more. And there's
Yeah.
certain things there's plenty of things we say to each other that we wouldn't ever say live, but we're definitely the same people. Like what you see
and
is
we've
what you
reached
get.
topics that are like, like, hi, I was in a horrible relationship and
Yeah.
this happened and different stuff like that. And it's something that, like, it takes a while maybe to share it sometimes, but
I feel like
I
we
mean,
created
like,
a
I'm
place for each
nobody
other where
super
it's-
cool, but I hope that
You are
knowing
someone
that
super cool, that's
somebody,
why.
no, you know what I mean, though. Like, I'm not a celebrity or anything, but I hope that maybe if somebody was watching who's in a similar position, like, it might influence how they live their life a little bit. To know that, like, somebody else has done there too, and they tried all these things and they didn't work.
Yeah.
And it sucks and it's hard, but you got to get out or something like that.
Yeah.
You
And
know?
this is something that it really took us getting out on our own to really get to where we wanted things to be. No offense to anyone we've worked with before. I've done a lot of podcasts before. A lot of those podcasters are with us on this network. So that's a
Mhm.
special treat for me. And you guys, hopefully. But we've gone through a lot of situations that are not podcasting together, that were writing related, things that were good, things that were bad. And we finally got to this place with creating the network where we could just remember all the good, remember all the bad, but create this place where we feel comfortable. We trust each other. Like we trust what we're doing, and we feel supported enough to just literally talk about anything, whether we think it's relevant or not with our squirrel moments. It's storytelling. This is the storytelling of our lives, which is a different kind of storytelling than what we do sometimes, but it's the other side of it. Definitely.
And if you're watching this, be it live or be it Memorex, no, okay.
Wow.
If you get that, you're our age. But no,
Super long
if you're
play.
ever interested in showing up and hanging out sometime, let us know. Hit a comment somewhere,
Definitely. I've got a
catch
couple
us-
friends from the Haunts, from the Ohio Haunters Association, which is about check-ins. A number of them are wanting to come on. People from my own haunt, other haunts I've been reaching back out to and talking to people. And not just haunts, like people in other industries, obviously, too. I'm just, I selfishly focus on haunters a little bit more because I know how much we need at this time of year. But anyone can come and talk to us and tell us their story and just be here in the moment. Like we're a network and we have hosts, obviously, but we do this for all of you guys as much as for ourselves. And clearly it's not about the money, guys. It's obviously not about the money.
Yeah, there was our group chat tonight is spinning with, are we doing anything? I don't know. What about you? I'm having a shitty night. I'm having a shitty night. I'm having a shitty night. Other chats that I'm in with other people. Is anybody doing anything? I really need to get out there. And it was just like, okay, I know this many people want to talk. Let's get together. Let's talk.
Yeah.
And
this
so
wasn't even one of our normal
we-
petted cells.
yeah,
This was an extra petted cell again.
Yeah, this once again wasn't planned. It was just hey, there are like 5 of us that, 4 of us and a half, one who joined us later,
Yeah.
but that are just having days that like range from kind of blah to really shit. And so it was like, okay, let's get together and just chat about it. But rather than just being, always having somebody live, we got to talk to people. We got to see how people are doing and meet a couple new people for some of us, that we're like checking out for other stuff. And it's just nice to hang out with people. It's like, this is our humaning. This is something that it happened. This is when the pandemic started. Well, actually a little bit before that, because I've been through the ringer on a lot of things to where just like, I didn't go anywhere except with my family. for certain things, and I
Yeah.
stayed in my apartment. I had a lot of really bad seizures for a really long time, and I was limited on, like, I couldn't just go walk down the street even to my pharmacy that was 2 blocks away because there was a chance that I would collapse. So I was stuck in my apartment all the time, and I had friends that would come over, like one in particular who I haven't seen for a while. I miss him, and it was called humaning. Do you want a human tonight?
Yeah.
Let's human and hang out and be just human beings that just talk
Yeah.
in person. And like, we can't be in person, but we're humaning digitally, which is good enough.
Right.
You know?
And then this was the thing that, like, this, all of this, man, every bit of this, every show in some capacity that we do literally spawned from you and I becoming like, like, hey, this person's cool, on the website or the Discord channel for the hotel, and to bringing you over to Right, and then you and I think realizing both together, like, hey, we're kind of the same. We are the Weasley twins, and then we started the mental health chats, like at least once a week, and the voice chats. We started the storytelling stuff. Like, this was something that you and I have really been building since the fucking pandemic, like, really started, and like here we are, like, still doing it, but doing it even bigger. Like, every year we find a way to do it, like, more and just bigger than what it was.
And making our group exactly, like, structuring it more and more and more how we want everything to work.
As long as you say it's okay.
Okay.
I
would let you know.
I wouldn't want to be doing this with anyone else, honestly. Like, you're my family, like you have been for so long now, and it feels like we've just always known each other too, which is so weird. Like the first time we really started talking, it was like, oh, I've known this person for fucking ever.
Yeah, and for you guys that are like, oh yeah, that happened. Okay, seriously, we start talking, and they're like, we were both mods on a Discord channel together. Is how we kind of started we started working on a project together. Ended up on this Discord channel, then ended up on a tighter knit Discord channel. I have a problem in that I'm good at organizing things most of the time. Not all of the time, but most of the time. And this is a problem that leads to me being like, when I'm playing video games, I end up being a guild officer or guild leader on accident.
Yeah.
And I got asked to be a mod within like 2 weeks.
And that was
On
largely me.
accident.
That was largely me, actually. And Kyle really liked you, and everybody liked you. But I was like, look at what she's doing over there. Like, people like her. Her personality, like, she just fits. And then as soon as you came over to Right, where they started talking to you, and they're like, dude, yeah, you're fucking right. This is happening now.
So I inadvertently end up in not leadership positions, but organizational positions.
I call them guidance positions, personally.
Yeah.
Like, even my manager role to Han, I'm not management. Like, that's not how I see myself. I don't have power. I just guide.
Yeah. And so I ended up in this, but like, we both see this person who applies to become part of within like seriously, this was within like 2 weeks of me joining or 3 weeks of me joining and a week of me being a mod.
Yeah.
This person asks to be a member, and I'm not going to say the name of who we thought it was, but there was somebody that I had encountered in a video game that had become a member of my guild, and they had a certain name that they spelled in a very specific way that's different than most people would spell something.
Yeah.
And that's what this person was using as their name. And I was like, can we check them out a little bit? Because the last time I encountered a person who spelled their name exactly this way, and the odds of it being the same person are weird, but I had actually met him again on a different video game, on a different server in a PvP thing where they just put everybody from every server together in it. And he like called me out. But since that video game, I had to make him leave because he harassed a lot of the female members of our group and was like private messaging all these things. And they sent up and we had issues. We got rid of him. Everything was done. But I brought it up. And just because of the name, Raz is like, oh, that guy? He played this too. And was this and his wife? And we're like, yeah. And then the thing, and then they do this. And yeah. And so we both had to kick the same person out of our guilds from being in a similar position. We both knew and there were these other things, just like strings of other people that we knew each other
Yeah, and
through.
forums actually that we both participated on without knowing each
Yeah.
other. Like it was weird, man. Like it just
And it's like, oh, that's you. Okay, we're us all of a sudden because we're brother and sister.
and it got
We're-
so weird for people because like we finished sentences like actual twins would, like same thoughts like in voice and in chat, but for the longest time we only did that in chat. And there
Like
were
correcting each other
yeah, there was a bunch of
on
people that were
accident.
there was before we started doing the voice stuff, there was a bunch of people that were legitimately convinced that we were just one person with two different accounts and like two different computers side by side just doing this to fuck with everyone. Like this was like even some of the mods believed this. Like everyone like was like legitimately they didn't like because
Yeah.
hardly anyone actually knew us.
But yeah, then we started doing voice chats and hanging out with people and talking, and they were like, oh wow, you are two completely different people, but you're exactly the same at the same time. So
And it is weird
I
because
found my
like
brother.
we're exactly the same on so many things, but like where we differ, we really differ. Like
Mhm.
not even this
But-
little, like huge, like
Uh,
but in hilariously awesome ways.
particularly
in my opinion.
in star in actors and
Yeah, in
specific
actors.
styles, types of movies and things like that, where things that make me literally sick. He's
Like
all
Nicolas
about,
Cage and Jim Carrey
Yeah,
in South Park.
yeah. And what's his name from Baywatch and
the
Knight
Hoff.
Rider?
I don't like the Hoff at all. We don't differ in that. I just
Okay.
I don't like the Hoff. But it's not because of the
he's-
same. I just don't like him that much.
He just, in my mind, all of them are the same.
Oh no,
Nicolas Cage
God,
and
no.
him, and they all remind me of each other in some.
Oh, that
There's
hurts my
something about
heart.
them, and see that's the thing, is that there's something about all of them that they fit together in my head as the same person, basically, and that's what makes me like physically nauseous thinking about like no, and
And
John
also-
Travolta also is
Yeah.
like a big no. No. And what's his name who was in May, who played in Grease too, that kind of looks like John Travolta? You know,
Who's
who
also
talks
from
about-
6 Feet Under, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of a big no on him as well.
And also Walgreens.
Walgreens. It's Walgreens.
I totally believe
Nobody-
that you believe that.
That's what it's been my whole life, as we go to Walgreens. At the same time, half of my family says it's Tuesday.
Yeah, I've
It's
heard
Wednesday.
Tuesday. Yeah.
They say D instead of day. And I'm like, we're in Nebraska. Where the fuck did you pick that up? I don't know, but it's Tuesday.
That's epic, dude. But I love what we do, man, and I love that we have our own network now, and we're gonna hopefully, again, we're not about the money, but we are gonna try to start doing ads next year. We're not this year, but next year we're gonna do some stuff to build some money up. Not because we are gonna make money, but because we want to dump it back into the show and like do conventions and live events like in person with you guys and with each other to have a reason to be able to afford like spending time together, like all of us, and like that's what we want to do.
We can get press passes to things,
Yeah.
but we still have to get there
Yeah, yeah,
and stay
yeah.
there.
And we have a way to make
And-
merch on site and sell merch at these booths that we're going to be doing. The first
But we're
event
broke.
is March, the first weekend of March in Plainfield, Indiana. All Owlite will be there at a con, and it's not even a con you would normally find me or Owlite at either. So it's going to be kind of a new sort of demographic for us. I'll be talking about that a lot more when it gets close to time. But Final Boss Con's another one I'm getting the money up to do. That one's in Ohio. But I want to do some other cons that are kind of closer to you guys in places too, so we can try and work something out.
There's one in I pulled it up. They did it. It's a horror con. It had 4 showings this year. 2 of them were in Chicago. One of them still hasn't happened. I can't
Talked
remember what
about
it's
wanting
called.
to do that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but if we can do that, that would be awesome, because we're also, as you guys have probably noticed, friends with Dorkening.
Oh yeah.
And
Big time. Love those guys.
some of them are on our network, and some of them just hang out with us. It
Or
all
have been
works
ge-
out
or
well,
have
and
just
I'm
been
over there.
guests.
Yeah, or have been guests, and I'm over on their channel sometimes. But there are
Yeah.
people there who are live in that area, so it's like if we could all get together, we could get a combined table and
Yeah, and
do a little more stuff.
I want to do an East Coast con hopefully this year. If not this year, then next year
Oh.
definitely. Like, well, I mean, this coming year or next year. Like by 2025, I'm gonna do an East Coast con for sure.
Got to do Terrificon.
Yeah, that's the
be
one
going
I'd
out.
love to. Like now that I've been there without being there, I would actually like to go and see it.
It's yeah, for you guys who aren't checking in, it's who aren't checking in. I don't even talk anymore. Words
are hard.
I like last night I was thinking about Nano. Okay, it's the 7th now officially here. And
I'm only 1,800 words in 7 days, and I'm like
I
having
haven't
a fucking.
started. And all I could think of last night was Mork and Mindy with Nanu Nanu. And I was like, Nano Nano.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be the day that I start, and I'm starting with Hunter's Handbook, and actually finishing
Okay.
episode 3 and trying to write all the rest of the episodes. That's something I want to do during Nano, so we can go back to recording that. And I've still got
Yeah.
one episode left of Outlet Radio to do. I've got all this stuff I got to put it together, but like I need to get that stuff for that, and then all the other fun stuff we're talking about wanting to write and record, and the
Okay.
wraparound story that my roommate Jason's, we're talking a lot more about.
This is my plan for Nano. Okay, I need to start. And tomorrow I have to watch Dick Tracy again and read a little bit more comics. So I'm probably not going to
Trace and
start
Dicks.
tomorrow. But I will start on I'm going to start on the 8th and try to get shit done. But I have written like 50,000 words in under a week before. So it's
Oh yeah,
possible.
same. There's some Nanos where I've a couple that I've ended up with over 100,000 words.
But I need to finish Dante's story. Those of you who aren't familiar, Dante is the son of Friday. He just turned 4. He
The
sleeps
son
with
of Friday.
He sleeps with Cthulhu, and he's awesome. So I'm writing a short story and adding, I've grabbed a bunch of pictures and I've been altering them all so that it's the story of Cthulhu attending Dante's birthday party. But Cthulhu misunderstands everything because he asks Jenny ahead of time, well, what does Dante like? And he knows that he sleeps with a stuffy of himself.
Yeah.
But she says that he likes goldfish and he likes gummies. And so Cthulhu goes out underwater and catches all of these fish that are deep down in the sea and paints them gold and then creates this huge aquarium and brings them up. And it's like a TARDIS type of aquarium so that he walks in and it's bigger on the inside and you can see this huge aquarium full of fish that Cthulhu has painted gold for him. And he has to explain to Cthulhu that no, he likes these goldfish crackers that are in his hand, but don't take away the present. I really like the present. And then Cthulhu has made him a birthday cake. And he didn't know what gummy was, but he thought that squids were kind of gummy textured. So he stuck a squid inside of this chocolate cake. And Dante's kind of like, I don't know that I want to eat squid. So he'll take it out and they have the chocolate cake and stuff. But then he gives him, and don't tell Dante yet, because this is a surprise. But Cthulhu has had his deep ones make Dante a special Cthulhu outfit that when he wears it, he can swim inside of his aquarium and he can breathe underwater and he can visit all the fish and none of them will hurt him because they all think that he's Cthulhu. And so Cthulhu
cool.
and Dante get to swim underwater and be inside. And so I'm making all of these pictures and importing different graphics into them at different times and stuff. And so then I'm going to finish up the story and then tell it on here, record it as is telling, and then be popping up the pictures as they go along as Dante gets to have the birthday party and have the cake and then go swimming with Cthulhu and stuff. And it starts out with Cthulhu's sleeping deep in underwater in Ralia, having Cthulhu dreams. And then he wakes up and goes and he's so excited. And he spends it. And then he's like, and I'll be back for your next birthday. And then he goes back to going to sleep underwater. And Dante gets to stay with his aquarium and his cake. And then he can swim with all of the golden fishes that Cthulhu brought him.
That's such a
And
cool
then-
fucking idea, man.
So then the second story that I need to finish, and that's one that's it's halfway written.
Right.
And the second story I need to finish is Your Birthday Present, which I can't tell you any more about. But
Your birthday
is another
present
thing
was
that's
finding
halfway-
that copy of Exorcist for you.
Yes, and I love you so much for
Because
that.
I knew you
oh
were
my
going to watch it
God.
on your birthday. When I gave
I
it to you, I
did.
knew you were going to. Exactly. I knew you were going to hold on to it and just wait.
I
for that
did.
day.
I did. I waited and I watched it, and I was so happy.
That's so.
I was just like, got to see Brad Dourif deliver his lines through the whole thing and the extra ones that were not included to begin with, and it was so good. And I love it because it was his voice. And it for the rest of you guys in the movie, they do a lot of voice changes because it's demons and stuff, and so they have multiple voices going over. And there was like 1 or 2 cuts where they changed it, but mostly it was all Brad Dourif's voice. And he's so expressive anyway that they barely needed to change it. They just changed it to make it sound like demons. But the way that he speaks is almost creepier.
I think it was, honestly.
Than having it swap up and down and here and there.
Because I watched it again on your birthday too.
So I finished the 2 birthday presents, and then I'm going to finish what I have for Stefan. I have the Black Book of the Piper to finish. That's half written and ready to go. And then I need to write the entirety of The Lost Boy, which is another mythos-driven story that I'm working on. And then I want to work on the latest stuff for Patty, maybe. Or I have a different idea of... There's been something I've been working on in my head for a while, and I was actually researching it earlier with ChatGPT, and it's really creepy how they answer things, because it was like...
It really is.
I've been... Instead of having... somebody with like multiple personalities or something like that, because that's been done a lot. I wanted to write something. I'm not
messing with you.
I'm not dissing. I'm just saying, like, something that had struck me a while ago, and what I've been thinking about is somebody, a body that contains multiple souls.
Oh, I like that.
And so it's somebody who has 3 souls in their body. And as I was looking up things like, if a human infant had the intelligence of an adult, but still had to deal with like the constraints of like motor skills, how long would it take for them to learn how to talk and walk and do things? Like, they know what to do, but how constrained would they be, as like their mouth doesn't work that way, their hands haven't gotten that? How long does it take to learn how to do the things that... Because it's not like these souls have ever done those things before. They just have the intelligence for it. And not necessarily even that, but there are 3 separate souls that have always inhabited the same body, and it's going to like start coming about when they're a child, and then escalate more as they turn into a teen and stuff, and being diagnosed as different things and being like, no, that's not how we are at all. We're always all conscious of what's going on. We aren't separate setbacks of anything. We weren't caused because of trauma. We have all always existed. We all always remember each other always being here.
Yeah.
And I think it's a really fun avenue to explore. And then we, of course, have the book that you and I are working on. I think we skip November for that, though.
Yeah. That takes a lot more than Nano will allow, actually.
Yeah. But Raz and I are, for the one of you that's still watching, Raz and I are working on something. Yes. On a story that it's about a cul-de-sac that surrounds the main house in the cul-de-sac is an old mansion that somebody who ran like a mill or something like that started the town owned. And then some of his family built houses out by him out up above the town, as well as some of his higher earning servants' families. And eventually they passed down, but it is a haunted house. And the thing is that we're going to have a haunted house story without ever hearing commentary from the people who live inside the house. It's all going to be observations from people who have watched other people live inside the haunted house, who know kind of what's going on inside the house. The mailmen, the neighbors, people who go do things. But you'll never actually hear, unless maybe you're at a tea party where somebody who lived at the house, who's living at the house, happens to show up mentioning something, which probably isn't going to happen because you don't want to sound insane to your new neighbors.
Right.
But little gossip and things and stories and observations about what goes on and what's gone on in the past in this house. So
Yep.
it's going to be a lot of fun, I think.
It's gonna be like, it's very different because it's an epistolary type of way. Like, you know, we're talking about like putting it together, and there's a lot of creative and interesting ways to go. Some funny, some sad, some like terrifying, some just what the fuck. Like, it's a cool chance to cross genre, like cross genre blend with what horror is. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm really excited about it. We've been talking about this for almost 2 years, not quite 2 years, but almost 2 years.
But there's been a lot of planning involved. Like, we want to absolutely nail down who lives where, build out the actual like.
Yep. We need a map.
Like
we have to draw.
Like
a map.
I'm honestly no. I'm actually going to take us into Sims and
good
build
call.
us the neighborhood.
Yeah,
So
I
we
love
have
that.
a built neighborhood with established people that we can do with each family and
I
just
love
share
that.
back and forth the file.
I didn't know you were planning that.
And-
That's actually perfect. I'll have to put it on my computer again, but I'll definitely do that for that.
Yeah, but so we can have all this going and we can have definite things and like have it's hard to do. They're saying that Sims 5 now is going to be multiplayer allowed.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's going to work, and it's going to be free.
But it's not really Sims
but-
5. It's a project something or other that's still using all of Sims 4 to do it.
Well, that would be even better because I have all of Sims 4.
Yeah,
just
go back
about.
and actually watch the videos they were talking about with this release.
Okay.
Instead of doing a Sims 5, they're just because Sims 4 is out and they already made it free. They already made the base game free and everything now everywhere. And
Okay.
it's this project thing they're doing where they're just adding more and more layers. They just added a bunch of new stuff again last month, actually.
Okay.
But
Well,
still not the
I'll make
multiplayer we're waiting for.
I'll make a new area and we'll set it up. It might not be exactly right, but there's one city that I have that is pretty much all empty space. There's nobody. There
What
are no
city?
townies. I can't remember.
I'm sure it's one of the places in the game. I'm assuming.
It's basic. Yeah, it's one of the main game places. It's just mostly like big buildings and lots and stuff. It's almost empty, but I have a specific house that I use for all of my games that I grabbed somebody's base house and then I totally redid it to my own house.
Nice.
And I use that for my starter houses. And then I have
Yeah.
my own house that I built that's like 4 levels right now. It has the ceiling is multi-level gardens. There's like a vegetable garden, then a whole flower garden and things. And then there's an Alice in Wonderland area where there's like a tea set and flowers going around, a little gazebo area and stuff. That's on the roof.
Yeah.
The first floor has like a music room and the kitchen and then the servants' quarters. And it's a vampire house. So then there's the basement where there are all of the active rooms that they would use. There's an art studio. All of the bedrooms are suites.
Oh yeah.
And then there's the sub basement where things happen.
Yeah. We don't talk about the sub basement.
Bad maid lives there. But it's not really that bad. Kind of torture, but not really. It's a very long story. It's all up on Imgur. You can find it there. Look up Bad Maid.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's my personal. And then outside, it has all these gardens and like a dog track thing to go through for my fox dog to run through.
You ever think
and-
that someday someone's going to hear you talk about this on one of the shows and be like, "Oh my god, but she's bad maid."
Dude, I literally like I had to hop on to the Sims Reddit once and I was like, am I playing the game wrong? Because like I make all these things and I do all these stuff with my own characters and you guys are talking about like what the townies do and how do you even know what the townies do? And they're like, well, we just let our Sims run around and then we go watch and follow the townies. And I'm like, dude, I made my own characters and I like have them do all this stuff and I have them interact with
Yeah,
the
that's-
people, but
I
I'm
play
like
it how
always
you
in
play it,
charge
yeah.
of them. And like that asshole stole my dog's drink at the bar. So I killed him and made him hang out with Bad Maid as a ghost in the basement, sub basement, you know, and they're like, you tell stories with your Sims? And I'm like, Yeah.
That's how I amuse
What do you
myself.
do
when I
with
play
them?
it. Or do we
So-
want to
so
know?
yeah.
What kind of patches are you using to, you know?
We won't talk about that. There are definitely quite a few that
Listen, I had an
use.
incident with the super adult nudity and sex whatever pack.
I don't. Yeah.
Well,
but-
it was part of a big pack I downloaded that I didn't realize at the time I downloaded it because somebody had put together a pack, like a big giant pack of patches, and a lot of it was base metal with the drugs. It was a bunch of
Mhm.
extra like classes at school and like professions that I really wanted, but like they just packaged
Yeah.
a bunch of shit together, and I just installed all of it, not really
Yeah.
thinking to look through what all the patches were, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a guy just stands up at the window and just pulls it
That's
down.
base game.
What?
Seriously.
No, I mean he
There's
pulled
a-
it out and you could see his dick, and he just jerked off on the
okay.
window.
That's okay. I
That's
know what you're
not
talking
base
about.
game.
I can't remember what it is,
The
but
window watching
it-
is base game. Yes, I've seen that in base
yeah,
game.
that
But
okay.
this was like
That's okay. Yeah, that's an add-on to.
okay, yeah, that was
but
like
yeah,
the pervy, and I saw that happen, and I'm like,
yeah.
I stopped. I went back through and I tried to figure out what patch it was that did it, and I
Okay,
realized how many patches like that were included in this, and then I uninstalled the game because like it was just. I mean, I don't mind the nudity part of Sims or whatever. Like that
Dude.
part was just so awkward and weird. I was like, and it was an elder in the magic area,
Yeah. Oh,
and I was just like,
you can go into base game
No.
and turn that off, and it won't go on with the rest of it.
Okay.
That just adds to it.
because that like happened. I
The extra
literally
part
this
that
was
you
the
had.
last hotel we were staying at. It happened. I'm like, delete. I just deleted the game for a while and went back to playing
Yeah,
it
no,
on
no,
PlayStation
no.
because PlayStation doesn't have all the mods. So I was like, I'll just play it on PlayStation for a while. too.
No, yeah, I have some good ones. I have some that are like they have like I have one of the ones that's like an extra magical thing. So you can like you have this extra like you pick up the purple clay or something like that, and you get these extra things that you can do. But you cast spells, and it's
Right.
beyond the spell casting itself
Right.
add-on. But there's like they've gotten really kind of in depth with some of the naughty patches to where it's not even that anymore. It goes on to like you can put in or take out menstrual cycles. You can
Oh,
have
wow.
people on certain things. They have
See, that's
STDs
interesting though for
you
storytelling
can prevent and
purposes,
do
like,
things. Yeah,
oh, that's actually
You-
pretty interesting.
yeah. They've gotten that detailed with it to where you can be like, do you want to run this or not? Because if you do, then you can like have it so that you like are purchasing tampons from the store and doing this, that, and the other, and
See, I think that-
doing
I
all
know
of these
a
things.
lot of that was included in
it's-
the one that I had too. I noticed like over
Yeah,
the-
and
down
it's
through
one of
the
those things
list
where
and
like pregnancy doesn't just take 3 days and suddenly you have a child. You know,
stuff.
you have to do things over time, and
That's
they're-
really cool, man.
they were having some problems because some of the base game things have like, you know, you're like pregnant and then you have however many babies it decides. And if you aren't doing your house just right, you can accidentally put cribs to where you can't access them. And the babies starve to death
Oh,
because
shit.
you know how your Sims sometimes can't navigate, like it looks like you can navigate, but you can't.
Yeah, yeah.
They would put babies in cribs where they couldn't actually get to them because it looked different on the layout than the Sims could actually move in, and then they
Right.
come in and take your babies or they die, and then
Yeah.
and then there's you have to get rid of all the stuff like I can die of embarrassment. No, that's stupid.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can
there was
die
a- there was a
because
lot
I
of
couldn't get
stuff.
to the bathroom in time. No, take that stuff out. That's silly.
Right.
But I was doing a thing where there's a trash plant is something you can actually grow
Yep,
in base
yep.
Sims, and they grow little garbage bags and they smell and they annoy people. But you
Yes.
pick them and they can grow new plants.
Yep.
And I made the mistake of getting the patch that added seasons. Well, it was called seasons.
Yeah, that's one of the main patch things that you can buy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love seasons.
Well, no,
sometimes.
the issue with seasons is that I was going to the desert area because all of my characters are vampires in this game. And so I went to the desert area and started planting trash plants outside of like all of the clubs and stuff. And like what's fun is that townies will decide to help you.
Yeah.
So like I was out digging new
Especially in
plots
the
and they were
desert.
watering. Yeah, they were watering my trash plants. And like they were disgusted by them, but still helping me plant them.
Yeah.
And I cleared out every square inch of ground and put them and planted them inside all of the internal planters, anywhere in the bathrooms that I could put them. And then seasons came in and it wasn't their season.
That's the one thing I don't love about seasons sometimes.
Yeah. And so none of my plants were active. And I'm like, and I also went through one time and went to every single house in every single zone that I owned and updated all of them so that every single one of them had the most expensive television, the most expensive laptop per person in household, the best phones, everything. And nobody fucking started coming into my house, trying to bother me, trying to do
Stealing your
anything
shit.
because, yeah. And so I would randomly click on people's houses and they were all sitting on their own couches or at their own desks, stuck to their laptops or their TVs.
Yes.
None of them went out anywhere. They just all stayed at home and used the appliances that I had gone in and secretly stuck in their homes.
Mhm.
So if you guys want to know how to figure it out, do that. Cheat code like mad. If you don't want people coming in your house, give them the shit at their own home and they won't come into your house and try to use all your shit. I mean, obviously, you can just lock your door against people, but they still show up. And if you like invite somebody over just to hang out, they'll be like, I'm going to go use your laptop. I thought we were hanging out here, dude.
Yeah.
Why are you even here? Just to use my laptop?
It's harder with PlayStation because if you use a cheat, it automatically disables trophies for that entire save. So you got to get creative. I found a way to be a millionaire. Like
I didn't know there were trophies.
Oh yeah, for PlayStation there's a lot of trophies for it. A lot of different scenarios and things you get trophies for. So what I figured out to do, and I discovered this on accident myself one day. It was when the Magic Pack first came out, and I started playing the Magic Pack for 4. You get that spell that can copy things, and I was like, I wonder. I got the money tree seed, and I made like 30 copies of it and planted it everywhere. And sure enough, it worked that way. And I got my gardening level up max while like the normal way while I was doing it, like, and did all this stuff. And dude, like now every game I play, I start in Magic just to get that spell and to get my gardening thing up. And then I'll play whatever I want to play after that when I make a new character, because it's fun to do it actually. And it takes work, but if you're really good at it, you can do it. Like, you can get a lot of money really fucking quick doing it that way. And then I'll play my normal game.
I fill my bookcases. I make everybody learn everything. I'm like, every character I'm assigning, like, you're going to read this book. You're going to read this book. Okay, you're up to this one. You go over this one. You do this. Stop playing. Okay, you're grounded from the computer.
Yep.
I turned it off for you. You can only read.
I won't do jobs either. I do freelance jobs. While I'm doing the money tree stuff, I do writing. Honest, most of the time, I'm just a writer and I sell books.
Dude, you want to know what? More lore for the Mythos has netted me in 1 month over $350,000 in Sims 4.
That is.
And I'm like, you know what? It's a good book. Go out and buy it, guys. It's fucking great. 2 as well, because we're both in that one.
Crimson 1 was a bestseller.
Yeah. Good books, but I'm like, okay, like, DHHS actually wants me to turn in my royalties, and I'm like, I didn't have any in the past 6 months.
Right.
And like, what do you mean? And I'm like, I wrote short stories. They're in an anthology. I get 1/13 of the profit after these people take out their cut. So sometimes I make 3 cents per sale or something like that. Sometimes it's more. It depends on the date and which type of version they buy it from and where they buy it from.
Yep.
But I'm like, they don't pay you unless you've made at least $10.
Yeah.
So they just hold that out because otherwise it's not, there's no point in transferring it to you.
Yeah, it's almost more in fees for them to transfer it than what you're getting.
Yeah. So yeah, people are like, and so I've like talked in person to people. I'm like, okay, yes, I shouldn't have even. I'm like, honestly, I was told by somebody else in DHHS to not even mention that I get royalties.
Yeah.
Unless I'm making over, like a couple $100 a month consistently.
Yeah.
But I marked it down once, and now I have to put it every time, and
then they wonder why you put it down every time, but because it's there, they still have to ask you about it.
Yeah, and so it's like, no, I'm not. I'm not Stephen King, dude. I'm not Clive Barker. I'm not Anne Rice. I don't make the monies. I just wrote the stories, and I every now and then get a check coming in
Yeah.
for like $10.
Yep, and that's the real reality at the level we're at.
Yeah, but the thing is that I go out and I read reviews, and somebody mentions my story in particular in a review, and I'm just like, somebody liked it, and that's enough. That's all I need. I made somebody happy enough to mention my story, and so that's all I need in life, really, is that I made a memory somewhere.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I had to shove Hinata off because I don't know if she thinks something, like if she can sense that I've been kind of sad lately or not, but she's been like on my lap down, on my lap down, on my lap up on the thing, laying up here, laying on my shoulder, crawling up here, combing my hair, and then she'll jump back down, then jump back up and like love on me. And she's just been really clingy over the past few days. But I've been really seizure-y over the last past few days, so.
Yeah.
And like she actually sometimes lays outside of my door instead of going to one of her sleeping spots. Like I'll get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and usually she has like 4 or 5 hidden spots where she curls up on a cushion somewhere that I have around the house, that she'll just be laying on the floor outside my door watching me to make sure I'm okay. So it's like, oh, my kitty's worried, which should probably make me worried, but.
Right. Yeah. I know I'm.
You and I
fucked
are
with
both so good at taking care of ourselves.
Oh yeah. I know I'm fucked when Crowley, our oldest cat, follows me around because he's my herder. Like I've said this before, but I'm not fucking around. He knows how to open doors, close doors. He can turn the knob and open a door if I'm in there and he can't get to me. He does it. He'll do it. Even a heavy door, he will find a way to leverage something, to shift something just the right way to pop open that door and then come and find me. And he does this thing, if he really needs something, he's upset, he'll swipe at you. He retracts his calls. Well, for most people, me, he does it because he knows it doesn't bother me, so he knows he can get away with more shit
Yeah.
than me. But he'll bat me, and I know that that's usually for him, litter box, or food, or he just wants something to do, get into something. He wants me with him, so I'll stop what I'm doing and I'll follow him. And when I'm doing real bad, like now, and just some other times, it's something for me, and I don't know it until we get to the destination. It'll be the bathroom, and he'll sit there and wait. We need to use the bathroom, and I just hadn't gone for a while. He knew it and paid attention. He'll take me into the kitchen. He'll start to go where the food and water bowl is and then divert to the fridge and sit there and wait and will not move. If I walk away, he will chase me down and like fucking bat hardcore at my legs until I go back to the fridge. He has to watch me get something out. And then he has to follow me to wherever I take that thing. If I set it down immediately without eating it immediately, swipe, bam, bam, like beating on me, like, what the fuck, man? And I can only stop him if I eat. And then he's cool. And then he sits next to me. Then he leaves and he checks on me later. And he's been back doing that these last couple of weeks a lot. And I should have paid attention when he started doing it because I know better, but I didn't. And now I'm fucked again. But that's just for now. I'll get back.
Okay, so I have just finished my 19 Crimes Dracula Red Blend.
It sounded like you said Dracula.
Dracula. Sorry, I have that splint in my teeth,
One.
And it is not the best red blend I've ever had in my life, but it's not bad. It's
Nice.
I mean, you're paying a bit more for the label on this one, I think. But
it's not that expensive though, to begin with.
No, it was like $19 when it initially went, but I think I got that bottle for like 12. And so
like super reasonable, like, isn't it? Like,
yeah, okay. I
don't know wine. I don't drink wine.
Honestly, I usually drink 2 Buck Chuck, which is the Charles Shaw from Trader Joe's, and they actually have a really good red blend, and their Shiraz is really good as well. So as far as like I'm spending $4 a bottle, it used to be $2, is why they called it 2 Buck Chuck, but then inflation and everything. But this is better than that. But it's get it for the label. Don't buy it for sharing it with other people kind of wine.
Right.
I guess, because I don't know. But I'm happy with my purchase. I'm okay with it. I have wine bottle labels that I'm gonna video if I figure out how ever.
Right.
Might just be me like shoving it up here and being like, okay, Raz, use your camera to record what's going on here.
Never understanding, like, it does take you to a website, right? When you do that, or is it an app? Because I'm not really sure how it
It-
works.
Okay, you can either have the app loaded on your phone or you can go to their website and it will automatically like partially load the app, like so you can use it the one time. You
Does
can
it
just
work on
go
a
to like,
computer?
I don't know if it works on a computer or not. I only tried it on my phone.
Because if it does, you could just screen record your computer. If it
Oh.
doesn't, you can screen share your phone from your computer and then record.
That would be more than I know how to do.
No, it's not as bad as it
But-
sounds. I'll help you figure it out one day.
Okay. So we'll have that for you guys one day because I have seen the Dracula one online. I have not seen Frankenstein online, but I have seen it on my phone and it's hysterical.
I want to see these things. 'Cause
Because-
I'm not. I've heard about all of them, but I'm not seeing it because we've got some of their like standees and like
Yeah.
display stuff at the
Oh,
haunt.
I have a couple other of their bottles over there. I saved the ones that I buy that I've drank so I can go through. Okay, here's Frankenstein's monster, right?
Oh, that's so cool, man.
And when you watch him, he's like, "Oh, am flavored with hint of cherry. Have this tone in smooth wine." And it's like he's not really, but he's a Cabernet Sauvignon with Oh, I got to take off my glasses.
And
to
here
read
I'm
this.
gonna
This-
pretend I know what
This is
that
how
is.
old I am. Firm and full with a rich mouthfeel, aromatic of dark berries,
Mouthfeel?
violets, and vanilla. It is more bold than light, but only slightly so. Frankenstein wasn't a monster. He was just upset. People didn't want to hang out. So next time an 8-foot tall guest arrives, pour him a glass. And yes, I had to take off my glasses to read that because I am nearsighted. And fortunately, I have perfectly healthy eyeballs. So all I have to do is take off my glasses because they were like, my mom's already got bifocals. And they were like, we could give you bifocals if you absolutely wanted them, but you would only need them to have blue screen or blue light shading stuff. And I'm like,
Michelle has them and hates
No.
them. Like she hates them.
yeah, I don't want it. It would, with the seizures and stuff, having things
Oh,
change
yeah,
in my
God,
vision
no.
would just fuck with me. So they're like, you never need to get them. Just try to limit your blue screen,
Oh yeah.
exposure. And I'm like, yeah.
Before I forget, dad joke of the night. You know why it's so hard to hang out with Frankenstein?
Why?
Because he's always bolting. There you go.
You gotta snort out of me at least, I guess.
And
kind
that
of.
counts. I'll take it. I didn't say it was good. I said it was a dad joke.
It is. I think uncle jokes are better.
They are. They are.
You can go somewhere with them. But so whoever's hanging out and watching us on Twitch,
Yeah.
please follow if you haven't, because
Yeah.
if we can get our Twitch following up, we really want to play some games.
I did
And do
once the other day.
things.
I need to do that again.
If I ever have time again, I might buy another month subscription to. I mean, I could do it with Marvel Puzzle Quest, but anybody who wants to watch me play Marvel Puzzle Quest has serious issues.
Oh yeah.
But
I'm thinking about doing it with some PC games because like the routing everything through the PlayStation was cool. It was fun. I'll probably do
Yeah.
it again later with a non-as action-packed game, so all the screen bleed stuff doesn't happen so much. But there's some horror games that are like choose your own adventure stuff, like The Walking Dead Telltale games where you have to make decisions and it's like a party game. There's some stuff like that I also have access to on my computer. So I think I might try to do some of those on the computer. That way we don't get like the frame rate drops and like the weird blurring and a lot of that stuff. So we can like sit down and just like play the game together kind of.
well, I thought I might buy another month subscription to World of Warcraft and have a month of Del Derp's Dragonflight
Yeah.
and try to teach my dragon how to like fly.
Yeah, loop me in on the video so I can do commentary. I'm gonna do color commentary.
Look, she needs to get a hoop. It is 5 feet above her. Can she
Yep.
flap her wing? No, she fell to the ground. She
And if you
needs
fly
to
too
go.
far, there's a Jamba Juice.
Wait. She's trying to save the. Oh, she fell.
Yeah.
That was how I got. I actually got XP when Discovery XP when I was first playing Vanilla WoW, because I would like fall off of cliffs into the ocean, and then I would have to swim to the closest place, and I would like discover a new land because I fell.
I did that a lot in early MMOs, man, especially Asheron's Call. Most of what I discovered was by me fucking up and having to run back very far.
Oh, the worst was like you get used to landing in Orgrimmar, where you can run and jump out of the flight place, or at least you could back in the day, before it developed to where now there's a whole other thing with multiple flight. It's fucking nuts now. But you could just jump out, land on the bank, and then like run down, jump off of there, and go into the auction house. And I landed in Thunder Bluff for the first time, and I'm like, oh, there's a window. Ooh. Oh,
Wow.
shit. And then because I haven't explored very much that land, I have to start all the way over there and run all the way back to Thunder Bluff
No.
as a ghost. So I'm not getting discovery points. So I have to go back and learn all that shit again. I've never ridden a Kodo in my life, though. I refuse.
I've never really
Even my
honestly played
torrents.
WoW. Like when it was first a thing, when it first came out, I dated a girl that was really into it for a while. So she had an account. She put it on my computer. She had me make a character. So when she was at work or hanging out somewhere else, she'd want me to play and tell me if I liked it. 'Cause she was trying to get me into it. And I tried really hard. And it was between that and EverQuest. Like she'd bounce back and forth. And I tried them both. I did. And I have a problem with MMOs where I'm really into them if I'm playing them with other people. But if I'm playing it by myself, I get bored as fuck within like an hour and I quit. And then I just will not play the game again unless I'm playing it with other people. Like I've got to play it with people I know, not just random guilds, people I don't know. Like it's got to be people I know that I'm in calls with, doing all this shit with, or I just get so bored of it that I can't do it.
Oh, I love crafting so much that I will farm for days on my own. Like
No,
just
crafting I'm fine
swapping.
with, and I'll go and do it all, but I'm still in a call with other people talking to them while I'm doing it. You know what I mean? Like, but it depends on the game because I like games that have huge crafting elements that are single player games, like on the console or even on my computer that I'll play and I'm fine with. But MMOs, even the crafting in MMOs, I've got to be in calls with people.
Oh, see, I enjoy like I don't trust people very well, and so that means in a game that I do not trust healers at all.
Mm-hmm. I'm usually the healer.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
am too. But like in Forsaken World, I made a bunch of different priests, but my main one was Delphine, and she was I can't remember what they called it. Oh my god, that's horrible. But she was a Lycan, and it was basically an ice priest. Like it was an attack priest. I could cast water and ice spells as well as healing spells. So I did damage as well, so I could off tank and keep myself healed completely.
Nice.
Or I could heal a party and then pull something if I needed to and then go back and keep it going. So I could play either or, and I had some that were straight up just straight heals. But even on straight heals, I took a healer that was a bank tune that was he was like the lowest possible level that could get into a dungeon. He was wearing like base gear, and I healed like 3 parties of 6. So an 18-person heal. I healed the entire thing solo on the lowest level of priest that there is to do it. And I have seen like the same exact level and everything with like 3 or 4 priests in there doing their shit, or other healers doing their shit, and like the party is just dying over and over and over, and total party collapses. And I'm just like, I didn't even lose the bot dude. The guy who kept running up into the thing because he was on auto. I kept him alive on a bank tune. What
Yeah.
the fuck is wrong with you? You have gear. I was wearing the shit that you wear when you start the game.
Right.
I didn't have gems. I didn't have special things. I just leveled him because I needed him that high to fish.
Yeah, you're right.
Right? So he had like a little bit more bank space and he could fish at this level because I needed to catch things between these two levels. And so you couldn't advance beyond this one level because then you couldn't catch these anymore. But
Right.
you needed to make this. So it was just like, oh my God. But yeah, so everything I do, I play something that can at least partially heal
Yep.
and do damage. And so like I'm a great off tank and I'm a great healer.
Oh yeah. They actually added a couple years ago, and I really haven't gotten to go through and play it. I've been thinking about downloading it again. The
Somebody's
D&D
still
one,
watching us. I love you.
the D&D one, they added Bard to finally. So I've been thinking about like making a new account,
Oh
not a new
my
account,
God.
just making a new tune and like playing it again as the Bard.
Is that the just D&D online? The old
Um,
one? Like that
think
they
it's
ended up doing
Neverwinter.
Lotro with?
No, that one fell the fuck apart years ago.
Yeah, because
That was,
I used to play that.
DDO fell the fuck apart years ago.
That was so much fun though, because it was exactly right. You had to flank to flank. You didn't, if you attacked, and like it was the kind of game where I'm a magic user, I cast fireball. Because in like World of Warcraft and shit like that, if you cast it, it doesn't hurt friendlies.
Yeah.
In DDO, if you cast a fireball in the middle of the room, it hurt anybody who was
Yeah.
near it.
So DDO kind of like died, and then Neverwinter came out on Steam, and it's a free action MMO. It's also like that. There's a lot of similarities to DDO, like a lot of the realism with spells and things like that. Honestly, there are. But like they do all the actual modules that you're used to. Like there's a Loth module that just the Demon Web pitch just came out here recently, which is another reason why I'm wanting to go back and play it. But they do a lot of the modules, a lot of really cool stuff. Acquisitions Inc. They got added in a couple years ago, like all kinds of really cool D&D stuff, and it's a really fun MMO. And the last time I played it, I actually had a guild that we based on some D&D friends that we used to hang out. But I haven't played it in forever. But they added a bard to it a couple years ago, and it feels like a bard. It's the first video game
Nice.
MMO that's had a bard that feels like a fucking bard. But that was a lot of fun. I may go back and download that one again and try and play it again.
I miss stuff like that. It was fun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull this up real quick.
We should probably stop.
Yeah,
soon.
then we're gonna go.
I
Yeah,
gotta take more meds.
I do too. I need to take regular meds. I just grabbed this though because Tom, my brother-in-law just made it back home, and my sister has spent like the past couple of days like decorate. Okay, I need to get that one too because that's just funny. I don't know what the difference between these two are. Hold on just a second. 480.
Hell,
Okay. That one's just big. That's why it's that one.
that's what she
But that shouldn't be funny at all.
It's my one
But
time
it should.
for the day.
This one time.
I didn't think I was gonna say it today.
Oh,
but
I spelled
happened.
it wrong. I called him Tim instead of Tom.
Timmy
But he's a TH. I'm Tim. Tim the
There are
Enchanter.
those who call me Tim.
Okay, so this is the garage when they just got back home with their
Nice.
championship medals and stuff. My brother-in-law is the taller bald man who does this sometimes. Ah.
I make that same face when I want to creep people out at the haunt or at home. I'll just go up and go. And I'll just stand there like well beyond where it's uncomfortable, even for me. And like sometimes for several minutes. And I don't even say anything, I just walk away.
There's that came from something. I gotta find it real quick. So it's not just like, why the fuck is Tom a weird-headed person?
A weird headed person.
Yeah, there's okay.
Does Tom
There-
know you think he has a weird head?
No. He will now, though. Okay, so it started with this. My mother, that's Karma, by the way, everybody. This is Karma,
Oh, yeah,
and my brother-in-law, Tom. And then I went closer, and it was like, yay! And then I like made T-shirts about it. And I just grabbed his head and alternated it. So I was like,
Can you make that a thing on our Discord channel?
yes, I can. I have like Tom and Karma, Tom Smile at a T-shirt, TC head.
Yep. Yeah, you gotta put him on our Discord channel. He's gotta be a button now.
That's gonna be so much fun. Every now and then you just need a Tom Smile, because it goes from this to like I change the he tips his head back for the smile.
Yeah, leave just the head also in the pictures over there. Don't delete that one. Sometimes I might just want to pull him out for no reason.
Oh god, that would be a great Twitch button too to like earn points for.
Yes. Custom
You
button.
can get a Tom head. I'm gonna.
Tom's and you press the Tom button. That's our what the fuck moments. Like we have a what the fuck moment. Then Tom's head just goes. Yeah, just like.
Wait, what's his music gonna be? I can't do both
We'll
of
come
them.
up with something. I'll come up with something, man.
Oh
But,
wait, hold on a second. I got it.
That's too long. It's got to be shorter. Like the head's just got to pop in and do something, and then pop back out again.
Oh,
Do you hear the voices too?
I don't know.
We'll shop it. We'll shop it.
We'll figure it. I don't have all the sounds on here. So yeah,
It's fucking fun. man.
that's my brother-in-law. He is the sweetest guy. He is always willing to make an ass out of himself so that everybody has fun. So like he'll run and do the silly stuff at the swimming pool and do a big thing so that everybody gets a good giggle. And
Those are the
yeah.
best people in the world ever.
yeah, he's super fun. And he's an exceptionally talented shuffleboard man. So there you go. If you want somebody to play shuffleboard for you, ding! Tom's got your back. See? He's a winner. I just wanted to do that before we left. I was just like, let's just
That's
show off
fucking
Tom for a little bit because it's fun.
That's fucking epic, though. And it's now officially a thing. So
I'll
Tom
let him
has
know.
officially.
I'll be like, you are a thing. He's actually he has sold more merch for his shuffleboard t-shirts than we have for Owlite on TeePublic since I because he was like, I'm trying to make these t-shirts. I'm like, dude, make them on TeePublic. That's what I do. And he's like, how do you do that? And I'm like, this is how you do it. And he's like, okay, can you make this one a little better for me? Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, yeah. And I'm looking at it and it's like, sold 7. I'm like, fuck you, Tom. Doing better than we are, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. Thank you, everybody, for watching tonight. You can see me slightly probably insane tomorrow because I still have to
Slightly.
rewatch Dick Tracy, the movie again. I made the suggestion that we read and watch Dick Tracy for a compare, and it sounded like a really good idea to all of us at the time. And
Until
then
the
we
reality
started
of the
doing
Dick Tracy
it
movie set in.
and went back and went, that was incredibly entertaining when we were children.
Yeah.
But yeah, but we do have other things. We have banter, we have news, we have fun coming on tomorrow night on Splash Pages on the Dorkening. And we will have some more fun in Owlite because we have a whole lot of new shit coming up as
Lots
soon
of
as
new
hot
shit.
season is officially over.
No, it's officially over.
Well, okay, but
No, it is as far as our
when it's
programming
officially
goes,
over
it's officially-
and a little bit of recuperation has taken
Yeah.
place, we'll start
Yeah.
another season of some
We
shows
do
and
have
things.
Legends by Night scheduled officially though, because this Monday is
Oh, we do?
Tomb, and
Okay.
then the following Monday is officially the first episode of Legends by Night. Finally,
Yes, and if you would like to join us for Tomb of the Terrible this Monday, we will be watching American Poltergeist, which is a terrible fucking movie, but
Yeah.
it is terribly funny as well. So it's
it's no
one
Winter
that-
Beast, but it'll do.
Yeah, you don't have it. It's not as good as Killer Sofa.
Yeah.
It isn't nearly as
Or Rubber.
entertaining as that one, or Rubber. But if you go through, like I said, make a game of it. Take screenshots of the faces of the people as they die, and compare them based on how they died, and you'll notice a really weird pattern. That is kind of fun, and it's a way to keep your attention going throughout the movie. So I challenge you, do this, and if you can point out at the beginning of our show, like, okay, I noticed that this happens this time, or blah blah blah. Just give me a short extrapolation. I will buy you a book. I will buy you. Well, it'll be your choice between a couple different authors, somebody that we've had on the show, but something that has been purchased and something that we have done on the Clutch. I will purchase it for you if you can give me, at the beginning of the show, information about you watching the movie.
Yeah. There you
So-
go, our current Twitch viewer, for people that will watch
Yes.
this later.
Yes, there you go. So watch it with us, and I will buy you a book. You will love it. If you are the only one to do it, you might even get like a hardbound book instead of a
Ooh.
Kindle version. And if you are really intense, you might get something autographed. So
Ooh.
I'm putting up that I'm raising the stakes here because I got some good stuff. I got some good friends. I got some good hookups. You know. All right.
Del knows. about it.
I know a lot of guys actually, but
Wah, wah, wah.
I only put in this show how to reach All Light. So do that, and Jenny will get a hold of the rest of us for you.
Yeah, yep. you're just kidding.
Otherwise, just look us up. You know where we're at. You figured it out by now.
Is recuperating today, so that's why Jenny's not with us, and we love her and we miss her very much.
She is our gal Friday, and we do very much love her.
Yes.
But anyway, have a good night, everybody. Take care. Thank you for staying with us, Mr.
Yeah.
Twitch or Mrs. Twitch or
Yep.
whatever you would like to be called.
Yeah. Span to your friends and say hello to your mother for me.
Good night.